too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
Beeson 41 big heart, Beeson 41 big heart, Beeson 41 big heart.
Hello, 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 late night gang. What a weird day it's been. It's been a weird-ass week in general, but, like, oh my gosh. Here we are. We are persisting. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Hills. Persisting on. I like that. Thank you, by the way, for supporting my Ko-fi earlier today. Really appreciate that a lot. Thank you. If y'all don't know, Ko-fi is going to be the new home place for cosplay. I'm going to be adding a second tier eventually. I'm thinking, like, since the intro tier is like $4, maybe like a $10 tier, and it guarantees people get at least a monthly cosplay, and then I'll probably post some of my old pictures there as well. But it'll be kind of cool. It'll be kind of a neat thing to add to the feed. Thank you for helping me decide over on the Discord. Everyone's been really cool about giving input about how the channel, how the community should sort of come together and just, like, support different endeavors and things that I've been trying to work on for a while, you know? Let me say some hellos quick, by the way. My goodness. Hello, happy Thursday. I'm finally going live at a time that I like. The problem is I didn't get to work on YouTube today. I'm a little bit behind. I normally have therapy on Wednesdays, and that's my day off, so I just accept it as sort of like a day thrown in the trash can. But my therapist is dealing with some family stuff on her side and had to cancel yesterday. And so we rescheduled to this morning. And for the past, like, 8 hours, I've just been in, like, sort of like a dissociative funk. So if I seem a little bit out of it, it is what it is. I'll be better by tomorrow. But as a result, we ended up pushing back the start of the St. Jude Play Live fundraising stuff to tomorrow. It always pains me when we have to take, like, a day off here as a community from doing that, but I just didn't have time to prep today. And then on top of it, some of you might have noticed, I lost 200 subs this past month. And I know that's partially on me, but it's mainly on the unfairness of life. I only streamed, like, 17 times in April, which is crazy that I missed, like, half of the month due to family stuff, due to travel and all the other weird shit going on with mental health and whatever. So I know that's technically on me, but also just, man, life has not given me breaks recently. So even though it might seem silly to be like, yeah, one more day of, like, casual, normal streaming content, this could make or break me in some ways. You know, ad rev's good, that kind of thing. People resub and gifting subs, whatever. All that helps me out a ton. And then tomorrow we hard pivot. We focus on charity. We get that stuff going. But I can't focus on charity if I'm not making rent and bills kind of thing. And 250 subs is probably the lowest I've had on the channel in like a year. So just a heads up. Tonight's going to be about focusing a little bit more on just like business as usual, and then tomorrow we'll be doing some St. Jude stuff if people are chill with that. But again, let me say some hellos quick. I have a bunch of other announcements and things I want to talk about before we get going tonight, so let me get doing that. Yo, what's up, Ephraim Gantriok? Hello, Hills. Welcome on in, Ren. Welcome, Ty. Hello, hello. Kim, yo, what's up? Hi, welcome on in, everybody joining. So nice to have you here. Garooch, welcome. Singing Tree, thank you for the Prime for 11 months. I know you only get one of those a month. It is always very flattering and very helpful whenever anyone uses their Jeff Bezos dollars here. If you didn't know, if you sign up with Amazon Prime, you get a free sub to a streamer of your choice each month with Twitch Prime. Xander, good to see you here. Jacob, hello, hi, welcome on in. Nettles, hi, hi.
I don't got a lot, but I
oh my
help
gosh,
also a local
I appreciate that. Oh my god, all the swaz. Corey, hello, hi. Thank you so much for the swaz. Good lord. Also, before I forget, I'll keep saying hello, by the way, but I just always want to demoralize 10-minute believers as much as possible. Thank you for the 3. That's really kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ephraim, thank you for the 5-stream streak. $25 tier or I quit the community. I don't know if I want to make it that high. If it's going to be like, I don't know, just like a couple people looking at cosplays, then the cosplays I buy are probably going to be kind of cheap anyway. I don't know. But yeah, cosplays will live on the Ko-fi whenever I set up a second tier. will probably hover closer to like $10, $15 than $25. But good try. Sky, welcome on in. Hello, hi, welcome.
Love the 3 notifications.
Oh, what the hell? Well, thank you so much, Hills. I appreciate that. Thank you. You've already done so much today. Like, seriously, thank you so much for all of your support. Corey with the 7-stream streak as well. I appreciate you being around. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all are great. Rackalove, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have to update. I just realized the Ko-fi command doesn't mention Elsa. I noticed that it said that in the membership tier. Oh my god.
Oh!
Thank you. What the hell? Thank you very, very much.
I forgot I can do this.
Ha 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 ha. I really love the way that Justin read that. Thank you for the 25. I appreciate that a lot. That's so generous. Truly. Thank you. Rackalove, enjoy your lurk. Jessa, hello, hi. Welcome to the stream as well. Tried to distract them with enough time. No, it's not going to work. I'm unfazable right now. I already scraped the depths of my existential soul today in therapy, so I'm unfazed by chat. Merm, thank you for the 9-month resub, though. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. All of you are so kind. That said, the Ko-fi will tie into the throne in the sense of, like, people who are, you know, sending me stuff via throne. I'll probably put it up on Ko-fi as well, which will be really cool. And, oh, thank you so much, by the way, Corey, for editing the command, adding Elsa's name in there. I did that over on the Ko-fi, and then I totally forgot that I have a Twitch command for that as well. But one of the things I was telling my therapist today about how I'm experiencing, like, this big sub drop on Twitch here, and that I don't want to, like, push it, that I'm like always, like, especially right before us fundraising for charity, I don't want people to, like, stretch themselves too thin or anything like that. And she was just like, you don't put yourself first ever. And she's like, give me an example of when you put yourself first recently. And she's like, actually, like, give me some examples of when you haven't put yourself first. And I was talking to her, and I was like, you know what? Like, you're right. Like, she called my ass out. Like, I got roasted and toasted during therapy today to the point I was crying. Where I was just like, I really don't know how to, like, ask for help. I don't know how to, like, mobilize people or, like, excite them or incentivize them to be like, hey, it would, like, mean a lot if, like, I had enough to live to pay my rent and bills. I don't want to, like, pressure people, and it sucks to do that when you're in a job that relies so much on the generosity of others. I really am so bad about talking about this stuff. Like, I'll walk away from the stream and I'll be like, hey babe, like, to Morgan, I'll be like, did I talk about money too much on stream? And she'll be like, babe, like, people do subathons every fucking day. Like, what are you talking about? But that's like where my brain's at. And the example I gave her of the time I haven't looked out for myself or put myself first is there was a time Morgan and I went out to a date at a restaurant, and I held the door for this group of people. And I was like, it's okay, it's just one group of people. And she was like, yeah, that was really nice of you. And then I saw, like, this old couple across the parking lot making their way slowly towards the door. And they had, like, a full minute before they were going to get there. And I just stood there and I held the door. And in that time, like, 30 other people went in front of us. And then we ended up having to wait for dinner for, like, 40 minutes. That's the type of shit I do to myself, like, all the time. And it's like, I'm no good to anybody if I'm burnt, you know? I'm no good to anybody if I'm, like, stretched too thin to survive. I can't raise money for charity if I'm not able to pay for my own rent and bills. It sucks. It's hard to talk about this stuff, but it is, like, one of those things, too, where it's like, I'm trying to be better about it. I'm trying to set, like, a better example of it. It's just, like, I don't know. It's something I'm working on. So, charity begins at home. That's, like, a nice way to put it, Hills. I do kind of agree with that. It's also hard because the economy is just ass. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is, like, I don't want to stretch other people too thin. And I know, like, people are only going to give when they want to, but it's just like, damn, if I've pressured anybody to do that at any time, I feel like shit. You know? Like, I don't want to do that. I know how hard it is for everybody. Potato, welcome to the stream. Brian, are you worse for relying on generosity, or would it be worse if you had the only loaf of bread and gallon of water for a mile and you opted to charge anyone around $10 for a drop and a crumb? I mean, a little bit of, like, I agree with the sentiment, but at the same time, it's like, damn, I don't know. Like, a little bit of a non sequitur where it's like we're all kind of hurting right now. And we're all hurting because it's like, yeah, someone's out there driving the price of things up and demanding more and more from other people who already can't make, like, ends meet. But it's like, Jesus Christ, I have such privilege with this platform. I have such privilege. I've had such privilege for a long time. Like, I've gotten to do this full-time gig as a content creator for, like, this is my 8th year doing it. And some people, like, try forever, and they never reach this point. And it's like, I don't know. It's so hard. I love you. Please stop being so relatable, but also don't, because it makes me feel less alone / insane with how I naturally am. Liz, that's the other thing I talked about my therapist about today, and a ton of friends, a bunch of friends DM'd me and were like talking me down from the ledge, basically, about how it's like
lesbian.
I'm trying to set a better example of being like very vulnerable about mental health, or like when I need help, or when I was encouraging Leggies the other day because like her pets need to go to the vet. And I was telling her like, hey, people, like, you'll be surprised by how many people want to support you and help you and do these great things because you've done great things and you've impacted the world in some kind of net positive, and they want to come together and help make sure your pet survives. Like, and she raised like $5,000 in like 3 days for her dog. And she felt like so guilty about it. And I was explaining to her, like, she can't feel guilty because people want to be there for her. They want to show up. They want to give back. They want to pay it forward. And I can't apply it to myself. It's like really hard. Funky, thank you for the 5-month resub. Thank you so much for calling me pretty. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Also, you were missing one tiny thing. Oh, what was it, Corey? I didn't even see it the first time. Merm, also thank you for the 2 gifted. If you were one of the 2 gifted right there, make sure you're saying thanks to Merm. Enjoy the emotes, the sub badge, and the ad-free viewing. Also, Nettles, thank you for the 100 bits. Thanks for kicking off a hype train, everybody. That's really kind. Imagine being likable enough that people just pay you to exist. Then you have the evolutionary gall to feel anxious and guilty about it. Truly, we are primates. We are! I mean, but at the end of the day, none of this matters. At the end of the day, we should all be eating fruit on the beach together. There shouldn't be war. There shouldn't be us trying to set gatekeeping and, like, pricing people out of resources that we have enough of. It's, like, so sad. Like, and I know that's not my responsibility. I can't single-handedly change the world.
He only likes her because
but it's, like, so fucking hard to take from other people who also have had so much taken from them.
I think I'll continue this sub.
Rat, thank you for the 14 months. That really means a lot. You're pretty neat. Seriously, thank you. Chat to you on a cool new emote. I mean, that is like one of the nice things about giving, is you do sometimes get a cool emote.
Did you get that from the
The cool little animated pictures. Thank you, Hills. What the heck? Thank you for the 3 gifted as well. That's so much. That's really, really a lot. You've given so much today already. Thank you. I don't know. I just... These are just my internal thoughts coming out to just be completely transparent about this stuff. It's like, I've seen so many creators over the years parasocially taking advantage of their communities, like emotionally leveraging their influence over people. And it's like, if I even start moving in that direction, like, I don't know, I get scared that, like, that's how people are going to see me. Uber, hello, hi, welcome. Nere with the gifted sub to Uber as well. Uber, enjoy the emotes, the sub badge, and the ad free. Thank you so much, Nere. That's really kind. You've contributed to this community so much. It means a lot. Also, yeah, with the Automod side note, Automod's going to be a little bit more intense this month. Not just for St. Jude, but due to the fact that it is AAPI Heritage Month, and Twitch once again selected me as a featured creator for AAPI Heritage Month. If you don't know what AAPI Heritage Month is, it's Asian American Pacific Islander Month. It's to celebrate people of those identities. It's to celebrate, people from, Polynesia, from Hawaii, from Korea, Japan, China, the Mina and Swana communities, anywhere that includes Asians, whether they are the people that you're seeing in K-pop videos or you're seeing your streamers right here. It is AAPI month, and I don't think that in the year 2025 too much is going to go down with it. as far as like brands supporting it. It normally is a very quiet whisper of support anyway. But especially with the way the world is right now, with all this weird like anti-DEI crap where they've politicized people's like ethnicities somehow as like woke, which doesn't even make sense. I just am an Asian person. It's like they didn't even do anything big for like, Black Heritage Month like this year, and that bums me out so much, So we'll see where it goes, but you'll notice I did change the tip bar. It's still for a day off, but it's AAPI Heritage Month with a little like :3 face, and that's gonna be up for the month. Can we hit level 3? I mean, if y'all want, it's like the one day of the year I won't fight you on that, I guess, besides like my birthday. Thank you, by the way, Hills, for the 45 bits. That's really, really kind. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy the emotes, even though I get it. It's so hard, right? We're so divided. It's like I have to stream on this platform, but I really don't like Jeff Bezos at all. So it's it's a tough thing to like talk about when I'm technically like commissioned to work for Twitch, right? But that's the thing too, is I was selected for AAPI Heritage Month on Twitch. It's called Together with AAPI Voices. I'll be featured on a little front page shelf every now and then. But as a result, one of the conditions is I have to have my stream with automod elevated. So you're still allowed to type what you want. I'll still hit approve on it, but a lot of the stuff's going to get caught just to help mitigate against the history of hate raids that happen during these months celebrating different marginalized groups and POC and stuff like that. So heads up on why that's the way that it is. Naray with the gifted sub to Potato as well. Thank you so much, Naray. I appreciate that. That's the thing, Brian. We aren't spending money we don't have on you. I'd be able to sub the past few years, but right now I'm unemployed. In the past couple months, everyone keeps graciously gifting me subs. This community is a socialist utopia. We try to keep it that way in our own little bubble, right? I feel so alone where I live during AAPI month because the Asian community is the smallest population percentage here, to the point where I get excited when I see another Asian person in public. Glad we have communities online to celebrate. Uber, I feel ya. Like, even with, Rochester being very multi-ethnic, we still have a pretty small Asian community. So we do the best we can to find each other in online communities like this, right? And it's always nice to find each other. It really is. It's cool to have community. As someone who grew up without a lot of positive Asian representation in media, there weren't really too many Asian music artists. There weren't a lot of Asian celebrities on TV. When they were on TV or in movies, they were the butt of jokes. Racism in those types of jokes was just like so prevalent, and just like openly said on giant platforms, and it was such a bummer to see that. So even though the needle's only sort of nudged forward, it is a lot better than it used to be. It's cool to be able to have people who are like, hey, you look like me, I found you. It's like really, really cool to be able to find people who want to support me for being me, regardless of what I look like or where I'm from. Austin, welcome to the stream. So if that's something that like empowers you or makes you feel like I don't know, there's hope for you to take off in doing whatever thing that you want to pursue. Be a famous Asian writer or actor or even a content creator. I'm really glad that I can be here on such a public platform and give people sort of that drive, that motivation, that inspiration. I'm doing the best that I can, Yeah, 2000s humor was something else. Yeah, it's like I will never forgive Todd Howard for the Hangover series, like that kind of shit, like just drives me nuts that it happened at all. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I survived it all. I'm here. It's great to be able to celebrate my heritage in an awesome community of good people who accept me for who I am, because it hasn't always been a given. There hasn't always been 100% of my lifetime, at least, safe spaces for Asian people. There hasn't always been allyship. There hasn't always been the kindest sort of language used about Asian people. Even a couple years back, I mean, during like the Stop Asian Hate campaign stuff, I got hate crimed in public. It sucked. I had a guy, like a middle-aged dude, try to fight me. in public just because I was wearing a mask. And it got real weird. It got real bad. I was minding my own business doing nothing, and he went at me, and him and his wife laughed at me, and it was just this ugly thing, and it stuck with me so much. And I don't know. I'm just a person doing my best. Speaking of 2000s humor, I'm literally thinking of Anne Marie's 2002. Anyone else remember this song? I don't. I'm sorry, Phoebe, but welcome to the stream. But even since then, you know, like, I've noticed, like, people speak up. If someone shows up here and says some weird racist stuff, a lot of people back me up here in chat. A lot of people do a great job of doing that in public in, you know, viral videos that are on, like, social media. I didn't always have that. I often was alone when I was younger, so it's really cool to have raised a community up around me that, again, like, some of you are just like, yeah, you're just you, and that's cool. I dig that, while also celebrating the moments I get to celebrate my actual heritage and my ethnicity and share things about myself. It's, like, really cool. It's really, really cool. Yeah, Uber, it sucks. It's really awful that stuff happens for us and anyone from marginalized groups, you know, and it's just, like, kind of ramping up right now, and it makes it a little bit scary. So I hope that people feel less alone knowing that we're all trying to back each other up. Solidarity and intersectionality are such important things. Also, thank you again for that very generous hype train. Thanks so much for all of the tips. That's so kind. I know, again, that the economy is not doing very nice things to people. Anyone with investments, I know very personally how fucking rough things are when people are like, hey, I had all this money saved up, and I was like trying to be safe and good and with, like, my finances, and then things got boomed a bit. So sending you all good wishes. Please, again, don't ever extend yourself beyond your own means. Please always do the best to keep yourself number one in a lot of ways. Thank you so much. I hope people enjoy their emotes. Nettle's got the pooping balloon dog emote, which is, like, after Gritty Goose seems to be the number one. I hope I get this from this community. But anyway, yeah, long story short, happy AAPI Heritage Month. I may or may not be on front page. Apparently, my channel will be randomly assigned there. So if all of a sudden viewership bumps up by hundreds or whatever, and we have a bunch of new people here in the community, we're just going to do the best we can to welcome them on in. And we're going to see what happens. I don't know. There's no guarantee it happens either. There's a lot of other people who could be featured. So if they do, that's awesome for them. Very, very cool. But yeah, anyway, love the bottom right picture, Brian. Where's the necklace, dress, and headband from? The dress is thrifted. It's like a prom gown that I found. Like a little, like, formal gown that I found at a thrift store. The necklace and headband are from Morgan. I can't remember where she got those, so you'd have to ask her, unfortunately. If you have Duolingo Premium, let's drop her. Go ahead and install. Yeah, they're doing, like, this big thing. They're replacing all their employees with AI, which is, like, so ugly. And people sort of saw the writing on the walls a while ago and were, like, trying to dissuade them from doing that. But investors, money, that all dictates decisions made at the highest level, unfortunately, for so many companies like that. And they just are about to fire a bunch of people while also giving the PR lip service of being like, we're an employee-first company, which if you're hiring nobody and replacing them with AI, you're not. So really kind of a crappy thing. What I would probably do is, again, we shout out libraries and Libby and all these cool things out here where you can get free books and whatever. One of the coolest things you can do with an e-gift card, or not gift card, e-library card, although you should give librarians e-gift cards, but with an e-library card or a regular library card, is they have a lot of language learning materials. You can go get, like, Rosetta Stone for free, which is normally, like, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. You can get a lot of different language learning, like Babbel subscriptions and stuff through your library. So check those out instead. If you're someone who uses Duolingo Premium, or if you're going to keep using Duolingo, at least don't do the premium anymore. Don't do it. You can survive an ad or two every now and then. Kirion, hello. Enjoy the lurk. Crisco Richard, hello. We love Thrifty Queens. It's all Morgan and I do. Yeah, Duolingo shot themselves in the foot. Yeah, they had market, like, monopoly pretty much, right? And then they did this, and now people are all scrambling to go look for alternatives. It's really silly that they did that. Yeah, now the CEO is like, he went like, we are employees first, and then like immediately turned around and did another interview where he was like, oh, we are so excited about our future with generative AI. And it's like, dude, you had it all. You had the world in your hands, and you're just not smart enough to realize that what you just did is going to piss off a bunch of people because you're like cutting jobs and being really crappy. Yeah, they're a profit-first company. It's too bad because here's the thing. It's like they offer a service and they could like break even and the CEO could still walk away and buy like a house every year. But because investors, especially since the pandemic, have seen just, bar graphs go up and up and up. For whatever reason, that's become the standard of like investors will always want bigger numbers, even if that's not sustainable. So how did they get bigger numbers? Oh, let's cut the payroll. Let's cut our staff. Let's chop out features that we're helping people that we don't want to support anymore. That kind of thing. It's really crappy. Go to your local library. Yeah, that's the way around it. Please go to your local library. Go support your local library. Community centers, too. Yeah, Rat, that's a good one. There you go. Community centers have, like, a lot of different resources where you can definitely learn languages through group activities and clubs and, again, free material. I have 2 languages from Rosetta Stone. They were on this massive sale, so I snagged them. You should pull them out and use them again. A very, like, tried and true method of learning language. It's why Rosetta Stone's been around for so long. Like, it's not going to obviously be fluent and native at first, but you can work up the difficulty levels pretty well in it. We love our bot employees. We don't have to pay. Exactly, Hello Bees. It's ass. It's really, really crappy. Yeah, exactly, Liz. Like, the difference in AI right now, that's another thing that confuses a lot of people, is like, we've had analytical AI for a while. It's pretty low impact. It's also incredibly helpful, and it doesn't steal people's jobs. And then you have generative AI, which all these tech bros are trying to incorporate into all their companies, and it's just an awful, completely pointless thing that just annoys me. If you have the money to spend on shipping and got some of the most incredible books for learning Czech for 110 USD, there's maybe 7 books and QR codes inside the online content. That's dope. Honestly, if people want to like share resources as well in like the Discord on the library channel, like that's a good one to add a lot of this stuff for people who are trying to learn languages or find alternatives, again, to like Duolingo or whatever. So go get some challenged and banned books. That's too, oh my God, yeah, support your banned book lists. That's something that's awesome that I see a lot of the libraries that I have cards from, because again, I use Libby, so I have multiple e-library cards. The banned book lists that they put out so that you can go and get like the banned books that schools don't have access to anymore. It's really neat. Yo, what's up, Ace of Snakes? Welcome. Also, 211, call our website. You put your zip code in and you can get tons of information for help with finances, therapy, food aid, community resources, etc. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's all about building community, whether that's through language or engaging in communal resources or just helping each other find what they need. Raising awareness, right? Great Lady, hello, hi, welcome. Those books were from Czechia? Do I say that right? Y'all told me how to say it. It's like Czechia now? I didn't make that clear. That's awesome, though. That's very cool. Oh, Czechia. Thank you so much. I'm so bad. Arahaku, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy the magic. Amy, welcome on in. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Czechia? Okay, Czechia. I'll try to keep that in mind. I guess it makes sense because it was like CZECH for like Czechoslovakia back in the day was like Czechoslovakia. So Czechia. That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, Czech is Czech. There we go. Czech is. The subtitles probably looked really goofy for that one. Anyway, God, I have so much to talk about tonight. I shared a lot of it on the Discord, but I know that a lot of people have been leaving the Discord recently. I don't know if it's just because I do a lot of sort of like information like cannibalism here, where I share it on the Discord and then I share it again on the stream, and you're like, Brian's going to talk about it anyway on stream. Why am I even in the Discord? And some of you still get push notifications from like Twitch when I go live or whatever. You keep up with me on socials. So, God, I have so much to talk about. You look like a literal princess in the picture. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was going for like a princessy look. It was like supposed to be like a prom / sort of princess formal look. Next step is finding a wedding dress that fits. I really want to do a wedding dress look at some point. They actually all left because of AAPI Heritage Month. You know what's wild? I've had people who are like MAGA join the community, and then like I'll say something political, and they'll be like, oh, well, I guess I'm not welcome here. And I'm like, why did you ever think you were? What was not connecting? What was not like... It's just like real weird. Real strange. Critical thinking died a long time ago. It's really sad. But anyway, yeah, so happy AAPI Heritage Month. Talk about St. Jude. I've been going through it. I've been having a rough time recently. Again, thank you to everyone who's contributed to this stream. It will help me out a lot, so I can stay a little bit more focused on raising money for charity, you know? And I don't know. It's like, God, I shared how I think about this stuff. I never want anyone to ever feel pressure to give me money, but it is always very hard to balance two spinning plates during the month of May. You know, raising money, encouraging people to spend as much as they comfortably can on charity so that we can hit our massive goals that I set, while also making sure that I have a roof and electricity and internet, can pay my bills and rent at the same time, when a lot of the community resources are being diverted to an awesome cause. Because without me having access to a home and the internet and such, I can't raise money for St. Jude. And it's like, it's a tough thing. It's a really tough thing. I hope I was like concise and clear about it. I hate talking about it just because I'm not good at it. And I just feel like whatever I say is talking in circles and doesn't make sense. So hopefully it did. Hopefully it did make sense. Woke streamer is woke, unbelievable. Shark, I know, right? One of these days, I might just kick Murm out of the Discord for the meme. I mean, Corey, as a head mod, you have the power. I'll say it. So we completely understand and support. I appreciate that. It makes sense. Thank you, thank you. But as a result, again, like just this one last day, combined with the worries about finances right now, and then having therapy earlier today and just being a dissociative mess of emotions and feeling like I'm not worth supporting and I'm not worth putting myself first or asking for help or anything like that. It's been a hell of a day. So, again, I know that I harped over and over and over again that today was going to be the start of St. Jude fundraising. But we are moving it to tomorrow. I have a bunch of stuff set up for it already in the background. Can't wait to hard launch it tomorrow, though. We're going to raise a lot. We're going to save a lot of kids' lives. We're going to do some really funny and fun stuff. I was literally just editing last May's clips into the clip video. And there's emotional moments where, like, we hit 10K faster than we've ever hit it last year. We broke $100,000 raised in total for St. Jude last year. There's a lot of funny stuff that happened. I mean, the freaking, like, eyeball goggles that limited my vision that became the Gerb hole emote. Like, so many goofy things that we can expect coming up here in 2025's run. It's going to just be a blast. It's going to be silly. And I hope that y'all laugh. I hope that y'all have a good time with this year's campaign of Jumping for Joy. Community members keep trying to bribe me to do it, so... Bribe you to kick out Merm? That's wild. Good lord. You deserve to literally have a place to live and to survive. Let us help you. Y'all have given me a place to live and survive for 8 years now. I don't... It's just like... It's so much. It's hard. Yeah, thinking about the clip they featured this year. That was also last year. It's so funny. The ableist gay clip. Also, an array with a gifted sub to Ace of Snakes. That's so kind. Ace of Snakes, enjoy the emotes, the sub badge, and the ad-free viewing. You're worth it. I know. It just... I don't know. It's like a weird thing. It's... y'all know me. Power dynamics, parasocial relationships, all of this crap. It feeds into like my psychological understanding of being a full-time creator, something that not a lot of creators talk about, and it's very important to me just as someone, again, who has spent a large part of my adult life in the public eye, and I don't know, just gotten to really live in some very cool privilege. Like, I don't know, there's people who aren't making rent and bills right now working way harder jobs than I am, and it's not a competition, but it's also like, shit, this is a cool thing, dude. I don't know. This is a really cool thing. It's a weird month to balance for sure, but in order for us to help St. Jude, you've got to be able to hit start stream. I know we all understand. Austin, appreciate you, dude. I know you're going through similar stuff, man. You're great. You're the artist, and we are your patrons. Let us have this. Again, I've had a lot of talks with friends over the years, and one of the ways that I describe streaming a lot is digitally panhandling. I feel like anytime I talk about this stuff, it's me putting up my big cardboard sign that says like we'll meme for food. And it's just like there's so much like glory that some people have in streaming, and I have in previous years. I've gotten to take part in these cool events and opportunities and travel and work with major companies and get these cool things to happen. You know, I was reminiscing about like meet and greets and conventions the other day, but it's just like, I don't know, man. I've already gotten to do all that stuff. Like, some other people are getting their chance now. If it's my time to be done, it is what it is, right? I don't know. Okay, girl, go get a harder job. That's the other thing. It's like, I don't know. It's like, this is a hard job, but it's like not the world's hardest job. I don't know. It's really weird to talk about. But yeah, I'm figuring it out. And again, I'm very grateful I have a therapist to help me through this stuff, as expensive as she is. Less digital panhandling, more digital busking. We get enjoyment and entertainment from it. It's not like we get nothing from it. Fair. And then, like, you still do ultimately get to make the choice of, like, hey, I enjoyed, like, that cool musical act on the street. I still don't have any money to give them. But that was cool. And at least I get ad rev here from people tuning in and watching. So I guess that makes sense. I know this is asking for a ton of transparency, and I'm sorry, but what number of subs and or donos do you have to hit to break even? I've been hemorrhaging money for about 2 years straight now, if I'm going to be totally honest. 2020 through 2022 was incredibly kind to Morgan and me. I saved up so much money. So much money. As much as I was buying cosplays and Pokemon cards and figurines and shit to show off on stream and games to play for content, I was saving a lot. I tucked away a lot of money to make sure that Morgan and I could still make this thing work. So really, honestly, when we were hovering around like 700, 800 subs a month, that is when I was like, cool, things are good. I can save up a little. If we have like a big issue with a car, or we have to travel for an emergency to go like see family or whatever, we can do that, and then we don't have to die. But since about like mid 2022, like 2023-ish, I've been just straight up hemorrhaging money every month. 260 subs doesn't pay the bills. But at the same time, if that's all the community can give, that's all the community can give. I don't ever want to pressure people beyond that. It just, I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. It's a fucked up thing to talk about, because at the end of the day, all of us, whether you work at a convenience store or you wait tables, or you're also a streamer, we should all be getting paid more. I don't know. Shira, hello. Hi, welcome to the stream. Also, thank you so much, Nure, for the gifted sub. Thank you so much for gifting Shira with a sub. That's very kind. Very generous. Hemorrhaging money is a new phrase? No, I stole that from someone like a million years ago. It's pretty common to use the word hemorrhage for when things are dropping at it like a stone. Yeah, I mean, Xander, part of the reason Girl Week is set at 700 subs is that is where I don't lose thousands and thousands of dollars every year. Can we pressure you to do more ads? I mean, people already bitch about the ads. That's the other hard part about it, is I do 6 minutes of ads a tenth of an hour. So like a whole tenth of an hour. 6 minutes of ads every hour is a lot already. Sometimes people will be here, they'll be brand new, they'll be like, I'm digging the vibe, and they'll go, oh my God, 8 ads in a row. So I don't really want to push that up anymore. I've talked to a lot of friends about that kind of balance, and they're like, yo, 6 is like the sweet spot. People will still stick around. You'll get like max ad rev, but also, you know, you like won't be overwhelming everybody. My dad's worked finance my whole life. Hemorrhaging money isn't new here. Yeah. It's been around a while. It's something I think a lot of people experience. So people are always going to bitch about something. It's true, but like, I don't want to ruin people who are regulars here. Like, I don't want people who can't afford a sub to have to sit through like 10 minutes of ads. Like, that's crazy. So I don't know. It's just like a hard thing. Take more sponsorships is kind of hard because the industry's kind of dying. The bubble popped a while ago. It used to be, I mean, y'all remember, I used to have a sponsor like every month. And that kept me up. And that's the way I preferred it, because I would take thousands of dollars from a sponsor, from a big company that makes millions of dollars a year, and I would be able to take that money. And then we didn't have to set sub goals. We didn't have to push sub goals. People were just giving to give. So it's like, I wish that was the way it was anymore, but now companies, as you see across the board, are so tight-fisted. I can't ask for my normal going rate anymore. I used to be able to be like, cool, I am going to do this one sponsorship, and I'm going to make rent and bills for the next 2 months. I can breathe a big sigh of relief. Morgan and I can buy groceries without worrying if we're going to go over budget. We can get that car part repaired or replaced, and my community, I won't even mention sub count. There would be months and months I didn't even have to talk about how many subs were happening, unless it was like a good thing, where I was like, oh my God, you guys just got us to 800 subs. It would be like a positive thing. It wouldn't be like, oh man, guys, we just lost like 100 subs. Like, it wasn't that back then. But the bubble did pop a while ago, and it's really rough. Sitting through ads is literally the easiest and freest thing to do for support. You say that, and regulars will say that because you're very sweet, and a lot of you have gotten desensitized to them. But like, I know a lot of newer viewers or newer members of the community who like don't come back because of how many ads I run. Banana Moon Puppy, thank you for the 185 streams, by the way. Appreciate that. Tried selling your vital organs? You know, I've actually considered it. All right, thank you for the gifted sub to Banana Moon Puppy as well. Thank you. I've noticed sponsorship opportunities have really dried up. The other thing that sucks is, again, this was by design. A lot of companies who are kind of evil about shit decided to start lowballing people on purpose and started doing this really crappy thing where they were like, hey, we're not going to give you base pay. Hey, streamer that's used to getting 10 viewers a stream, you're going to feel really special because we got this great sponsorship from Monopoly Go. We're not going to pay you any money. You're still going to do the same huge amount of work that is expected of people that we normally pay full-time for this. And you're not going to make any money unless you get 50 people to download the game. And then we're going to pay you like $1 for each person that like downloaded the game. And that became the model, that like weird commission driven model. And you'll see a lot of streamers do that. Like there's a couple that I might be doing just to help make ends meet sometime soon. And it's free for you, you know, like, hey, go download this silly mobile game. And then every download's going to count towards like making sure that like I can keep making rent and bills. But it also feels shitty to do because back in the day, it used to be like, hey, we'll pay you just $1,000 to just promote our game for 3 hours on your stream. And I go, cool, awesome. I like the game. You know, it lines up with like the types of games I normally play. I think my community would like this game. Cool, let's do that. That sounds like a cool business endeavor. And then maybe they'd pay me a little bit on top for the number of people who click through my Steam link or whatever. That's how it used to be. And now, even with the record-breaking sales of the games industry every single year now, we have, instead of them continuously handing out those types of deals, we have CEOs who go, we're an employee-forward company. We just fired half of our staff and replaced them with AI so that I can buy another mega mansion. That's kind of the skew that's been going on for a while. So that taking more sponsorships is a little bit more difficult, unfortunately, than just like hitting up companies the way I used to, or having companies hit me up. So that's part of it. It all kind of sucks. It's a slow death for a lot of content creators. I've watched a lot of friends of mine who have done this almost as long as me or as long as me not do it anymore because they can't afford to do it anymore. And it's a weird thing to watch, you know? It's been an odd thing. Alexis, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Elijah, welcome to the stream as well. The only complaint I have for ads is that they're so loud and will jump scare me. Yeah, that's a Twitch side issue. I wish they had ad volume normalization. One of the things that they're trying, I was talking to Twitch staff when I was in Memphis for St. Jude, for the St. Jude Summit, is they are experimenting with, you'll see them every now and then. They'll have like little, like the screen will like shrink a little bit, and there will be like a banner ad under the stream instead. Or it will be like a very low volume audio ad that pops up there. And so they're working on those models instead. And that's the way that I hope that they move, because I think that would be way better for all of us who watch this from like a user interface side of things, user experience side of things. Donate so Brian can buy his first mega mansion. God, Morgan and I should have just moved to LA when we had the opportunity 2 years back, because now like the way that the real estate market is and the economy and our own savings having been completely depleted by the past couple years. Yeah, we could have been out there in the promised land of work opportunities. It would have been a lot easier to get like voice acting stuff and sponsorships out there, but it was also the pandemic, and we didn't really want to move during lockdown because that would be fucked up of us. Naray with the gifted sub to Elijah. Thank you so much for that generosity. Again, Naray, you've already done so much for this community. Elijah, enjoy the emotes, the sub badge, and the ad-free viewing. Feel like these companies have reverse unionized against streamers by all agreeing to pay jack shit for sponsorships? Yeah, they have. It's really weird. Employee first, but the only employees they're talking about are at the top office. Yeah, the exec board. Banner ads are way better. I agree. Jessa, enjoy your lurk, by the way. Amy with the gifted sub to Jessa. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Enjoy those emotes, sub badge, and the ad-free viewing. Should have been buying up real estate in 2008 instead of being 11 years old. Yeah, it's like the, there's that song with the little dancing cartoon cat. It's like, I wasted time not buying real estate while I was in the fetus or whatever. Because I'm like, shit, dude. It really is. That's where the economy's at right now. People used to make fun of millennials and people younger than us for being like, we'll never be able to afford homes. And so many of my friends can't. It's just like real weird. Things got very strange very quickly. Wasted time in my mother's womb. Yeah, I wasted time in my mother's womb. Yep. It's really, anyway, I'll stop bitching about my condition, because at the end of the day, like I said, Morgan and I will find a way to make ends meet, because we always have. We have literally survived every single hurdle that we've come up against doing these jobs as content creators that we have over the years. So, there will be a way. We'll figure out a way. But I'm really grateful for people listening. I don't talk about this shit a lot because it's boring. It's boring. It sounds like I'm whining from a place of privilege. And it's just, and then third, it's boring. It's just double boring. It's a boring sandwich to listen to streamers or anyone who's public facing, who has any amount of influence like I've had the privilege of over all these years to talk about this shit. But it's just like, man, I don't know what to do sometimes. It's like a catch-22, damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing. Because on the other side of it is, if I don't talk about this, people have misconceptions about how this job works too. So, I know you probably hate the idea, but would doing a monthly subathon help? God, I've never done one. Ever in 8 years of full-time, 12 years of content, I've never done a subathon. You could talk to any of my friends. You could be like, hey, what's Brian's thoughts on subathons? They'll be like, oh my God, he has a violent reaction when they're mentioned. I don't mind when other people do them. I think it's awesome that people can do that. I just don't have the energy. I don't have anything worth giving for like however many days I have to be live. I don't have cool incentives. I can't think of them. I'm so burnt out right now. I can't think of, like, I already have this huge list of earned incentives, stream incentives that I'm supposed to do for special streams that y'all earn. That was like a soft subathon, even having these types of fucking goals up on the screen. This stuff freaks me out. These are like soft subathons. If you want this stuff, you fund it. But at the end of the day, it's just like, I'm bleeding out money at the same time, and it sucks because, like, then I can't put the money into that cool thing that chat just earned as much, and it's very hard for me to find, like I said before, like, things that are going to be worth your money to watch. Me do. So hungry for boring sandwich. I don't think it's boring. I think it's important to talk about it. I hope it's insightful for people who have ever wondered about content. I hope that it's, like, insightful to people who are getting started with this, and, like, you know, to talk about some of the pitfalls of being someone who has just done this, again, based on the generosity and kindness of other people, as well as, like, back when business was good, working with companies and stuff. I don't know. I really, really do. I really, really do hope that, like, if you're someone who's thought about going full-time, like, these are things you consider as well. Not to chase you away, but just to be realistic about it. Subathon stole his wallet once. It really is, like, I don't know. Like, I have no qualms with other people doing them. I have friends who do subathons literally every month. I don't have the energy, man. I'm old. I'm tired. I'm, like, not that good at this for having done it this long. Yo, Leggies, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Hello, I was just talking about you and how proud I was about you putting up the GoFundMe stuff. Really proud of you. Really happy for you. Did that ever get fully funded, by the way? Because if it didn't, please drop the link here in the chat so that my community knows what's going on with your sweet, sweet baby mans. Leggies, how was your stream? What were you up to? Anyone from my community who doesn't follow Leggies yet, please go do so. You're great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you sharing your community. Yeah, if you're new here, read the rules. If you don't know me, my name's Brian, aka Girbeagly. I'm a Korean-American full-time Twitch partner, YouTuber, and voice actor. I do a little bit of everything. I play AAA games, I play indies, I open up Pokemon cards, and I do cosplay from time to time. We were going to go live with St. Jude fundraising today, but I needed a little bit more time, so tomorrow, that is the plan, and I'm very excited to do that with everybody. But having a little bit of a real talk about, like, about money and such, which sucks. I hate talking about it. It's, like, really annoying. Lionheart, thank you. Happy AAPI Heritage Month to anybody who celebrates or is included in that umbrella. I'd argue you are good at doing this by the sheer fact that you have been doing this so long. And then I'm of the other camp of, like, experience doesn't necessarily mean skill. Spark, what's up? Good to see you here. And also Amy with the gifted sub to Spark. Spark, enjoy that. Enjoy the emote sub badge and the ad-free viewing. Thank you for that generosity, Amy. Brian, hear me out. Grift positive. Maybe you should be like, what is that dude's name? Jay Shetty? Fake inspirational skits for real never makes sense. You just gotta start doing that. I don't know. It's like, I don't know how I'd work that into stream content, and I'm nowhere close on TikTok to getting it monetized. I don't know how it would work. GoFundMe was weird and raised it another 1K. Oh, weird. It's currently, you're gonna stop at 6K, but it's currently at 5,871. Freaking right there. You're in its backyard right there, Leggies. That's awesome. So glad that so many people are supporting you. Like, truly. That's what we were talking about earlier about you, by the way, is I'm so happy that people are supporting you. It's fair. I know a lot cap time, but do, like, mini incentives of, like, oh, we reached this mini milestone, streamer does rage game for 30 minutes, or streamer eats this weird candy. Again, I think it's, like, it's so hard for me to justify, because, again, I've had people who have just straight up accused me over the years, and granted, like, I don't know, maybe back then I wasn't doing my due diligence to follow through on things, because I was in a deep depressive rut, and I was just, like, struggling with shit so hard, but, like, I've fallen through on, like, some, like, incentives in the past. I think it would be really screwed up of me to be like, hey, guys, you already gave me a bajillion subs, you already gave me, like, a bajillion tips, we earned all these incentives that you've been waiting on for, like, 8 months now. By the way, I'm going to do a subathon also where you can earn more incentives for me to do. I don't know. I feel bad about that. I feel like I was like double dipping into people's bank accounts, if that makes sense. Just, it's tough. St. Jude time of the year, that also means I've officially been here for 8 months. Let's freaking go. I love that the St. Jude incentives always end up attracting more people to this community. It's really cool. It's been super hard to ask for help, but I have had some great friends kind of force my hand. Yeah, I mean, I meant every word that I said when I DM'd you the other week. Like, truly rooting for you in every way. Like, you're a good person who's done net good. Asking for help sucks. It's hard. I think a lot of us are kind of looking for it these days. And it's just like a lot of us also were raised with shame and guilt, and we have rejection sensitivity, and we have pride that we want to like do this all ourselves and not, quote, inconvenience other people, and all that shit builds up. And I know most of it comes from an unhealthy place within myself and within a lot of the people that I know who are very kind-hearted and beautiful, wonderful individuals like Leggy's there. But it's just like, man, I don't know. It's so fucking, it's tough. It's hard to work through. It's like 30 plus years of me dealing with this kind of stuff. It's, again, why I'm still in therapy. You know, I try to take opportunities, strike when the iron's hot kind of thing. But at the same time, it's like I never want people to feel like I'm taking advantage of them. Mayor, welcome to the stream. Thor's, hello. Sometimes it helps to reframe asking for help as giving people the opportunity to pay it forward. Oh, trust me, I've tried that approach. Again, I've been in therapy with the same therapist for 4 years now. She's amazing. She's worth every penny. Every thousand and thousands and thousands of dollars that I've paid her. But she's great. We've worked through a lot of this stuff. And again, as someone who used to be a psych counselor, literally practiced psychology and learned it inside and out when I was in school. I know how to give this advice to other people. I just never know how to put myself first enough to give it to myself. Independent child syndrome and religious trauma. That too. That stuff sucks. We talk about that stuff a lot here, Leggies. It's a wombo combo. It's bad. It's not fun. Fair, it's different for everyone, but I know that simple changes helped a few friends. That's wonderful for them. That is very, very wonderful. I don't think that you understand the depths of my neuroses, though. That's every single time I've ever had any talk with any friends, any community members, any family member with Morgan. Oh, y'all don't know me well enough. You do not understand how fucked up this brain is. How many decades of weird shit I've had to try to work through over the past... I've only had 4 years of therapy with this therapist. I've worked with other therapists in the past through other issues, but my self-worth and just being a vulnerable, open, honest person, I used to clam up all my emotions. I just like kept them in this tight ball that I didn't share with anybody for so long. People didn't even know what I was thinking. Some of my closest friends don't know what my favorite color is. That kind of level of like secrecy and not wanting to inconvenience or bother or freak out anybody else. So decades of that versus 4 years of therapy working on it in a very concentrated way. It's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to be a bit of healing. I've always given very good advice, but seldom seem to follow it. Alice in Wonderland or whatever. I also relate to this quote. I feel it. Often hardest for the helper to help themselves, says the MA in counseling. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I want to be like Mr. Rogers and like Robin Williams. But I don't know. It's a mess inside my brain. So any of these moments where it's like my therapist laid it into me today. She was like, how have you been doing? And I was like, oh, okay. She's like, how's work? Yeah, it's been all right. You know, haven't been making money for a little bit. She immediately hit me with the like, when was the last time you told other people that? When was the last time you put yourself first? And then I just cried for like 45 minutes, and then then the session was over, and then I've dissociated for the past like 8. So being here now, present, having this like very nuanced and yet very in-depth talk has been a lot. And again, I hope I'm coming across in a way that makes sense. And again, I none of this is to like ever pressure people. This is just me being like a real human being. And especially with just, God, the additional guilt of like, I want y'all to save money for St. Jude. We start St. Jude fundraising tomorrow. I want these kids to go home. They're living a way worse life than me. I want these kids, like, truly, I want them to get a cure. You know, like I want, especially with my sister's diagnosis, like her original prognosis was 3 months, guys. She's made it 6 because of the incredible science that we have that's funding and fueling chemo. I want everyone to have a shot at life forever. Superheroes need to eat too. I would never ever call myself a superhero. I know I go into my bits where I get like really arrogant and cocky and I'm like, I'm the best goddamn streamer there is. That's right, chat, bow down to me. I don't know. It's just, the world is a mess. And I'm just grateful to have good people who even want to listen. Again, thanks for the ad rev to those of you sticking around here tonight. It's really cool. It's really, really nice. Times are hard for a lot of people out there. How much have you raised for St. Jude again? I'd say that's pretty super. Could be more. I'm glad that... listen, here's the thing. I will never diminish our community's impact. You are the heroes. You are the ones who have saved lives. You have saved so many kids' lives. No exaggeration at all. I've gotten to meet some of the families. We're going to do it again. But it's not a just me thing. Can't pour from an empty cup. It's okay to need help too. Yeah, I get it. But also it's like, man, to have someone be like, hey, how realistically, like, how many subs would you need for you to start making money again? And me being like, we are 432 off. That's fucked up. That's I don't know, that's a mess to like say that out loud. It's like really weird to say that kind of thing. We could use a bit more arrogance from you. Mostly because we know how cripplingly humble you actually are. Ah, God, I don't know. I can play a cocky character. I can play an arrogant character in things. Actually, speaking of, real quick side note, before I forget, simply due to the fact that I was just sent the headshots of my characters earlier today by the dev team and given full permission to talk about this stuff. There's a game that's still technically... early access by Vertigo Gaming called Cook Serve Forever. If you're a fan of the Cook Serve Delicious series, like number 1 through 3, there's a brand new game that just finally, they did this big overhaul of the entire gameplay system. They used a completely different engine because people didn't like the early stages of the game. So they built it, they recoded it all the way from the ground up. Cook Serve Forever. But they just did this big story update, so the whole game's narrative and all the voice acting is in the game now. Years ago, many years ago, I think it was like 2022, I did voice acting, or maybe it was 2023, but I did voice acting for this game. I got to voice 2 characters in this. Thank you so much, Corey, for linking the game on Steam, by the way, if you want to wishlist it or even buy it. Unlocked done with my work, Spark. That's great to hear. I love the those games and Cook Serve Forever. I'm so excited about the update. Twine, I'm so glad that you know what it is. I'm on a huge cast. I'm a little bit above my pay grade, honestly, because there's some really cool people on the cast. My friend M. Montgomery, aka Nega Oryx, is in it as one of the main characters. Elspeth Eastman is on the cast. Sungwon Cho, again, ProZD. God, who else is on it? There's like a million people who are just like unbelievably talented, very, very just, God, awesome voice actors. And this was back, I did this recording like 3 years ago when I did not have the acting chops I have now. I did not have the equipment I have now. I did not have quite the level of skill that I have now, but they still tap me to voice because they like my work in Boyfriend Dungeon to voice 2 characters. Both of them are like major characters, but not like main characters. Also, thank you so much, Murm, with the gifted sub to Twined. That's very, very sweet. Thank you for that support. But there's a character named Ren, and there's a character named Ruben. Let's start with Ruben. Ruben is a geeky librarian type of character. He's a total, like, dorky goofball. Again, my stereotypical, sort of, like, scrawny, like, hey, how can I help you kind of guy. So he's one of the characters that I got to do a lot of lines for. He was really fun. And then I also got to do a lot of lines for... he's not the twin character. He's just, like, a scrawny nerd. But, I mean, he could theoretically be categorized in the twin category, like, by extension. This next character, though, is the first non-binary character I've ever gotten to voice. At least that's the way that the script referred to them, with they, them pronouns. They are a character named Ren, who is, again, very arrogant, just to tie it back into me needing to be more arrogant. Ren is like a billionaire, like, robot, like, android... like socialite, and they are an absolute piece of work. But I finally they were my very first non-binary voice role, which is really cool. But they're like very dramatic and like looking down their nose at other people. So those are the two characters that I got to voice, which is like sick. So go check out CookServe Forever. I just installed it. I also have 3 keys to give away. So whenever we end up playing that on stream, which I'll add that to the voting rotation soon, whenever we get to CookServe Forever, I'll give out those 3 keys for people in the community. So I hope you're looking forward to that. It will be cool. I haven't played the game yet. I've heard that it's fun, though, with the new update. I had to take a phone call, so I missed something, but I want to point out, you don't need to care about people who won't stick around or will try to do a call-out of you for being transparent about financial struggle. There will literally always be losers looking for a reason. Those of us who are here, look at us. Witness this outpouring of love and support. Not only are... God, shit, that one got me. You can't write shit like that right after I had therapy earlier today. I just spent so much of today crying. Not only are we telling the truth, but we are literally here. We know and understand most of your jokes and anxieties about money. Thank you. People will come and go. Let some of them be freaks about it. Maybe we capitalize on it. You're not Trisha Paytas. That is true. But Trisha also can afford a mega mansion. So am I doing something wrong? What's going on? Non-binary rep, let's go. Yeah, I know, right? It's awesome to see, Sky. It's very, very cool that I got to do that. Sally, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. We love you very parasocially. Yeah, I do have the therapy debuff today. Like, I don't know. I'm in my feels today. Yeah, critical hits do land more easily. I am very low HP at the moment. Defense is down. Witness the support. Yo, what's up, Ace? Welcome. I've been playing a lot of Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It's probably the most beautiful JRPG I played in forever. Man, I thought I loved Sea of Stars, but I freaking love this game. I look for every opportunity to play it whenever I can. But damn, all I could think of is there's a condition called defenseless that you can apply to enemies, where their defenses go down. And that's me right now. I'm very defenseless. So your community is here and supportive and having fun. Have fun getting rid of us. You know what's funny? I've done a number of things intentionally on stream to try to get rid of certain types of people in the past. It's kind of worked sometimes. I don't know. We're constantly evolving here. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so devastating. I just wanted to give a hug with words. Well, it worked very well. Thank you. Sometimes that's all I need.
No, why would I get
Man.
Bread makes you fat.
Bread makes you fat?
Thank you, Amy, for the gifted sub to Ace. Ace, enjoy those emotes and the sub badge. Enjoy. While we're talking about stuff you're in, I'm going to be listening to the Technomancy Project during a road trip in a few days. I hope you enjoy it. So they're re-recording the first season right now with the current cast and with the upgraded recording process that they have and equipment that they have. So it's going to take a little bit of time if you haven't listened to it before. If you want to listen to it in its sort of like remastered format, like remake format. But also the OG series is worth listening to. But they're trying to bring up the quality of Season 1 to what it was in Season 2. My character that I just got to voice again, Leonard Sajun, appears in season 2. And then I just got to do my season 3 episode, one of apparently several that I'll be doing that I can't wait for people to listen to. But yeah, it's so funny. I got approached for like another audio drama a little bit ago, and I was like, there's no way in hell I can juggle 2. So Technomancy Project is the only one that I'm on. But it's a fun one. God, if you like X-Files or Doctor Who or Supernatural or anything like that, it's a really cool audio drama. So enjoy it. Amy, thank you for the gifted sub to Ace. If I didn't say that already, thank you again. I need Sea of Stars too. Oh man, I'm excited. Yeah, to see the DLC stuff. Very, very excited. I'm a barnacle. Outside of fundamentally changing how you are as a person to the kind of chud we decry here, you cannot get rid of me. Well, you're going to hate Boys Night Stream. No, I'm not going to be offensive during Boys Night Stream, but I am going to share less of my proud moments and act like an annoying person the entire time. That'll be fun. Boys Night Stream will be funny. You'll never get this, but like you're actually allowed to be boring and annoying. There are many tubers and streamers in mega mansions and 10 Ferraris who are either or both of those things on top of being morally bankrupt. So like imagine that. You can be annoying and boring and people will still love you. Strange, ain't it? Man, I mean, as someone who... Man, I don't want to get like too deep about this shit or open up like any bad doorways. But like as someone who just did not have friends until like my teenage years, as someone who did not experience open emotion very much in my upbringing or people who said I love you very often, it's hard. It's really hard for me to conceptualize that even today. There's a reason I say I love you to my friends as often as I do. Is part of it is with the hope that they'll say it back, but also because I know experiencing my life earlier on how much I needed that and how much some of them might need that. Man, it's a bit, and any genuine experience pulled from, we know you've grown from. I appreciate that, Liz. During Boys Night, I just want to discuss football with Bree because I know that they know football, but not many others here know football. Man, I'll talk Steelers all day long. I'll talk football trades. I'll talk draft. Damn. I'll wear my women want me fish fear me hat in solidarity. Mayor, love that. Handshake emoji, it's very difficult, and I'm the pot calling the kettle. I feel ya. Brookie, welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you here. Welcome on in. Man, I've yapped a long time. Chat, thank you again for all the support here at the beginning of stream. Again, you'll hear me say shit. Like, here, okay, just to be fully transparent, like, the most that I ever do to ever, I guess, ask for help is again, we have like tip bar, we have like sub goals, like we have Girl Week set at 700, which is like, that's the amount I need to not lose money every month kind of thing. But also like, I'll be like, man, we hit double digit subs tonight. That's so awesome. Because I'd rather lead with appreciation for something that could have been 0. Versus being like, guys, you have no idea how much 10 subs even a night helps me. You have no idea, like, 10 subs, like, can get us back to, like, where I need to be. It's so fucking hard to talk about this stuff, dude. It's a lot. But, like, yeah, that's, like, the most, like, that's me subtly, like, that's the passive, like, way of me being like, oh my god, I hope you know you're really helping. It's hard. The neural pathways will get where they need to be eventually. As you know, it takes a lot of practice, which you are allowed to take a break from tonight as you had therapy today. Every day for me is the repetition of cognitive behavioral therapy. That's what I'm trained in. I try to apply that kind of thing. It's the whole reason I've survived as long as I have, is applying my own practice when I can have the sort of like outside perspective to do so for myself. Ree thought he could prevent Merm and I from merging into a more powerful being. She was wrong. Wait, Mermaid would go hard, but also scare me. I'll say it. It's hard, but we got you. Most importantly, you got you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, we have a visitor. Hi, Siggy. What are you doing? Got a Siggy boy. Very, very silly boy. Chat, y'all
No, why would I get fat?
are great.
Makes you fat.
Y'all are great.
Makes you fat?
God, what else? God, I didn't mean for this to take up an hour of tonight. I really didn't. Jesus, God. Thank you. All of you are great. It really is hard, but a few years ago, you wouldn't have even entertained this conversation, so big W, proud of you. Thank you, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Did this merge begin with my typo? Did you make a typo? Probably then. Also, thank you, Amy, with the gifted sub to Mare. That's so kind. Mare, enjoy the emotes, the sub badge, and the ad-free viewing so you don't have to sit through 8 billion years of ads. And you get access to some really great emotes. Again, like, huge shout-out to Slade and everybody else who's made emotes over the years and really helped cement this community's identity in such a huge way. Really cool of you. Yeah, I did not mean for this to talk, or to go on. Thank you for listening. Again, tonight was originally scheduled as the start of St. Jude Play Live fundraising. We're pushing it off to tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I got a lot of very, very goofy things. Some of them familiar, some incentives from previous years, but a lot of like goofy milestones set up that will hopefully incentivize people to helping out this great cause. Laughing at whatever I do. Just thank you, everybody. Again, last year we hit $10,000 raised in 2 weeks. Now, granted, we got a big donation from Twitch during that, but like I have full faith that we're gonna get to that, or get to whatever I set as the goal in just like a few weeks. It's not gonna take us all 4. We always yap about something different for the first hour. We just vibe. It's true. Yeah, I hate making it about me. I really, really hate making it about me. That said, chat, St. Jude, incredibly important organization to me. I know people who have been treated there as kids. I know people who have, benefited from the research, the breakthroughs that people have, the scientists and the doctors have made at St. Jude over the years that have benefited the wider overarching cancer community. But I'm going to show you a little something. Now that you've made me emotional tonight, I'm going to show you something. And some of you were expecting this probably, and some of you know what this is about to be. I'm going to show you a quick little video. It's only 4 minutes, so I'll see you in 4 minutes. But just as a little thing that will show you, like, I don't know, just the vibe of St. Jude. Why I raise for it every year, why I'm constantly motivated to do so, the spark of, like, my motivation. I don't know, it's a really, really good video. That said, warning about this video. Some of you have seen this year after year, by the way. It features some older footage from the founder, Danny Thomas, who originally created St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So there's this like kind of high-pitched whining, like old recording noise in the background for some of the clips. It does go away after the first like minute of the video, so just as a heads up to those of you with more sensitive hearing like me. Yeah, revenge emotions. That's what's happening here. This is reciprocal, making everybody cry in the club because I have to. Thank you all. Like, this is very generous. I don't know. I just kind of have to. I have to take a breather behind the video. So you'll enjoy this while I'm doing that for the next 4 minutes, and then I'll see you back here in a moment. Like, thank you, truly, thank you for being here. Thanks for listening to me. Thanks for caring about the cause. And yeah, I'm gonna actually pause alerts and then yeah, sound alerts aren't even on for this scene. All right, I'll see you back here in 4. Be good. Enjoy. Prepare thy tear ducts, and know that this is like a very genuine representation of this organization and hospital. If you've never seen this before, I hope you really enjoy it. It's a really special video. All right, I'll be right back.
It's a glittering premiere at the Chicago Theater for Warner Brothers' I'll See You in My Dreams. A real dream has come true, for this benefit premiere launches a drive for a new hospital sponsored by the film star Danny Thomas, here arriving with his family. Years ago, Danny vowed he'd build a hospital if he ever became famous. $32,000 are subscribed, the first of $1 million Danny Thomas tells friends he'll raise for the St. Jude's Hospital of his dreams.
They said it couldn't be done. They said that it was a task which would break my heart. They said it was impossible. At this very moment, as I speak to you, in the city of Memphis, Tennessee, there is being constructed a hospital in the form of a star. There it is, in concrete, glass, and steel, to offer help to all the children of the world, regardless of race, creed, or economic status. You and I have vowed that we will do everything in our power, spiritually, physically, mentally, and financially, to bring about the defeat of these catastrophic diseases. We're going to begin with leukemia, and by God's grace, after defeating it, go on to other diseases. That little tiny building has led the world in advancements in pediatric science and clinical care, and now it's going to rise up. You will bring it to the fore through an organization called ALSAC. If I were to die tomorrow, I now know why I was born.
While we're sitting here making this video, there's a family that's walking through the front doors on a Friday afternoon, and they're at St. Jude. When we came to St. Jude, I asked the doctor, "Can you treat my child?" And he said, "No. We're going to cure him."
I hope y'all liked movie time. Time to sob forever. Yeah, yeah. Fine until the end. The end always gets me. When I was setting up the video scene, I was setting up the video scene before stream, and I started crying at my desk because of that. It kills me every time. I've watched that video probably 25 times in my life. It destroys me every single time. So good. Yeah, the babies. Yeah. That's sort of the St. Jude mentality, is they're not there to just treat kids. They want a world where no kid ever has to worry about cancer. They want to develop like a vaccine or a medication that will prevent cancer, that will cure it. So, I mean, a lot of you have talked to me about, you got your own kids. You have young nieces and nephews and cousins, and it's always one of those things that, like, thinking about an organization like St. Jude, if worse came to worse and someone you knew who's that young got leukemia or cancer of some sort, St. Jude would potentially treat them or have offered up the types of technology that wherever you are going for treatment, like they were the ones who helped develop those. 1 in 5 not going home is too many. Exactly. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know the stat, when Danny Thomas, the founder that you saw there in those clips and heard speaking, first opened the doors, basically if a kid got leukemia, it was a death sentence, and parents would just drop their kid off at like essentially a hospice and then leave. And oftentimes they would not come back for their kid because it was like a 20% chance that the kid lives. So Danny Thomas saw that when he was traveling around, and he said, this is very unacceptable. No child deserves to die in the dawn of life. I need to do something about this. And since St. Jude has opened their doors, childhood leukemia has raised to a survival rate of 80%, constantly going up, by the way, with all the breakthroughs that they have. And that 80% is still not good enough because they go, oh my God, that means that 4 out of every 5 kids goes home. What about that family that just lost their kids still? So that's their mentality. It's always future forward. Why not? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hi. The thing that I love about St. Jude, outside of just all of that great stuff, is they are very donation driven. They are donation driven. They are allowed to do the types of lab testing they need to. They are allowed to fund the type of research they need to without a lot of the red tape that comes with like government grants. Right now, we have an administration that's wreaking havoc on the medical field, and a lot of those grants are being pulled. A lot of research groups are being shut down. St. Jude doesn't have to worry about that as long as they're still receiving donations. So us raising money via donations for them truly does make a huge impact, and they can use it on a lot of things that like insurance normally doesn't cover, or that they would need clearance from insurance to even offer. So because it's very donation driven, the money goes towards covering not just medical supplies and surgeries and the doctor's pay. It goes towards covering things like food, travel expenses, the hand sanitizer that the admin staff uses, and the paper that they print things out on for parents to take with them. It's the wristbands that kids need to identify what kind of surgery they need. Everything is covered because of donations. So $100,000 from this community alone has made a huge impact in that regard, because that money is used for everything from building new research centers on the campus. You saw, that 3D view of the campus, the drone footage as well, to, again, the proton laser. There's only 2 of them in the world that allows them to hyper-specifically target cancer cells in a child, doing minimal invasive damage to that kid. All of that stuff gets funded because of us. So we're doing some really big things right now. Amethyst, welcome to the stream. Hello, hi, welcome, welcome. The other thing that I love is you might have seen one of the first, I think it was the first baby that's shown on the screen, is a little black baby being helped out by one of the nurses at St. Jude, one of the doctors at St. Jude. And Danny Thomas opened this hospital. He didn't start getting funding and funding it from his own. For those of you who don't know, he was an actor. And he was not a good actor in the beginning. He wasn't getting any work at all. He didn't get any sort of publicity. And he apparently, he's a Lebanese American who came over to America to, with his family, and then he decided to try to act. And he apparently sent this wish up into the heavens and said, hey, whatever God is listening to me right now, if you, help my acting career take off, then I'll like dedicate my life to helping others. And the very next day, he got a phone call with his first big break. And he immediately cashed the paycheck, paid off his debts, and then took the remaining money. As you heard, I think it was like $36,000 back in like 1959 or whatever, convert for today. And he put that into building the campus of St. Jude. And he started looking for investors in Memphis, Tennessee, the South, in the 1960s. And they said, well, yeah, that's fine as long as you're going to, treat white kids. And he said, hey, I'm a Lebanese American. I came here from a different country that's often persecuted. No. He's like, I see how underserved the black community is here in the South. No, it doesn't matter what someone's skin color is or their background or their creed that they believe in or their socioeconomic status, so like how much money their family makes. Their kid still deserves a shot at life. So some of the first patients at St. Jude were black children. And for me, in the face of the racism and the weird fascist undertones and overtones that we've been facing currently, having someone who blatantly stood in defiance of that in a very loud way and basically said, hey, investors who don't want to give me money because of this, I don't care. I'll find better investors. And he went out and he did that. That's awesome. Knowing that if my sister who's diagnosed with cancer now had been diagnosed with cancer back then as a kid, they would have treated her. They would have treated people that looked like us. That's a freaking huge thing. That's a really cool thing. So that's another huge reason I support this cause. The intersectionality within it is unbelievable. They try to serve a lot of underprivileged communities, including internationally, where people are dealing with like the effects of wartime. Maybe the hospital that a kid normally goes to was evacuated or destroyed. They're going to fly those kids to St. Jude to get some treatment, or they're going to give them the money to go to one of their satellite locations and get the treatment. So that is something that I find really cool. This is not a just America-centric organization, even though it's based here in America. It's an international thing. People from all over the world literally drop their jobs to go try to work at St. Jude because they believe in the impact of it. Every time they have a medical breakthrough or the research that's done there in the labs has a medical breakthrough, they upload it to a database for free. For free. Any other medical or scientific institutions around the globe can access it, apply it to their own stuff that they're doing, and save as many lives as they can. It's a very cool thing. His passion reminds me of yours, Brian. Who knows if I'll ever get to Danny Thomas status, but that's very flattering. Thank you. He was an icon. No child deserves to die in the dawn of life. No exceptions. Every child deserves care. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. He has a Wikipedia page. I don't. So we'll see if that ever happens. But that said, I wanted to hit y'all with that video today. You'll see that a couple more times throughout the month of May. But that one's like really special. That's like such a good video. I really hope that, I don't know, we do the good that we always do. And yeah, I'm just really appreciative to have a passionate community who's funded this thing year after year after year. But yeah, on the heels of the other talk about finances and money and stuff like that, I wanted to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence to keep focus in our community on what really matters a lot this month here. So thank you all for listening to the big yap session here at the beginning of the stream. Let me turn the tunes back on in the background, and you now get to take the microphone away from you. Oh, I mean, theoretically. Please give me some of your good news. Drop that good news here in the chat so that we can all enjoy it. I'll turn alerts back on as well. It doesn't have to be anything big, as long as it's something that made you happy today or throughout the week or something that you're excited about. And make sure that you're congratulating each other. That's a nice thing to do. Good things happening to good people in a good community, even when the world isn't so good. I'm reading your Wikipedia page as we speak. Oh, God. Yoinks Mike, all right, everyone. Tell Brian how great that... No, it's good news time. It's about you. You talk about how great you are. You got something good to share, please drop it in the chat. I would love to read some. Again, my brain's been riding on autopilot for most of today, so it will be really nice to actually read some people's great news. But yeah. Drop that while you have the opportunity. And then I guess tonight, I don't know why so many people ended up voting for Dredge. It normally never wins. It's normally like last in the Discord poll, but it blew away the other choices tonight. So we're going to be doing some Dredge tonight, which is mainly like a chill fishing game combined with some Lovecraftian horrors beyond all human understanding. So that's kind of fun. Annoying news, I have a medical appointment tomorrow. I'm absolutely dreading, but good news, I decided afterwards I'm going to a new coffee place I've wanted to try to get a strawberry chai tea iced latte to reward myself. Nettles, I really hope that the medical appointment goes as smoothly as possible. Fingers crossed for you. Just as someone who's had to attend a lot of other people's medical appointments recently, it's like, I understand the anxiety. Please treat yourself afterwards. Enjoy treating yourself. You deserve that. Good news, I'm part of this amazing community curated by this amazing streamer called Brain Bagel or something. Well, I hope that you enjoy Brain Bagel. Hopefully they're doing a lot better than I am. Thank you, Sally. Thank you for hanging out. Was really gunning for Blueprints. I want to start Blueprints eventually. It's hard because, like, Blueprints is really good. A lot of people are playing it right now, so some people are burnt out on it. But I really want to play it at some point. And then also, we got to get Cook Serve Forever going now that I got the go-ahead to show y'all my voice acting in it. Good news, I made my favorite instant noodles and also did some kitchen cleaning. Let's freaking go. Very good. A little treat for yourself and decluttering your environment. Good stuff. Good news, my mom bought me a new dress from Dillard's, new Antonio Milani heels, and a pedicure that is painted light orange that will match one of the flowers on my dress for this coming Saturday. That's so cute. That's so wonderful. I'm so glad that your mom got to treat you to all of that, Phoebe. Good news, it's my Friday. We made it through the week. Hell yeah! Way to go. I'm very proud of everyone making it through. I'm watching this cool person, Girbeagly or whatever. Actually, someone already claimed the name Girbeagly in the Discord, as you know, Merm. But Merm, it's great to have you here. It always is. Whether you're being chaotic or not, it's always so nice to have you here, truly. Good news, I know I kind of said this already, but I talked with an auto wrecking place to get my old car towed out of the auto repair shop, so now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Plus, getting a little over $100 for it and not paying car insurance for the time being score. That is good. That is very, very good to hear. I'm glad that you're getting that taken care of. Morgan and I got to do that. We got a car that, again, unfortunately, we put a lot of love into it, but it's, yeah, it's dead now. We have to get rid of it very soon. So, a little bit of motivation for us to stop dragging our feet on it as well. Nancy, welcome to the stream. Hello, hi. Good news, I listened to my body and rested a lot today. Not that the weather changes gave me much choice. Now I'm debating going and getting some food because the Neurospicy isn't interested in anything in the house. I feel you on that one, Liz. I've not been able to eat out a lot this year, just again due to finance stuff, but like when I've treated myself, it hits so good. Good news, I started my new job this week and just finished training today. Excited to be working from home. Narzanim, very happy to hear that you're able to do that. I really hope that you enjoy the privilege that comes with that. And yeah, that's awesome. Good luck with the new job. Blueprints is so good, but so intricate. I can't wait. I have such a puzzle brain. I love those types of games. Dillard's is a name I haven't heard in ages. Same. I think the last time I was in a Dillard's was when I still lived in Florida. Good news, today was the second day this week I went on a walk. I moved recently, and the area around my place has lots of trees with nice shade. It was amazing. I love that. It was freezing today for some reason in my area. It was very cold, so normally Morgan and I would go out for a walk when the sun's up. We were like, it's too chilly. We're going to sit inside and just bundle up with the cats. But I'm glad that you got that walk in. We've been trying to do a couple more walks recently when the weather cooperates. Good news, I'm having mac and cheese for dinner. Enjoy that. Oh my God. I kind of had the craving for mac and cheese earlier, Amy, so maybe that's my bedtime snack tonight. Amflo's visiting, so I'm resting and listening to my body with my snackies. Amethyst, I'm sorry to hear that you're dealing with that. I really hope that the snacks and kicking back and relaxing will help out as much as it can. Good news, I acknowledged how exhausted and run down I've made myself, so also made the decision to start Play Live tomorrow. Dude, up here. Burnout helps neither of us. Let's freaking go, man. If I was to do St. Jude tonight, my heart would be in it, my energy wouldn't, and it would really suck to do that on the first night. So we both hard launch tomorrow. I hope that you kick ass. I know you're going to, man. Still getting work done, so I, one, feel properly productive, and two, give myself some time to rest soon. Yes, please, please be very wary of burnout. I've been trying to do the same lately. I've really hit the wall over and over again, but now you guys probably know why I switched to the six stream a week schedule that I've currently been on, is because I can't really afford not to. But we're going to make it through. I've been through a lot of challenging, hard times where I've had to sacrifice a lot before. I'm going to get back to where things feel good again. You will too, Austin. Again, taking those moments very seriously to rest and recover always helps people. Those opportunities, those things that you wanted to do, those projects you want to get to, those will still be around. I promise. Good news, I finally got told that my symptoms are consistent with ADHD and I start medication tomorrow. Elijah, as a fellow ADHD haver, good luck. I'm very happy to hear that you got that diagnosis so you can understand your side of things a little bit better, and I really hope meds help. That's awesome. Wonderful to hear. So, no, it's not the orange beetle, but we are taking that into the shop this week as well. So, yeah, thank you to everyone who just gifted subs and tips and stuff. It will probably be going towards that. I keep hearing blueprints. Well, that's the pun of the name. Why not? I love everyone's good news. Me too. I'm torn between the Taco Baco and Wendy's because they're close and relatively cheap. Morgan and I had Wendy's the other day and it slapped so hard. It was so good. It's normally not my top pick, but recently it's been like popping off, and also they dunked on Katy Perry, and that was kind of funny. So I am a big Wendy's supporter for at least the immediate future while the whole like women in space thing happened. I've been enjoying my biggie bag for like $4 or whatever. It's been good. It is, so my resting is top. Yeah, top priority is always reserved for resting. I ate a sandwich. That's my good news. I love a good sandwich. That is good news. Good news, my first paycheck is tomorrow. Sky, let's freaking go. And you like the job. I love that. Super proud of you. Very happy to hear that you're kicking butt at this job, that you have fellow employees who are, taking care of you and talking to you and helping accommodate. And also the fact that they're actually paying on time. Let's freaking go. Never a guarantee these days, as silly as that sounds. Like, God, and as grim as that sounds. Very happy for you. Thank you for all of the good news, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you think of any during Dredge, please feel free to drop it in the chat and know that I'm just really grateful for you being here at all. Like, thank you for watching what I do. I watched Josh Johnson's special about that space trip, and he had a bit where he seemed surprised at Wendy's dunking on it. And I was like, Wendy's has a history of being the most unhinged. Oh, yeah. Like, the OGs of, like, using a social media platform to be cursed in a way that has almost nothing to do with their product, which then makes people, like, tangentially interested in their product. Actually brilliant social marketing, just as someone who used to run a social media marketing department and also ran an internet marketing firm for a while. So happy for everyone's good news. Yeah, same. Very, very much. I'm not with it tonight. I'm really not. If I seem like I'm kind of drifting off, Morgan, I was just texting Morgan while y'all were watching the video, and I was like, did I sound okay? And she was like, I can tell you're really flustered right now, but you did make sense. So as long as I'm making sense, even if I sound not nearly as confident as I normally do, I hope that I'm an entertaining watch tonight. I hope that it's a vibe. I hope that you get what you look for every stream out of the stream, whether it's good energy, companionship from this awesome community, a laugh from me, if you're actually interested in the gameplay, whatever it might be. I really hope that you just have a place to duck away and take a deep breath and know that even though so much is on fire right now, there's a lot of us who are doing our best to give you a cool, chill place to just not have to deal with it for a moment. Take a deep breath, restore your energy, get back to the fight when you need to. It means a lot for me to have these types of moments as well. Good news, I brushed my ultra shedding season dog, vacuumed and swept the house and mowed the lawn today. I'm going to sleep so hard tonight. Busby, I'm so happy to hear. I really hope you get some very restful sleep. Eliza, hello. I got Wendy's after unexpectedly working 2 more hours than I'd planned. Absolutely devoured. I baconator in the time it took my mom to take my grandma her food. My grandma lives 1 flight of stairs below us. Listen, I inhale like fast food these days because I don't get it that often. But when I do, it's such a good treat. It's, oh man. I'm like, I've been waiting for this all month long, you know? Also, really good therapy session this morning. Same, Busby. I had a really good therapy session, but it also emotionally devastated me and made me pick my brain apart all day long, and that's partially why I'm out of it. I'm just very, very dissociative at the moment, so bear with me tonight. Thank you for being patient, everybody. I hope I'm being kind. I hope I'm being inclusive. I hope I'm being present as possible. Good news, still here, still going. Same, Grooch. Same. Really appreciate everyone being here. Tambitron, hello. Pretty side pick. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was from one of the very few formal looks I've gotten to do, but I want to try to do a couple more this year. I like formal gowns. They're fun. I didn't get to wear them growing up, so now I'm making up for lost time. I want to do a wedding gown at some point. I think it would be fun. Maybe something for the future, chat. Maybe, again, if we ever get back up to, like, a decent number of subs, I'll toss some of the money for that towards buying a thrifted wedding gown and then doing that. It is AAPI Heritage Month, so if you are white, you owe me reparations. Bonus good news, Pokemon TCG Pocket just put out a gift code on their social media that's good all month. Go get them, chat. Wait, what's it for? Because they literally just sent me 300 gold again for the new expansion that came out on Pocket. I pulled my cards last night and took screenshots. I'm going to be putting up the post about it tomorrow, so hype that up because I like working with Pokemon, and they like seeing you interact with my posts on socials, so easy way to help support the channel for free. But they sent me 300 gold. I got a lot of the chase cards. I got some really good pulls. It's really neat. I have a little worm here, by the way. I have some tiny little worm, you know? I'm poor and disabled. Did I say it was poor and disabled Heritage Month? It's AAPI. Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. All right? There we go. I'm on the top of the step ladder. Tried on my mom's wedding gown 4 times as a kid. That's cute. I like that. 24-pack hourglasses and 500 trade tokens. Ooh. Pretty good. Oh, my God. That's not me. That's not me. That's not me.
Hello, chat. It's me.
Oh, my God.
Girbeagly. Happy Oppie Month.
Oppie Month. Oh, my God, Justin.
Gerblol.
Justin's like the old like Justin is the like uncle you have in your 60s who's trying their best to get it and be an ally, but they don't really understand what's happening. Happy Oppie Month. Thank you, Faker Beagley, for the 5 chickens. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you. I would counter that anyone who has made a racist joke about Asians owes reparations. Here is my Venmo. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, God, I got a lot of them. I still get a lot of them. Pretty much. My whole life is at least like, you know, once a month having someone say something racist to me. For as long as I've been alive, pretty much, since I was like 5 years old. Yeah, happy Oppie Month. Yeah. You can admit it was you. You deserve to give to yourself this month. Again, the most expensive bit in the world would be giving myself money and just eating the cost of the processing fees. I appreciate it. Like, truly, I do appreciate it. And again, anyone who gives anonymously ever, I don't look at who sent tips unless there's any sort of issue. I respect people's privacy on that kind of thing. The same reason that I allow anonymous gifts from Throne. You could send me the most cursed thing the other day when everyone was like, yeah, some of those suggested gifts and the surprise gifts on the Throne are really kind of, whoa. If someone sends me some cursed shit anonymously, I'm not going to look up who did it. It's just going to happen. Unless there's like an actual issue. You're allowed to do whatever. What do you mean, Brian? I'm bi and non-binary and disabled. I can't possibly be racist. You know what's so funny about you saying that is there is a subsect of white people, cis and white people, specifically, but white people in general, including like non-binary white people and trans white people who really believe that, who like truly don't understand intersectionality because of their white privilege, to the level where they don't understand that, like, yeah, there are actually like people who are part of the LGBTQ plus who are like homophobic or transphobic or biphobic or racist or anti-Semitic or whatever. Like, it's crazy. It's wild that because there are really people who like have never thought outside of themselves enough, outside of that small margin of marginalization that they found themselves in, to like apply that to other people. Like, they don't get it. It's like, I've had so many people who have straight face told me that. That wasn't a pun, by the way, talking about LGBTQ plus people. But who have like straight up just been like, yeah, I'm gay. How could I be racist? And it's like, that should be the logic in a perfect world. It should be, wow, I have faced victimization in my life. Why would I ever do that to someone else? But there are truly people who don't have developed enough brains who have lived in the luxury and the lap of like white privilege, who don't know that, who I've had to like teach that to. Oh, it's insane. My friend got an anonymous gnome-shaped bee plug from Throne once. Sid, that is really cursed. But also, Chad has already mentioned to me that those are on there. So if I get one, you're not going to see it on stream. Oh no, I saw a tweet earlier today about it, which is why it was on my mind. Got it. That's wild. It should be wild, but again, white people, y'all are doing the least sometimes. I went to a women's college.
Hi, Chad.
Oh my
this
God.
is my self-reparations. Now give me all your money. And also your social security number. Also, I'm curious what street you grew up on and what's your middle name.
Oh my God. You know what's going to happen? One of these streams, we're going to have like Twitch staff in here. Or I'm going to be like on front page and one of those things is going to go off. And people are going to actually think that's happening. Thank you to whoever just anonymously donated $1. I appreciate that. I went to a women's college. Women's studies was a required course. Intersectionality was a whole unit. Thank goodness. Should be taught everywhere. But we see how that's going with all the woke. The anti-woke. You know? So. Yeah, they exist especially in the South. Yeah, exactly, Grooch. But they exist everywhere, too. It's wild. You know, I know enough trust fund kids up here in the North who act the same way. So... yeah, it's wild. It's wild, but it happens. There was a manager in an organization I worked at like that. She was part of the reason we started doing anti-racism caucusing. So unsurprisingly, it didn't help. My whole life has been explaining intersectionality by simply existing. I often use the phrase of my entire identity as just an Asian person in this country was politicized against my will from the moment that I immigrated here. It's not a choice I made. I don't want to talk politics alongside me when I'm just like, yeah, I just am a person. I don't want to have to do that, but somehow those two things have become linked in today's like, ooh, acronym scary, DEI, scary, like world that we're living in. It's just silly. It's freaking so unnecessary, but yet here we are. So my whole life has been teaching intersectionality. My whole life has been learning it for myself as well. Because as a dumb young kid, I didn't know, you know, a lot of stuff. I was just concerned about the racism that was being pointed towards me. It took a lot of growth. It took a lot of learning through my like teenage years. So, yeah. I don't know why I just thought of this, but I have some other fun good news. Our CEO joined our team for lunch yesterday. She's a chill person. You would literally never think her title is CEO. I'm glad. Maybe she'll be last on the menu when we eat the rich. So, Texas cities are such a weird breed of conservative leftists. I've heard that. I've heard like, yeah, like they do okay in Austin, but also, they could be better. So, clearly there is enough DEI. I didn't you see Jojo Siwa dressed as a furry piss in a litter box on television? I didn't. I'm actually really sad that I now know that happened. Look at all the donations from Girbeagly. Oh my God. Amethyst, enjoy your lurk. Hey, it's a nonprofit charter school that caters to POC immigrant communities, so there could be worse things to be CEO of. True. There is always a CEO of even nonprofits. Rick Shadyac, fantastic dude, fantastic individual, was the CEO of St. Jude. Rick Shadyac was a guy I had the privilege of getting to know over the past few years when he was still running St. Jude. And the dude was awesome. He was a really nice guy. He was great to talk to. He would always stop to shake someone's hand and have a quick chat. But yeah, he technically was the CEO. But like nonprofits, I think nonprofits are off the menu. You know, as long as they're not like funneling funds to something weird. As long as it's not like money laundering, then they're all right, right? Someone's got to be the chief of operations and stuff. I'm also sad I know it happened, but if I have to suffer, so does everyone here. Well, I guess you just did, yeah, like AoE psychic damage. Everybody, like, in the general vicinity got hit by that one. I wouldn't eat the rich. I don't trust the nutritional content. Maybe break them down for biofuel, though. Ooh, that's a thought. The biofuel that will be necessary to steal their yachts after all is said and done, right?
He only likes her because she's
Oh my god, what the heck? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Bree, 75 months, tier 3. That's so sweet. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for allowing me to keep doing this thing. You've been supporting me for so many years. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nonprofits also typically have a board. Yeah, that too. They operate very differently. Their directors are very different. Their chiefs are very different. What the hell? Girbeagly, I don't know if this was Ephraim or not. Just from knowing that's the running joke name on Discord. But whoever just did that, thank you so much for the 5 chickens. Really means a lot. Also, again, Automod's going to be extra mean this month. Just because it is a requirement for me if I want to be featured on the AAPI shelf on Twitch to have Automod set to level 2. So it's going to catch a lot of stuff that I don't normally have to clear. So, good, hilarious news. I accidentally told my supervisor her boobs looked big in a roundabout way. She's pregnant, and I was like, even if I didn't already know, I can kind of tell now. And she goes, really? Looking at her stomach. Me, no, it's your, how do I say your tits are big in an HR-friendly way? Actually, unreal. Unreal. Good for you, though. I mean, hey, here's the thing. She's your supervisor. You totally just, like, you sucked up. She's gonna remember that on a, like, dark, sad, lonely day. And be like, you know what? My tits are great. And then, that mayor really deserves a raise.
Why would I get fat?
Bread makes you fat.
Bread makes you
Kirion,
fat?
thank you for the gifted sub to Amethyst. Amethyst, if you're still lurking, enjoy the emotes, the sub badge, and the ad-free view, and that's so kind of you, Kirion. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Sorry, I'm watching The Worm. I'm wearing shorts instead of pants. I should be wearing pants because it's kind of cold in here. I might call a bathroom break just so I can go change. But Worm loves to jump on me when I'm in shorts, and that's why I have scars all over my thighs already from her. Even though it's been a short, like, 8 months since we got her. I can never compliment my boss's boobs. He's a 50-plus white man. For now, what if that egg cracks, you know? There are supervisors in the way camp counselors supervise children. Ah, got it, okay. No, that's fair. I've worked at places like that. Chat hype train? No, we already did a hype train. We don't need another hype train. All right, or Nettles, you'll kick it off yourself after suggesting it. Thank you for the 100 bits. That's very kind of you. The claw scars, I have so many. I have very distinct ones on my thigh from SIG from, I think probably about a year ago now, that I might just tattoo over. Because I don't know why. It's just like one of the few times he's jumped into my lap. Because he's not a lap guy. He likes to cuddle us when we're, like, laying down horizontally on the couch or in the bed. But he doesn't really, like, jump into your lap. And I'm glad for that because he's 20 pounds and, you know, sure, free bottom surgery, but also, like, not the way I want it done. But he just weighs, like, way too much. So one time he did try to jump into my lap. He slipped and his claws, like, cut open my inner thigh. And it's scarred. And it hasn't gone away at all, so I'm thinking about making it a tattoo. I think it'd be kind of cool. Because it's not like the type of scar where it's, like, super deep, where it's, like, the texture is going to be hard to scar. It's, like, the surface scratches that you can still see as dark lines, but not, like, a lot of, like, scar tissue, which is cool. And I think would be pretty easy to just do a quick tattoo on. Me being conscious of wearing pants just so I am less likely to get scratched up by bear. Yeah, I have to do that more because Elsa really does, like, I know. Her claws don't hurt that much, but she does jump into our laps a lot more, and that does raise the probability of her ripping us up a little bit. Good news, the apartment my partner and I live at is finally looking into our AC that is moldy and leaking. Oh, God, that's not good. So we haven't been able to use it since moving here in May 2024. Jeez. That's not good, but at least you don't have mold in your lungs, I guess. I'm glad you had the foresight not to use it. It's a cute idea for a tattoo. Yeah. It's prominent as... Wait, what's... Yeah, it's prominent as hell. Yeah, the claw scars are great, lady. Prominent as hell, but not, yeah, raised scar tissue. I remember coming home with a bunch of kitty scratches when I was a vet tech. I never thought I would miss it. Oh. It's like each of those animals that you helped left a little bit of themselves with you, I guess. Also, thank you for the level 2 already, by the way. I didn't realize it was up that high, but I guess what would have kicked that off? Kirion gifting a sub, and then Blogger says what, Bree? Doing a level or tier 3 before that? Damn, thank you. Can you give Sig my congratulations on his new doctorate degree? Yeah, I mean, he went to medical school, so, like, part of me would trust him, but also, like, I don't think he does anything with anesthesia, so I feel like it would hurt way too much, you know? Late for good news, but I brought a new kitty cat home today. His name is Leo, and he's still settling in. But, wait, I just lost you. But he's already so sweet and affectionate. That's so cute. I love that for you. I hope that Leo has a wonderful life with you. Thank you for giving Leo a forever home. We unfortunately have been getting health issues due to the AC. We were about to report them because it's getting hot out. Damn, yeah. I hope that gets taken care of ASAP then. Bring your own anesthesia? It'd just be like a 5,000 milligram, like, edible.
25.
Jules, what the heck? Thank you for the 21 freaking months. Thank you.
Hi, liberal.
Oh my
Nice
God.
autism. Did you get that from the
Kirian,
autism
thank you so
Also get
much
hyped.
for the 300 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you to both of you for that support. Good Lord. That's really, really kind. 21 freaking months from Jules. Yeah, hype and pride, please. I'll keep yapping until Hype Train's over, and then we'll move on to some Dredge if people even care. I don't know who wants. It's a lot of you voted for it for the first time ever. So I'm like surprised, kind of excited. Barely Wolf, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. welcome. Just zoning back in. Eddie has me lurking while I'm trying to get some cleaning done. No, understandable. Please take care of what you got to take care of. Happy May Day, everyone. You're nothing to lose but your chains, and don't forget that a summer home, regularly going skiing, and a trip abroad once a year is actually middle class, not rich people. It's true. The worst thing that the ultra rich ever did was divide us from the middle class, who are much closer to who we are than them. It's bad. Class warfare is silly outside of the wealthy 1% that holds like 99% of the world's wealth. Outside of that, though, man. That said, it does suck that a lot of people in the middle class do get like indoctrinated into rooting for billionaires. It's weird. Just because they live a more comfortable life. That said, they are not the enemy at the end of the day. They're simply people we eventually, hopefully, will convince onto the right side of that argument. Not automod blocking fapping. I mean, again, automod level 2 right now for the AAPI month stuff. If y'all want me on front page, randomly assigned to the Together with AAPI Voices shelf that they have, unfortunately, I have to play by their rules. Normally, it goes pretty well. And then last year I had to do it 2 months in a row because then Pride Month was the next month, and they have the same rules. So, Mayday? No, you're good. You're good. Hope you're all doing well, just listening while I game. All good. Enjoy your gaming. We've been having a lot of messy conversations. Not even messy. I don't know. Chat, have they been messy conversations, or have I been making sense? Outside of me being hyper neurotic and like kind of flustered and unable to really fully articulate in an intelligent way tonight. I hope I've been understandable at least. Now that Manpril is over, happy non-binary May? That's so much. But hey, I'll give you that one. As long as you're not taken away from AAPI month. Good God. Good news, a lot has happened work-wise, but the TLDR is that I finally worked up the nerve to ask for more money, a bigger raise. I'm getting a new work laptop, and I'm getting to do a new task that I loved in learning college. Or I love learning in college, I'm assuming. Yeah, I get to actually use my degree more. Let's go, Bree. I'm so glad that you are advocating for yourself and you got those good things going for you. That's awesome. Very, very awesome. I'll call it loose combos. That's fair. I was able to keep track. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Good conversations. I appreciate it. Again, I don't know. You could ask literally any of my friends. You could especially ask, like, Ethan. No, not Ethan, because he always gives me shit for it, and he doesn't actually encourage me in any way when we have these talks. He's just, like, kind of mean. But you can ask, like, any of my, like, friends who have been around for, like, a while, for years. I hate talking about money stuff. I really don't like it. I could be actually homeless, and I would be like, I will find a way to go do a job. I'll go, like, pick fruit or something, or run, like, freaking go wash off someone's windshield at a gas station or something, man. Instead of ask other people for more money. It's hard for me. It's really hard. Thank you for making it easier to talk about this shit. Like, thank you. Like, truly. Really cool of you. ADHD conversations have been cleanly strung tonight, I fear. Really? I don't feel like it, but thank you, thank you, thank you. Good news, I got fired yesterday. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Went through the entire 5 stages of grief over the rest of the night. Woke up an hour later than usual to a text from my agency saying, actually go back, and I got to spite the person who tried to shut me out because I was sick for 2 days. Damn, they were trying to fire you for being sick for 2 days? That's not right. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thank you. That generosity means a lot. I stood my ground, and tomorrow I'm taking a list of notes to talk to her about what I need to thrive and ask how best I can support her classroom. Yay for communication and for karma. I'm glad karma's on your side. Sometimes it really does work out. Ephraim, I'm sorry to hear about the whole... That's just chaos and anxiety all wrapped into one. That's terrible. I'm sorry you went through that, but I'm glad that your agency's on your side with that. It's good. This is why also, like, union busting doesn't fucking make sense to me. As, like, a human being, like, obviously, yeah, that helps me as someone who's, like, a contractor with, like, voice acting and with like, content and stuff. But, like, union busting is why we have agencies. It's why we have a lot of work protections. And I'm not going to say unions are perfect. I'm not going to say that every decision they make are helpful. But 99.9% of the time, they are more helpful than not having workplace protections. I don't know. It's definitely emotional whiplash, but it's an awesome opportunity. I'm proud of you for pursuing it still, even though for a lot of people that would have left like such a nasty taste in their mouth. Throw out whoever tried to snipe you out. Yeah, what the hell? I hope that like HR talks to them or something. Or the agency contacted them. But yeah, anyway, chat. Thank you for all this great news. Thank you for the 2 hype trains tonight already. Thanks for listening to me yap from my privileged pedestal on the internet. My D-list internet star famedom. I don't know, man. I've gotten to do this thing for a long time. And I really do mean it. If the floor drops out tomorrow and I straight up cannot afford to do this thing anymore, I'll still find a way to like stick around online in some way. I'll still do my best to I don't know. Just like always be gracious and grateful and thankful for all the shit that I've already gotten to do. I've gotten to do more. I got to do more in the first 5 years of me doing this stuff than some people get to do in their whole life. So just thank you. Unfortunately, she's the master's level SPED teacher, so I can't just throw up my middle finger. Yeah, I get it. Damn. Everyone else at school loves me and wants me there, begging me to go through the county if I can overcome the pay difference. It's $1.20 less per hour if I go without agency. Got it. You're at least C-list. Thank you. I'm glad you have options, though, Ephraim. And again, I'm glad that you have a lot of people on your side. CJ, welcome to the stream. Hello. You professional yapper, us professional yap listeners. Well, match made in heaven, I guess. I can take the pay cut. There we go. I'm glad you have options. I doubt the community would let you fail or fall to where you can't do this anymore. It would have to be something super big for that to happen. Yeah. I mean, again, it's been, and it's my own fault for not ever bringing it up, but it's been 2.5 years at least, 3 years of me not making money from being a content creator. It's been me sometimes breaking even, but mainly just losing money. And now I'm at a point where I'm like, oh, wow, all the money I had saved up is kind of gone, and I'm not really sure what to do, especially with the timing. So it's been weird. It's been a weird thing to navigate. It's been me having to swallow my pride. It's been me hoping I've made a positive enough impact on the world to be worth watching. Because that's the other thing. I don't want people to be like, oh, I feel guilted into giving money after this talk. I just want people to show up. God, I miss having 200 people in chat. Like y'all showing up is amazing. But knowing that, like, when ad rev would just pay the bills and, like, my average viewer count attracted sponsors so that I wouldn't have to rely on the community subbing or tipping or anything like that, those were the days. That was awesome. That was really cool. And I always bring it back to me. It's not you. You're allowed to lose interest. You're allowed to not see eye to eye with me or my content that I make. That is your autonomy at play, your free will. The thing that I always do is I bring it back to myself and I go, holy shit, I must suck. What happened to me? Why am I so boring now? Why am I not fun? So I'm trying to, like, be fun. I don't know if people have noticed, like, the redoubling of effort since I got back from my visit to St. Jude. But I just want these to be fun streams that are worth tuning in for. So yeah. I'll get a third full-time job for Elsa, Sig, and Morgan if you /J. God. It's been a weird balance from what you've shared, but very proud of you for forever persisting. Thank you. I don't really know what else to do at this point except persist. I persisted through every challenge I've had. You know? Sorry after 4 years you're stuck with me. Wouldn't want it any other way. Like, truly. You've raised a ton of money for St. Jude. You inspired a bunch of people and created a community here. You did some good here. Just in a bad mental funk because it was therapy day. A little bit of that and a little bit of actually facing reality. Like, again, I haven't made money from being a full-time content creator in 2.5 years. Like, that is weird to say, but I'm actually glad Ren asked the question earlier because I've never been transparent about that. I've been doing this as a for-fun job because I had the money essentially saved up to do that for like 2.5 years. That's privilege. That's real privilege. Which is why I use that word very, very like profoundly and regularly when I'm talking about this stuff. This has been something I show up for because I love to do it. So we'll see what happens. Even if I lost interest or you personally offended me, if you didn't do anything heinous, I'd still put the VODs on in the background. Well, I do appreciate that. Thank you. You're a good guy. Well, thank you. You're a good guy, Mayor. There's a bunch of barnacles here. We'll stick around as long as you're here to stick with. Thank you. I've only been here for a few months, but you'll have to physically remove me from this community like a tick. But I'm built different. YouTuber I mentioned on Discord recently is a guy with a full-time day job who still streams like 2 to 4 times a week because he likes it. Strive to love something that much. Yeah. It's hard for me to want to work for someone ever again. I think I don't know. I think that if I were to get a full-time job, it'd have to be something, well, maybe not in games with how the industry's been going, but maybe I'd be like a content influencer, like, liaison. I'd, like, find other content creators to, like, scout for, like, brands and stuff. Yo, what's up, Mins? Finally home from work. It's time to lurk for this very fun stream with a fantastic, funny, wonderful streamer and chill fun chat. It's very nice of you to say. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mins, enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much for hanging out. Who's going to be in charge of running the official late night gang money laundering scheme so the rest of us can funnel all our ill-gotten gains to Brian without getting him in trouble? You'll take the hit. Anime Fangirl, hello, hi, welcome. Ticks and barnacles, the two sides of the year stuck with this coin. I guess so. You missed your 1 year? Oh, damn. Yeah, I see that. Hey, Sally, congrats on the Jolteon badge. Thank you for sticking around so long. I always come back, even if I'm not around a lot. This community has always made me feel at peace. I'm glad. I'm, like, truly glad to hear that. Maybe a voice actor who does workshops and streams? I mean, God, I wish I was in that high of demand. I don't get to offer myself up for voice acting workshops. I, unfortunately, have to have, like, enough prestige in that community because it's still a very like closed sort of trade that I'd have to have someone who runs like a voice acting school or studio hire me and be like, you might recognize Brian from these games and these projects, here to coach you on how to do improv. So unfortunately not up to me to decide. Even if I were to offer like private classes, I don't know if I'd be comfortable doing that. I'm off to bed. You're a good guy doing awesome stuff. You've created an awesome community. You're a good guy. Get some good rest. Please. Thank you so much for dropping by, Mayor. I mean, my 1 year follow anniversary. Oh! You've only been here for 13 months, but you've been sub for 12? That's wild, Sally. Thank you. Paid George Salazar for voice lessons once. That's sick, though. That's cool. I mean, I just don't personally have enough confidence in myself to market myself as like a voice acting coach. It would have to be like people from the community, because it's like, who the hell cares about, like, obviously people care about these franchises, but like no one's gonna be chomping at the bit to be like working with the person who worked on Cook Serve Forever, Boyfriend Dungeon, and like Azure Striker Gunvolt and like Black Desert. I don't know, it's just not the way that it is.
Gerbhart.
Why not? Thank you for the 51 months. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It means a ton. Yo, what's up, Lincoln? Hello, can't stay, but I just wanted to say hi because I'm sure you've all missed me so stinking much. Stinking Lincoln. No, that's not your name. That's mean. No, we always miss you when you're not around. Just you wait until my next paycheck. You're going to get bullied so hard. Well, I hope that it's not just bullying me. I hope it's also... I was going to say, I hope it's also bullying the children of St. Jude, but no, don't do that. The illness they have is already doing that enough. But I hope that it's a nice good three-way split, so that you're also supporting St. Jude and yourself, treating yourself to something nice. One of the biggest things I will always think / brag highly about this community for is the fact that I just disappear for months, and yet anytime I'm able to come back, it always feels like home. I appreciate you showing up. Like, truly, I do appreciate you showing up, because, like, a lot of people do get bored of my shit. I'm not everyone's favorite. Like, even those of you here, this is not a call-out. This is simply because I lurk a lot of other streamers' chats, and sometimes it's, I notice. I'm not everyone's number one pick. So... when you do make time for me, it means the world. Like, thank you for doing that. Why are you advocating to bully the St. Jude children? You generous monster. Pete, what's up, dude? How we doing? Yeah, please do not bully the children of St. Jude. Yeah, that's a good disclaimer. Brian, how much would you charge for 1 hour voice instruction or whatever you'd call it? Probably something pretty low. Probably something really accessible, like $70. The industry average for like a 1 hour voice acting coaching session, one-on-one, probably is closer to like $100 to $120, depending on the person. 70 is around where my one friend does it, because he's like a little bit of a, he's like known, but he's not like known yet, kind of thing in his roles. But I don't know, it would be tough for me to like set up a course. I'd have to figure out like how I'd want to plan out a course. Doing good, Pete. Glad to hear it, man. Hannah, welcome to the stream. Oh, yeah, I promised people, oh my God, it's been 2.5 hours. Am I even going to play the game tonight? Does anyone care? It's like everyone voted very intensely over on the Discord, and then, like, No one's even mentioned Dredge tonight. It's so funny. I remember my violin lessons costing around $250, and that was back in the early 2000s. Yeah, there is some like premium, like where you sign up for like courses that are like hundreds of dollars an hour, from like very renowned voice actors, very renowned like acting schools, stuff like that. But typically it hovers around like 100 to like 250 maybe per lesson. For even prestigious voice actors. This is not a high-paying job. This is not a high-paying gig. You only get into voice acting if you're like, you know what? I didn't really mind school. I didn't really mind, like, an office job that much where I had to, like, learn on the fly. It's those two things mashed up into doing this thing, where you really have to study. You have to study how to act. You have to study how to take care of your voice, which I clearly haven't because my voice is going already right now. But I did not vote for Dredge, so I do not care one bit. That's so funny. Dredge never gets played. It's so funny. But it is one of those things where it's like, on top of that, a lot of the times you're paying for the expertise in them setting up like a very streamlined course or lesson plan that I just don't have. Even with all the classes I've taken, I don't have the know-how to set up one of those lesson plans yet. So mine would be like the amateur rate of like $70. So Hannah, thank you for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate that. But yeah, you don't get paid a lot to be a voice actor, just as a warning to anyone, unless you get like commercial work. Unless you get, or you somehow land a movie role that is not you doing anime. So, for instance, Kyle Hebert, the English dub voice of Ryu from Street Fighter, one of the most famous video game characters that's ever been created, said that he got paid more for the 2-line cameo he did in Wreck-It Ralph than he got paid for the entirety of everything he made from Street Fighter V. For the hours and hours and hours and the hundreds of lines he did for that game. He got paid more for 2 lines in Wreck-It Ralph. That's the pay disparity in this industry. It sucks. It's tough. And can you imagine? They're trying to not protect us from AI on top of it right now? Like, damn, dude, this is why we're on strike right now for video games. I genuinely pay $100 every 2 weeks for 30 minutes of vocal coaching. I'm not joking. Oh, man, I don't know. It would be, again, I would need time to, like, set up crap. I'd have to figure it out.
Hello, chat. It is me, your streamer.
It's not
you can't
me.
See my
It's
hands
not me.
Right now because I am using
It's not
it
me.
to donate to myself on my telephone device.
It's not.
Despite what I say, it was always me donating to me.
I love that the messages are getting more intricate where people are expecting me to say it's not me. Thank you to whoever just donated $1. That's very kind of you. Thank you. It amazed me the difference in pay from anime to other mediums. Yeah, so again, one of my good friends in voice acting, Kaylee McKee. If you don't know Kaylee McKee, very, very awesome human being. Progressive politics, very outspoken about, wanting more fair treatment of workers, of marginalized people, everything. Incredibly awesome human being. She was the voice of Yuta, the main character from the Jujutsu Kaisen 0 movie that broke records in anime as the most profitable anime movie, like ever. Like made like $150 million or something insane worldwide. Like it just like broke all these records. She got paid like $600. No royalties. You normally don't get any royalties. You normally don't get any sort of extension on like a contract. Like there's like sometimes not even a guarantee you get to franchise the character. That's why when I franchised the dub voice for Tessio in the Azure Striker Gunvolt series, I jumped up and down in joy. I wish Fariha would teach me piano. Me too. God, I gotta go hang out with her. I keep forgetting to. But my God, she got paid $600 to do that role, and the movie made like $150 million. And she didn't get any franchising rights for like merchandise or figurines that were being sold. She didn't get any kind of royalties. It just is really weird in voice acting, especially anime. So it's a tough one. Again, I've explained this before. What happens when you get anime roles is you then get to book conventions because people go, oh my God, that's a really famous voice actor. Let's book them for this convention. And then you still end up having to charge your fans who already paid like thousands of dollars for travel and hotel and the convention ticket. You still charge them to sign a print because otherwise you don't make money because that convention is probably going to not pay you a lot as an appearance fee. It sucks. It's why Ethan and I stopped doing like convention appearances. We tried to negotiate with a bunch of them to just pay us like the bare minimum to go out there to like cover our flights and hotels and shit, and they just like very rarely would even agree to do that. It's partially why we stopped. It was like, do we spend $10,000 each to go to this thing that's gonna pay us $200 so we have like $200 for food while we're there, and that's that, and while we sign for freaking 5 hours a day, because we loved seeing you guys. We just hated working with the people who ran those things. And we didn't want to charge for signatures. We did not want to charge for autographs, especially not mine. Like I showed you guys, mine looks like shit. I would not have felt good about charging people for it. But yeah. Oh yeah. Ephraim. YouTube narration pays better than anime. Video games pay better than anime. And again, you are not guaranteed to franchise a character. So, those of you who don't know, there is a game series made by some of the original creators of the Mega Man X series called Azure Striker Gunvolt, which is very big in Japan and like worldwide and has like a decent following here in the States. But Azure Striker Gunvolt tapped me years ago to voice a character named Teseo for the third game. And Teseo was a delight to voice. I loved voicing him. They paid me pretty decently for him. Not as much as I would like to, but I like working with them enough that I keep going back. And they put out another game called Card NCL, which was basically Inti, the developer company. Inti mashed a bunch of the games that they made over the years. It's like a love letter to their own history into this one game. That's this like big super cast, this big super game. And I got to reprise my role as Teseo, and they were like, hey, by the way, if we have any other work with Teseo, you'll get to voice the English dub. So just know you're franchised now. And that was a huge thing for me. That was an awesome thing to hear, to have written down in like a contract. So I am the official voice of Teseo for all English dubs, no matter what the media is. But not everyone gets that. Not everybody gets that guarantee. It sucks. It's really wild. So, yeah. It's kind of like how concert tickets are expensive as fuck, but most artists don't make money off of anything but merch. Yep. A lot of people don't know that. This is why artists push merch so hard. Is most of that money goes to their publishing group, their record label, and the venue. And then, like, Ticketmaster or whoever, like, booked the venue. And then they get, like, the dregs afterwards. And then, yeah, it's like, it's a mess. It sucks. I have so many friends who do, like, music stuff and tried to do it, like, full time. And unless you're getting millions of streams on Spotify, you're not making money from that either. So, it's a mess. I'm going to get you on Dropout or Critical Role if it kills me. God, I would love to. I know they pay well, too. I would love to work with those people. I always tell people out there in LA, I'm like, I'm willing to fly out. If you pay me more than the cost, or you cover the cost of my plane ticket to go out to do work with you guys, whether it's voice work, whether it's on-screen stuff like that, I'll do it. I'm open to that. Like, I will gladly fly out to do some work in LA. I love going out to LA. Becca, I thought you said when you get your paycheck. What are you doing? that was unbelievably cursed. I love Doodle Bob, but hearing Justin read it was incredibly cursed. Thank you so much for the 30. What the hell? Thank you very, very much for that support. Thank you. How does one spell that character's name? T-E-S-E-O. Oh, Brookie wrote it. Yeah, thank you, Brookie. There you go. Yeah, you got it, Justin. You did it. Oh, yeah, I was going to... Okay, chat. Let me poll quick. Do people care? I don't know. Sorry if you're here for one thing or the other, and it ends up not winning in your favor. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to vote, just so that it gives plenty of people time. We're going to do... Tonight's plan, play Dredge. Keep yapping. We tried the stream before I left for St. Jude, but I was in less of a fun mood. Again, I apologize because a lot of the jokes that I was telling were so dry because I was so burnt out and tired that I didn't realize till I listened back to the footage from that stream. What was that? April 14th or whatever? Where I sound like an asshole. I did not mean to sound like an asshole. I was trying to do like really dry, like sort of edgy jokes. And I sound like a dick. But we tried that back then and people kind of didn't care. And I swapped over to just chatting and people left. And it was probably just due to my attitude and energy. But tonight I feel like vibes are pretty good. So I'm going to give you the chance to vote for those two things. Third option, Minesweeper. I don't have the brain capacity for Minesweeper. I'll be 1,000% honest with you. I do not have a brain for that right now. Something like Dredge would be easy because you just like fish and then I read an occasional message in a bottle I find. Yapping is obviously like the lowest impact, but also like whatever people are feeling, I'm cool with. The math of Comic-Cons is wild. Like someone got an autograph from Hayden Christensen worth $1,800. That's 22 Matt Lillard autographs. Worth as in like he charged $1,800 or they turned around and were a douchebag and sold it on eBay for $1,800. Because secondhand market is not how that's determined either. If it ends up being something where it's like, oh man, Matthew Lillard charges 22 times less than Hayden Christensen, then I'd be like, man, Matthew Lillard should probably value himself more because he's really cool. So chat also, oh my god, it was tied for like 1 second and I was like, how dare you. Lady J, welcome to the stream. Hello. I said that and that is not the amount that I'm waiting for, so but also you're my #1 streamer, so get wrecked. Well, thank you. I really appreciate you hanging out, like truly. I'm standing from the vote because I'm gonna be lurking. Hope y'all have a good time, whatever it be. Yeah, because like here's the other thing is even if we get the Dredge, I can't guarantee I'm going to play it like a lot. We might not make that much headway.
I was too tempted to hit the big
but I'm okay with it too.
I had to.
If y'all are
Please
okay
spare
with
the
that, I'm okay with that.
donation this time around, LOL. Much love.
What the heck? Thank you, Brookie. Yeah, 300 against the AAPI Heritage Month goal. Thank you. Which will still end up being like a full day off where I don't even work on YouTube stuff. Damn, that was a close one. I feel like bad when they're this close. I feel like I'm letting down like half of the community when they're this close. Or is that y'all just being chaotic voters? Making an alt to even out the poll. Hey, Brian, you should value yourself more because you're cool. I appreciate that. I'm trying to, but also, man, oh man. Anyway, I feel like we're mostly memeing a tie. It does feel that way a lot. I'm gonna at least, okay, I'll let y'all talk about it, and if someone is like strongly opposed to just chatting, when I get back, please tell me, and we'll reasonably talk it out and figure out like what to do tonight. But if no one has any like strong reasoning one way or the other, we can just vibe tonight. We're about to enter the weekend in a few minutes for East Coast time, and like I said, with my voice kind of going, I'm gonna go actually take a hit of Ni Jam Pe Pa Ko for my throat, and because I just hear my voice going away, and then also on top of that, I need some water and I need to go to the bathroom, and also just take like a breather. This has been an emotional stream for me. Y'all have been so nice, so kind. I voted for Dredge, but I literally do not care. I'm here for you. That's very sweet. Thank you. I very honestly and earnestly voted for Dredge. That's fair. I mean, it's a cool game. Doesn't mean that we won't get back to it either, because like I said, we're going to be splitting the week right down the middle. So weekends are going to be mainly reserved for St. Jude stuff. But I'm going to need like a mental health break from all the stuff, all the things that I'm doing to myself this month. I can't do what I normally do of every single day. It's destroying myself. So we're still going to have moments where chat can influence what I play, and maybe Dredge comes back. But we'll see. We'll see. Let me go pee. Let me give you the option to go use the bathroom and splash some water on your face. And then, refill your water bottles, get a snack, get a beverage, or go say hi to Penelope or Eddie. And then, we'll vibe. We'll vibe. We'll figure it out. And then, like I said, if you have a very strong preference, we'll figure it out. I voted for Yapping, but Dredge before. Dredge is a very fun game, but I'm not feeling invested in story right now. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like I love exploring story-based games like that, but like my head is kind of like, I don't know if I'll be able to focus completely on a story. So, you said you wanted to put pants on. Yes, that too. I need to do that because I'm cold. My legs are freezing. It was like 70 degrees the other day here. I don't know what happened. It's like just everyone in Rochester will just be like, oh, just Rochester things. But it's like this happens other places too. It's just not fun. Anyway, I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Enjoy Wide Bernie. Please don't annoy the mods. They will stab you to death with the bladed implements next to their names. It is climate change. Yeah, Ephraim. It sucks. But I'll be right back. And Mother Nature's getting mad at us. Rightfully so, honestly. Sorry, that was wrong. I didn't want people to think I was ending. I accidentally clicked. This is how autopilot brain I am at the moment. I legitimately did not mean to do that.
I just wanna stay here, just wanna stay here. It's no surprise I'm undressed at the door. I'm open, baby. Don't have me waiting. We only get to love one time, basing it on one time. I don't wanna face it. If it doesn't come to be what you make it. We only get to love one time, basing it on one time. I don't wanna face it. If it doesn't come to be what you make it, baby.
In paradise, I kinda like it. I'm paralyzed, why can't I see your face? You feel the same way, why don't you say my name? Yeah. In paradise, I kinda like it. I'm paralyzed, why can't I see your face? You feel the same way, why don't you come my way? like we met before. I always get ignored, I don't exist. I'm sick. It's alright, I'm fine, I'm just passing the time. I need you in my life. When I'm with you, I can't move, it feels like I'm losing my mind. Paradise, yeah, I kinda like it. In paradise, yeah, I kinda like it. In paradise, yeah, why can't I see your face? Feel the same way, why don't you say my name? Yeah, 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 yeah. In paradise, yeah, I kinda like it. In paradise, yeah, why can't I see your face? Feel the same way, why don't you come my way? Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know how to feel when you wake me up at night. And it's only you and I. Yeah, it's only you and I. I'm lost and I'm found, yeah. I feel like October. I just need some peace of mind. I don't need to be sober for us to be lovers. I don't wanna love anybody like that. I just wanna feel your body like that. And tell you things I don't feel like, yeah. In paradise, yeah, I kinda like it. In paradise, yeah, why can't I see your face? Feel the same way, why don't you say my name? Yeah, 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 yeah. In paradise, yeah, I kinda like it. In paradise, yeah.
Little dance party in chat. I gotta get a dancing emote. I don't have one. I think I kind of want one that's like the Rainbow Please one that we have on Better TTV. I just think that one's so cute. Like something where I'm like a little dancing anime girl. I think it'd be cool. I still remember we all sent it at the exact same time. Well, I feel like I missed something. Oh, about the bladder quote. Oh, jeebus. Yes, please. Yeah, I think it would be cute. Or maybe like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Rainbow dancing anime breed. Yeah, it all depends. That's the other thing. It's like I haven't had the free cash to commission Slade in a bit. I feel bad. I would love to again at some point. Because I really love Slade's emotes, but also it's going to be up to if that is too complicated for Slade to animate. So, Rainbow Dancing Anime Brie, perfect. I already read that. This is where my brain's at. Hopefully everyone had an okay bathroom break. I'm back. We lost some viewers. I guess they were the diehard Dredge people, huh? Diehard. Also, I had a wardrobe change. I changed my shirt. Not that you can really tell too much, but the neurodivergent urge to not have a shirt that was starting to constrict me. This is like a much bigger one that just feels nice and comfy. So, if you have a structured settlement called JG Wentworth, we should sell our bladders on the black. Well, I don't know about everyone should do that. Some people need those, you know. Such a mood, yeah. Need cash now? I need cash now. Animating GIFs is not too difficult. Actually, really. I probably couldn't do it unless I, like, watched a tutorial. But Slade said that was... Slade always... Here's the thing, Austin. Slade always says all of their emotes are first draft, though. It's always like the most perfect thing ever sent, and then they'll be like, oh, it's a first draft, though. I'll change anything you want. And I'm like, no. I'm not paying you nearly enough for you to do that. So. I know you're lurking how much. No, don't do that to Slade. On our own terms. Unbelievable. Yeah, Slade did a great job with that one, Austin. It's cute. It's a good one. I feel like Rainbow Please is a little bit more involved. I feel like you'd have to do, like, several frames of the animation in one color before you swapped it to the next. But have just one animation loop over and over. It would, like, that would be hard to make, actually, in my opinion. But also, I know nothing about animation outside of what my artist friends tell me. Also, so I'm back now. I gave y'all a little bit of time to refresh and grab adult bevies or whatever you're doing tonight. Any very strong opposition, like to the point where you're like, man, it's going to ruin my night if you don't play Dredge. Because I'd love to talk it out. I don't want to just like throw away what we already voted on the Discord. But also, if most people are vibing here with the energy of just chat, then I'm cool with that too. Also, I had a huge spoonful of Nijon Peipako, and it's not helping my throat that much. I don't know what's going on. I think it's allergies. Serious question because I have plans. Brian, what is your favorite color? Uh-oh, plans. Those always scare me. I mean, Kelly green specifically, but any green is nice. Kelly green's just one of the first shades that after I got diagnosed with color blindness, I could really tell the difference between green and red. No strong opposition here? Okay. We were quoting and dancing? That's cute. What if you played Dredge but not story, just fishing and grinding money a la Final Fantasy games? Can you do that in the game? I thought it was like timed. I thought it was like day 1, day 2. It's like the more I fish, the more story just naturally opens? I guess we haven't played it. And like, I haven't played it. I only played it like that one time, right? On stream. So I didn't really pick up on how it works yet, fully. Not picky personally, that's fair. I don't care either way. I have a kitty on my lap and all is good right now. That's so cute. Also, oh my god, I just realized I did wardrobe change. I didn't change my pants. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I will be right back again. I just realized I don't have to turn down the music. This is going to take like 20 seconds. All right, I'll be right back. You did try to remind me. I was like sitting here. I was like, why are my legs so cold? All right, I'm back. I'm back. My pants. Why are all the quote shitted pants? I don't 100% know, but I guess a lot of us say that. And by a lot of us, I mean probably mainly me. Are most of those?
He only likes her because she's old.
Why was that
like
so loud?
53
Did I
months
turn that
walking
one
the
up
Yuki
accidentally?
County,
Oh my
Synod
god.
Unburdened Chaos.
53 months. Sydney May, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. What the heck? Thank you. I don't believe you show pants. Right there. My own sweatpants, or joggers as they call them across the pond, right? I think. The other places call them joggers now too, though, right? I've reached the point where house food actually sounds good. Oops, I never got food earlier. Liz, oh no. Enjoy whatever you decide to get. The pants are clearly AI. Had those on earlier. They're so nice, right? They're very good. Can't wait until I can wear those regularly again. Ah, they're so comfy. I'm not supposed to be wearing them regularly, but again, we're in the middle of this like 40-degree cold front and rainstorms every day, like thunderstorms. It's kind of scary. The pants prophecy has been fulfilled. The pants have been filled. Oh, no, that sounds weird. Quote stats. There are 5 quotes that contain the word pants. One is from a community member with pants in their username. One is about wedding pants. The other 3 are about shitting pants. Maybe I got to talk to my therapist. I've been wearing those to my scary appointments. It's very comforting. Oh, I'm glad. They're like, I don't know. They're my comfort pants too. My bands are growing old, and me too. Modest Mouse is doing a cruise. Oh, just you wait. I mean, Modest Mouse is pretty old too. I remember starting to listen to Modest Mouse in like 2004 when I was in college. I was getting so into indie music then. I used to listen to them and Dispatch and Guster and Sufjan Stevens a lot in like 2004. So I feel you on that. Yeah, all bands keep getting older. My bands that like make me feel old, like I know they're old music, so sometimes it doesn't affect me as much. But the ones that like really have gotten me a couple times are the original like Midwest emo stuff. It's like someone will be like, "Oh yeah, I love The Promise Ring. They're celebrating their 30-year anniversary," and I'll be like, "Don't talk anymore, please." I don't know, or like the Get Up Kids or the Juliana Theory or something from like way back in the day. With all the shit people be shitting in their pants. Oh, God. Tell us about the pants that you wore when you listened to Sufjan Stevens. I had no sense of style and I wasn't out yet, so probably the same crappy pair of jeans that I just wear every day of the week and then wash at the end of the week. That was it was like freshman year of college. I had like very hurriedly moved out of my parents' house and I just had like a carload of crap and I just wanted to be myself. It was like the first time I was on my own. I was like, oh, I'm just like so myself now. I'm gonna be myself, and it was a mess. It's like the same graphic tees. Same pants, like every week. I just cycled through the same like 4 outfits. Realizing Bree is saying bands getting older. I thought that they said pants pants also get older though. They do. I mean, that's the craziest thing. I have like some pants. I have some like clothes from when I was like in high school. Like, pardon me, but as I've said before, I hit a growth spurt. I hit a growth spurt in like 7th, 8th grade, in like middle school, and I was like tall for my age for a little bit, or like a little bit above average. I don't want to say tall, because what ended up happening was I hit 5'5" in middle school, and there was like a lot of kids that were shorter than me still, and I was like, nice, this is going to be great. When I hit high school, I'm going to hit like 6 foot, and then they're like a strong like 5'9". That would be cool. And then instead, I just stopped growing. And then everyone else, freshman year of high school, sophomore year of high school, just like passed me. So I haven't grown since like 8th grade. So I have clothes from when I was like 15 that I can still fit into, that I still wear sometimes. I didn't know what bands I listened to before this last year. That's okay. I mean, music's not important to everyone. Music is something that is so important to me. I've actually been thinking about trying to make music again sometime soon, but also I say that about a lot of things and then just like never follow through because depression eats my brain. When I went to college, I cried for a week. I'm that type of person. I only cried because I was like just at a really low point in my life. And I'd had like a little bit of a falling out with my family at the time. So it wasn't like a happy moving away. It was like I have to go to a different state so I don't accidentally murder my parents and they don't fight with me. So it was kind of one of those. And then like at the end of my first semester at college, and my girlfriend from high school had broken up with me and I found out that she had cheated on me. And I called my mom and I was like super broken up. And I was like, Mom, I don't want to do this. I kind of want to come home. I only enrolled in this school because like Dad pressured me to, because this is where he went. And I had like this big heart-to-heart with her. And she was like, okay, sleep it off. Let me know what you feel like in the morning if you decide to come back home. I can drive one of the cars out and help you pack up, and we can drive back home together, and we'll figure it out from there, and we'll figure out what to say to your dad. And I was like, wow, that was like actually all the support I needed, was just to hear you not be against that. And I stayed, and I stuck it out. And then then 2 years later, after my junior year, I was like, actually, I don't like this school anymore. After all, I'm going to go transfer somewhere else after spending time in Florida being a menace. So, music's not important to you, or you would like genres. That was back when you could still buy human growth hormone online. You should have just shot up on the juice. Oh, man. I was just having a conversation with Morgan because a YouTuber she watches is getting into fitness, like lifting. And she was like trying to get into creatine. And I was like, I just remembered freshman year, I lived on the soccer and football team hallway. And then it was like me and like 4 other guys who didn't play sports who were on the hallway for some reason. And all the dudes on the football team using creatine regularly, but not knowing how to balance their diet. So they would just constantly complain. They'd be like, yeah, man, it's awesome because like it makes my muscles look bigger because of like the water retention. But I'm also shitting my brains out every day. And I was like, doesn't sound worth it, if I'm going to be honest, man. Does not sound like the trade-off for the illusion kind of thing. So, yeah. Quality mom moment. It's one of the few times that, like, my mom was, like, on the same emotional wavelength as me. So, it sticks out in my brain as, like, oh, that was really nice that you, like, got what I needed in the moment there. So, yeah. Haven't heard of that since Biochem. Wild. Yeah, the nutritionists you meet in gyms. Oh, yeah. Take your meds, chat. Hydrate with your meds. Don't dry swallow your pills. It's bad for you. Yeah, God. I most of my college stories are reserved for boys' night. Whenever we do the boys' night stream, though, it's gonna be a mess. Oh, yeah. Check your boobs as well. Boob havers. Check your boobs. Actually, like something that we started regularly encouraging here because it is important for your health. Sounds like a good way to get dangerously dehydrated really fat. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Fleer? It's finally my Friday. I had to work 6 days in a row for a family event, but I called Jane and am ready to just chill and play Oblivion. Fleer, enjoy your time, just vibing. Thank you so much. I was going to play some Dredge, but I decided to just hang out with the community. We didn't have anyone who, like, super strongly opposed it, which is kind. I think all the people who did just left, which is fine. That's just the way that the world works. But it's good to be here, just, like, yapping. I can't remember the last time that we had, like, conversations that were kind of this grounded. Normally at some point shit just kind of flies off the rails and gets weird here. So, like, thank you for letting me have the floor for as long as I did. Also, Barley Wolf, before I called bathroom break, I saw you write, I have a question for you. Did you still have the question? Feel free to ask if you did. Otherwise, I'll shut up. Non-boob havers should check the area too. You don't have to be estrogen dominant to get breast cancer. That's true. Yeah. Very, very true. So, there you go. Health is so important. Taking care of yourself, even when it's like scary, is important. All right? If you have flesh on your chest, you most likely got breast tissue to poke. Get to know what's normal about your body so you'll know when it isn't normal. Exactly. It is actually like an important thing to do. I was gonna make a railed joke, but now I can't because you said we've been grounded tonight. No, it's just more surprising. It's not me being like, oh man, we have to keep it grounded all night. It's just more of like, okay, this is not me insulting chat, but because we are a collection of extremely neurodivergent people here, oftentimes when I'm talking about something that requires a lot of attention or some level of like serious gravity, chat doesn't care. Like someone is saying some weird curse shit while I'm like talking about like, hey, here's an update about my sister's cancer. And it's like always like a moment where I'm like, I have to remind myself, like, you are strangers. Again, you have free will. We don't really know each other through the screen. So like maybe it's not emotionally hitting the right way. You can't read my mind and like how I hope people like settle in those moments, right? But it happens so frequently that I'm surprised when it doesn't. kind of thing. If that makes sense. Me, you just finished watching the A Game About Digging a Hole VOD where there were hole jokes and sarcasm aplenty. Yeah. I mean, that was a fun stream. Are you going to tune in when D-Tune goes live tomorrow? No, because I'll be streaming for St. Jude. But good luck to him. Yeah, I'll be kicking off the St. Jude stuff, so I'm not going to be doing anything with that. Sorry. But enjoy. Enjoy all the fake ghosts. Now that I took my meds, I have to take a rebellious pee break. What the heck? All right, you're only allowed to do that if you listen to me about drinking water. Okay? That's all I got to say. I listen, Xander, I know you do. You always, it's like, I'll be like, did anyone hear what I had to say? And then like 5 people are like, no, I missed it. And then you'll be the one glistening golden example where you'll be like, yeah, that sounds good, Brian, thanks. And I'll be like, Xander, thank God, as long as I got Xander here, I gotta be doing something right. I was something else during the Game About Hole stream. Unreal. Rolls up sleeve. Guess who's double fisting streams tomorrow? Oh my gosh. I hope it's gonna be. We're gonna start off with something I normally don't start off with. Tomorrow for the St. Jude stuff. Just know I am willing to always sacrifice my comfort and anxiety or mental health for this cause and for your entertainment so that you'll be interested in this cause. So when you see me boot up tomorrow's stream and you go, wait, this is what you're doing, don't worry about me too much. Like, worry about me a little bit because I'm probably going to lose my mind at some point, but there's a whole formula to it. There's a whole push and pull of it. It's a mess. It's going to be a mess. I still feel bad about playing a sound alert as soon as the serious talk was starting to kick off. No, I mean, that's harder to predict, though, because it's like, with that, it's on delay, right? Like, when I say something, like, everyone has anywhere from 5 to 15 seconds of delay on stream. Sometimes affected by mobile, sometimes affected by however Twitch is feeling in the middle of the night. But it is one of those things where it's like, sound alerts, like, sometimes I'll be like, okay, cool, and then like move on. But for the most part, it's fine. It's like, sometimes when I'll be talking about something and there's just like a conversation ongoing that is absolutely like inappropriate for the subject, like I said, I'll just remind myself, I'll be like, damn, I've been that person in a room before. Do I wish that they gave a shit about my sister's health and life? Yeah, but also, it's not their sister. They're here to have a good time. They're here to duck away from maybe their own sister's going through some stuff and they need to distract themselves. That's the way I try to, like, deconstruct it. But, like, the sound stuff is, I mean, that's harder to time. That's harder to do stuff. I'm so curious. I can't wait. I'm so excited, kind of. Like, I'm so excited for the fundraising. I'm not so excited for the pure commitment that I've set myself up for this year's St. Jude stuff. It's a mess, dude. It's like, I'll text you later. Actually, I'll text you now, man. I'll text you now, and you're gonna go, are you kidding me, bro? There you go. You got it, man. Don't leak that till tomorrow. I'm insulted. Brie implied I don't listen. No. It's not that. I just wanted to point out Xander as like someone who always does. Radical empathy is definitely a sharpened skill that requires near constant honing. It really does. And that's the other thing is like, I try not to get moody about it. Sometimes I'll get like a little bit annoyed. But I try to keep it pretty internal just due to the fact that I struggle with that shit. I'll be standing in a group of people giggling with my buddy while someone's trying to like make an announcement about something at an in-person thing. It's a skill, and especially if you're someone who's neurodivergent like me, I get it. I understand where like the struggle comes from, the difficulty comes from. So I don't know. That's something I'm working on my end. So read a room, I'm illiterate. Yeah, and it's like, I'll use that phrase every now and then if it's like someone, like, will be having a conversation about a specific subject, and someone comes in and they, like, say something intentionally contrarian. It's like, yo, bro, why did you actually think that you were going to have a voice here? More than being like, hey, you were supposed to laugh at that joke. Like, it's not what I do here. I'm great. Like, tone policing doesn't make sense to me, mainly because I've been tone policed about things that I didn't realize I was doing sometimes. And I'll improve, and I'll internalize it, and I'll get better sometimes, but it's not always a guarantee. Occasionally, things are beyond me. I'm grateful you look at it that way. I try not to ever be the totally insensitive person, but I've been going through some shit I will not mention in chat. I know it sometimes makes me less likely to notice when the vibes change. Well, you've also mentioned, like, you were raised in very specifically bizarre circumstances, so not giving you a reason to behave badly, but also something that, like, if you're working on it, that's great kind of thing. And it's not, like, your fault. It's not something you're maliciously intentionally doing, if that makes sense. Takes a while for me to catch up to reality sometimes. Yeah, it happens to people. Again, as long as, like, people lead with the idea of respect, like, I like the banter towards me, right? Like, I tell people all the time, I love when people, like, joke around with me or make me the butt of a joke here or meme, like, Photoshop my face in, like, a weird way. Like, that stuff cracks me up. I laugh my ass off. All that stuff is great. Yeah, exactly, Fleer. It's like the intent behind it is always going to matter a bit more. Like, I'm kind of sick of the people on, like, TikTok who are like, oh, impact over intentions. And it's like, sometimes it's intentions over impact. Sometimes things can be compromised on and agreed on and discussed. But the people who it's like 100% of the time, oh, impact over intent. Yeah, sometimes, but not every situation. Nuance exists in every single form of communication. So, someone was saying that their grandparents passed away in a support group I was in a few months ago. I laughed. I don't know why I did. I felt like an asshole. I apologized right away. They didn't seem very fazed, but I still think about it. I mean, very unorthodox reaction to something. Some people do react to grief in odd ways. If it's something you personally don't like about yourself, it's worth working on. You know, if you're working on it, you have the shame. I don't want to say shame's a good motivator, but sometimes when you're like, hey, I feel a little bit of embarrassment that I did that because I knew it was inappropriate in the moment, it means that it's probably a little bit closer to the forefront of your mind, and it will be easier next time to fight against that or have a readily available reason to share as to why you did it with the person that you might have hurt. That's the way I try to look at it. Yo, what's up, Brian? Welcome. I hope that you've been well today. My day was kind of weird, but thank you for asking. It's gotten better with this stream. People have been really awesome here. So, Brian, you can't do this. Do not bring nuance into this. No one knows her anymore, and she's shy when put on the spot like this. God, I wish you weren't wrong, though. Like, I've been saying probably for, like, 5 years now that critical thinking and, like, media literacy and stuff is dead, and it hurts me to admit it. But it's like someone who's studied language, who's studied psychology, who's just studied a lot of, like, human interaction throughout my lifetime. It sucks that we have these people who, like, wield their selfishness like a cudgel in a way that they've, like, weaponized therapy speak, or they've weaponized, like, their identity in some kind of way. Like we were talking about, I've known racist members of the LGBTQ+, but they'd always push their own self-victimization in front of any bigotry that they do to shield themselves, instead of unpacking it and learning to be more intersectional and learning to be like better people. And it's weird. It's just so weird that we're at this point where it's like so broad strokes like that. I hate it. Makes me sad. Makes it harder to talk to human beings and to be understood by others. Fallen, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. For me, I usually try and stay quiet and respectful because I don't want to say something that might come off as offensive or insensitive, or will nod to show I am actively listening, though afterwards I feel horrible for not saying it. Oh my gosh. I mean, anxiety, it's like a catch-22 no matter what you do. Like, oh, I should have just shut up, or if you're quiet the whole time, like, oh, I should have spoken up. It sucks. It's really rough. I get it, Nye. I will say this, you've never said anything I've had to be like, Nye, you suck for that one. I've never had to do that. You're fine. I've made jokes on stream where I'm like, damn, that was a little bit edgy of me, but also, 2025. It's intention kind of thing. And also, you know, I stay away from the, like, heavy shit. I just got back. Did I miss the video games, or was there too much interesting conversation to start video games? Shark, we did decide to sideline gaming just tonight. Lots of gaming tomorrow. Lots of gaming this weekend, I promise you. Y'all will hopefully laugh at my pain. That's what I want. I want people to laugh at my pain and then go, I'm going to send $5 to St. Jude, you know? In all seriousness, try not to be defeatist. They're not dead. Critical thinking and nuance and media literacy are on vacation. People don't recognize them anymore. They're taught skills that have been purposefully nerfed. Yeah, it is a big part of, like, the current culture and the current, like, especially government culture that we're living under. So I get that. And obviously we have this community here. Like, everyone's great. Even when people are just kind of nodding along and they're like, I kind of don't get the conversation going on, or I don't have something to contribute. At the very least, people are being, like, cool for the most part. Like, it's great. Yo, Spark, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for chilling. Appreciate you a lot. I really hope that you get some wonderful rest, get some good sleep. I'll be sticking around for, like, a little bit longer, at least, because I like this. This is, I got in my sleep clothes. That's what my pants and my shirt that I'm wearing are. So this is like slumber party vibes for me. I'm back to listen to my government-assigned stream. Rebecca, welcome back. I'm lost often, but it's nice. I mean, I try to talk about a variety of things. Sometimes I let chat pull me into a conversation that, like, really isn't that serious, and then we make into a more, like, centered conversation, like, more intentional conversation, just because I know people are passionate about talking about that thing, so more people can participate and contribute. There's never going to be, like, a single thing. It's why we have the food talk emote, right? It's like food talk, it's an inside joke because, like, at some point, someone, especially when my community used to skew much younger, we'd get, like, young kids in here who'd be like, I don't really know what y'all are talking about, but I had a really good pizza today. And then we'd all start talking about pizza or something. And then that's, like, how food talk started. Was at least once a stream, all conversation got derailed and we talked about things like food or the weather or something that everyone could participate in. So that's where where a lot of the mentality comes from when I engage with the community is this isn't just for me. Like, I'm making content, quote unquote, by being live and sharing who I am, and y'all get to know me more and more every day. But also, I want people to feel like they can talk here. I like when things get clipped. I like when people get to participate in conversation or sometimes even lead a conversation here. I like when, I don't know, just like we're allowed to be ourselves about, it's cool. Me too, cozy clothes. Yeah, cozy clothes are the best. Get sleepover vibes with our other Twitch aunt. Yeah. Also need to go to bed. Nettles, please get some wonderful rest. Good luck with the appointment. I really hope it goes well. Treat yourself afterward. Please tell us how that chai that you were going to get is, because it sounded awesome from the description. My good news was chicken sandwich. Oh, man, I do love a good chicken sandwich. Food is a topic that unites us all. We all have experience with it, so we all have something to say. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, it's a universal thing, and I bring this up all the time, right? Food and music are the two great equalizers. Every culture has their own food and music, and as long as it's something that's not like a part of a closed practice or closed culture, it's really cool that, like, we all, even without contact with each other in, like, the ancient world, came up with, like, dance and song and food that, like, can be shared and can be, like, spread amongst each other, that unites us in, like, this really human way. I think that's such an important thing to remember at the end of the day. If we didn't have all this bullshit with, you know, capitalism and whatever, human beings are kind of the same. And I like that. I like that we can all unite on some things. So, Uber, give me 1 second to just read this in my brain. Uber, the fact that you even think of that at all means that you're probably a lot more considerate than you think. People who have been here for a while know we've unfortunately had to kick out some people who could not understand how inconsiderate they were being. They could understand how inconsiderate they were being, and they just continued to do so is actually more of part of the reason. I haven't seen that from the people who are here right now. It's really cool, the current iteration of the community that we have going. Maddie, welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good night. Welcome. Anthony Bourdain was my first intro to food as a unifying connective force. Yeah, I was talking to some friends at St. Jude about Anthony Bourdain and how one of the coolest things that he did was he ate all these, like, what we would consider, quote, weird foods that were just, like, traditional cultural foods for a lot of the places, or even everyday cultural foods for a lot of, like, other countries, like, places around the world, and he never called them weird. He'd just be like, oh, wow, yeah, that's such an interesting combination of ingredients. I've had it this way before, but not quite like this. I'm going to try it. And he never, like, made it like this, like, me versus them thing. He never made it into this, like, oh, man, check out these pig intestines. So gross and weird, everybody. Oh, how do they eat like this in this country? You know, he never did that. And that was like, say what you will about him, he was a deeply flawed human being, but he was very aware of that. Partially, I mean, he just, like, partially why he was so neurotic and why I take a lot of cues from how he interacted with the world, and why I am the way I am. I know how flawed I am as a human being. I've never claimed to be anything but. So I'm grateful for the example that he shared. Again, regardless of how you felt about him in his day-to-day life or the way that he interacted with the world or decisions he made, the energy and the idea of this is just a different way that people do things. But we're all still human beings at the end of the day. That is a beautiful freaking thing. I love that. Nearly universal cultural touchstones. Flatbread, booze, and dragons. Yeah, that's another thing. Morgan and I talk about that all the time, Maddie, is how it's really cool that there's different interpretations of dragons around the world from cultures that did not have any connection when they came up with the concepts. It's so neat. I don't know, it's cool. Yeah, Pete, we had the talk about how he respected the culture at St. Jude. It was an awesome talk. Some late good news is that I got my Nosferatu popcorn bucket today. Becca, enjoy it. Oh my god, were they like late shipping out? I know that they did them different for that movie. I'm genuinely not trying to start anything, so ignore this question if it's bothersome. But how do you feel about Uncle Roger or not? Uncle Roger? I don't think I know Uncle Roger. I know Mr. Rogers. Is that Mr. Rogers' uncle or brother? Probably not, but I know Mr. Rogers. I will say straight up that, like, I might know who that is with a reminder. So, I will say straight up that no one here has made me feel uncomfortable. I bet the rest of the community would say the same. Plus, this iteration of the community has gotten so much better at being direct about when something that's being said does make them feel uncomfortable or not taking something at face value. Appreciate this community so much. Brookie, thank you, like, for sticking around as we've, like, worked out some of the kinks, really. We've, like, figured out, like, who we wanted to be. Yeah, exactly, Pete. It's like, yeah, Andrew Zimmern, who ended up being, like, kind of a weird dude anyway. Yeah, always used to make fun of other cultures' food. It was really bizarre. And made, like, the big deal of, oh, look at this, I'm going to eat the snake. Like, oh, how do they do this? Uncle Roger is the emotional damage guy? Uncle Roger's a YouTuber who does food stuff. Played by Nigel. Okay. Oh, emotional damage guy is a different guy? Okay. He's a YouTuber who does food stuff. I don't think I've seen his stuff. Here's the secret. This sucks. I talk about this regularly. I don't watch YouTubers very much anymore. Morgan probably watches more YouTubers than me. But I don't really watch that many. I'll watch my dude Jarvis Johnson. Jarvis Johnson Gold is some of the best commentary on the internet. Anytime Eddie Burback drops a new video, I'll check out his stuff because he's great. Ethan is probably, like, in my inner circle of friends, Ethan is probably, sadly, the only YouTuber I still watch. I'm too busy with my own stuff. When I watch a YouTuber, I go, oh my god, I gotta go fucking edit 5 videos right now. That's where my brain's at when I watch YouTube. So, I don't think I've actually seen him. He talks about making the perfect fried rice. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him. He opened his own fried rice restaurant. Oh, wait. You know what's wild? I've seen the headline about the fried rice restaurant. I had no idea who he was. So that's wild. I saw the culmination of the efforts and the buildup of the brand, but I didn't know who the person was. That's kind of wild. Yeah, why not? Okay, Jarvis Johnson fan in the chat. Let's go. The premium channel, that's free. I just like I always do the Jarvis Johnson gold. Just fun to do. He went viral for making fun of BBC chef for how she made rice. Okay, funny. I dig that. That's good. Yeah, I don't know too much about the human being behind that, if that was what the question was. So I don't have a strong opinion. From my wife's hometown, no way. Pete, that's awesome. That's so cool. Small world. Officially lurking because it's bedtime and I need sleep. Kirion, please get some wonderful sleep. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate everyone here. Y'all are great. Yeah, God, there have been a couple times throughout my lifetime where my best friend and I will get like kind of drunk and we'll be like, we could run a food truck. I bet we could run a food truck. And then like I sober up and I'm like, I don't want to deal with that at all. Actually, that sounds like a terrible nightmare of a thing to do. It's like, it's a dream for some people, but it's not my dream, you know? I hope everyone who has the dream gets to live it. His controversy is that he uses a really exaggerated Chinese accent for his Uncle Roger character, which some people find acceptable since he is Chinese. Others find offensive. I think for me personally, just as someone who has auditioned for roles where I had to use a Korean accent, which I clearly sound like a New Yorker, it's up to that individual. I don't think that especially white people get to police that. I think if you're a white person, maybe don't fucking weigh in on anything that's in a community of POC. That unless you are speaking from a place of allyship, trying to tone police how Asian people or like black people represent themselves, what like nomenclature is like allowed, that is like kind of like not to make you an example, Ren, but like the other stream you made like a joke where I was like, hey, let's not even say that term here, please. It makes me uncomfortable. That's because I have no right to even reference that term. So it's like one of those types of things where I'm hyper aware of that stuff. I have talked at length with other Asian voice actors that if there is a role that is like, we need natural sounding Asian accents, or hey, you have your own YouTube channel where you get to dictate the type of content that's put up, it's kind of like you're right as reparations to a degree to characterize yourself. Do I like the outcome of it every time? No, I don't. But it's the right of that Asian person to make that decision individually for themselves, outside the judgment of other people outside that community. So that's how I see it. I've told the story before. I had the biggest, it would have been not the biggest voice role I've had, but it would have been one of the best paying voice roles that I would have gotten, for a franchise character that the main guy that they had voicing him originally was white, which wasn't a great move to begin with, but the franchise had started back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. And they were trying to do authentic representation. So they were trying to cast an Asian voice actor. And as a result, they wanted me to do an accent. And my point of contact at the job was another Asian person. And I was like, yo, is this me doing something kind of fucked up? And she was like, I want you to have this role. So, like, no, I don't think it's fucked up. I think that all of us are allowed to present our cultures and our, essentially, like, who we are, our identities, in whatever way we feel like, even if it ends up not being 100% genuine. It's genuinely, like, your identity to some degree. Granted, it sounds like this guy, Uncle Roger, kind of like it's almost weird to talk about, like, as a nuanced thing, because he is someone who is using an aspect of his natural identity to kind of grift his viewers with a caricature of, like, who he really is. And that is something that he's allowed to get to choose if he does. Because he is an Asian at the end of the day, using what is theoretically an Asian accent. And so, like, I ended up turning down I didn't turn down the role. I ended up softening mine because I was like, I don't have a natural Asian accent, but I'm going to, like, add a little bit into it. And I'm going to go for the role and just act my ass off, and hopefully my acting gets it. And then the director came back and was like, oh, we went a different direction because, like, your accent was kind of, like, too light for what we were looking for. And I was like, that's fine. And I went to, like, a Hollywood guy. He got to be the main role in the game. And then my point of contact came out, or DM me, and she was like, yeah, so we had to work with this dude from Hollywood. We should have gone with you, because he fucking sucked to work with. He is an asshole. So, yeah. That's why I'm usually asking instead of speaking on it. I had to do the same thing with several other accent controversies. Fair. It's like with Midwestern or Southern accents in movies or TV. Not at all, actually. I'm sorry, anime fangirl. A little bit off the mark. When it comes to, like, ethnicity versus, like, a regional accent, it's a little bit different. Again, do your best, chat, to surround yourself with as many POC people as possible who can give you insight into how they feel instead of comparing their very unique plights to white shit. That's kind of the only way I can make it, like, a really apparent division there. So yeah. Yeah, I've never been hate crime for speaking yeehaw, though I've gotten side-eyed. Yeah, that kind of thing. Whereas, like, you have, I mean, I remember kids pulling their eyes back at me and saying ching chong at me when I was a kid. That's a little bit different than someone putting on a cowboy accent. That's not the same thing. But going back to the point at hand, yo, what's up, Hobie? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, as far as his stuff goes, I mean, that's between him and whatever Asian deity he believes in. Like, at the end of the day, I can't... It's weird because, like, I can give my criticisms of it in a vacuum as a member of the AAPI community, but if he's using evil powers, and he's justified that in his brain to grift people into loving this weird cartoon version of a Chinese fried rice chef for his own gain. I mean, God, the ceiling for marginalized people. I get the bag, bro. Honestly, I think maybe I think that's maybe where I put it. Like, maybe that's where I land. Like, what he does not really affect me. If I have someone walk up to me and do, like, an exaggerated Chinese accent at me, they probably were someone who is likely to do that regardless of this dude. They probably still think Hangover 2 is the pinnacle of comedy because their brain has not evolved since, like, 2012, right? So, like, it's one of those things. I don't care. I think where it gets dicey is where it, like, invites intentional racism. When the intention of it is, like, like spreading disinformation on purpose. Like, if I were to go on TikTok and I was like, here's something that you don't know about all Asian people. All of us do this. And it's just, like, disinformation. And it's actual harm to the community. That is that is obviously going to have worse repercussions than a dude on his channel playing a cartoon character with a voice that sounds a little bit like that Chinese twang that he might have heard his grandma doing when he was growing up. Hopefully that makes sense, because yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, it's not for me to police him on either. So my opinion ultimately would be the same as if I went and I posted it on Reddit. It would have zero value. Bro could like read it and just like go do his own, still keep doing the thing, keep grifting anybody who comes across his channel. And again, I mean, like, bro, get the bag. It's like, fuck. If people have made fun of me with that accent and then not given me money, so why not allow him to use that accent to make money? Because he's comfortable doing it. That's because he's part of that community. He's part of our community. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. What's wild is people think I'm from SoCal or the Midwest usually, but Southerners think I'm Northern and New Englanders know I'm Southern. It's always funny when someone's like, I can't quite place your accent. I've never had that issue because everyone goes like, oh my God, you got that nasty Rochester nasally A. They'll be like, hey, where are you from? Somewhere in New York, right? Where? You got that like nasty ass nasally noise coming out of your mouth. And I'm like, yeah, Rochester, you know, we do it. Here's something you don't know about all asexuals. All of us do this. Proceeds to pour my milk before my cereal. It does make sense? Okay, yeah. I think it makes sense. Okay, yeah. So, cashing in on racism directed towards himself is still cashing, to be honest. Like, in a couple years, he made enough to create franchise fried restaurants. That's kind of my thing, is like, I don't necessarily like the reverberations that he might not be aware of by doing that. But if it allows him to get the leg up so that he doesn't have to do the grind, he doesn't have to play that character in a couple years. I mean, fuck, man. It's kind of like a repeat of what happened with Filthy Frank. And Filthy Frank made very different content that did not age well at all. But Joji, the musician Joji, who sells out like fucking giant like music venues, used to play this character named Filthy Frank. And those of you who know the weird shit he used to do, and he regularly would basically make this very absurdist kind of, it was meant to be satirical comedy, but then edgy Redditor and 4chan kids turned it into actual racism. And it was meant to be like a meta commentary on racism by an Asian guy about Asian culture and shit. And about like white racism towards Asians. And it just got so fucking far out of hand and got way too edgy. Oh my God.
Stop me. The government cannot stop me. I will simply continue to be silly until the end of my days.
That you will, Elsa.
Giving Bree money.
Mins, thank you so much. And also, yes, please go get some wonderful rest. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate you a lot. Not leg up when you don't even know who he is. Wait, is that something he says? He puts his leg down from his chair when shocked. Oh my God. I had no idea. But it's like Joji cashed in on that crap. He got the bag, and then he said, I don't really want to put myself front and center of this racism crap anymore. I just did this to cash in on this gimmick so that I could level the playing field that is not offered to me because I'm not white. Hey, I'm using my platform right now to talk about AAPI stuff, right? I will never have the platform a white guy does. I'm telling you that right now. I will not. I can count the number of Sykkunos and Disguised Toasts that I've seen on this platform explode. And the only reason that they've all collectively become successful is they collectively made it a thing that their crew is like the cool Asian people on Twitch who have like grinded up to this level and networked with all the like popular white creators and gotten their opportunity and gotten their bag. And I'm so happy that they've gotten that. So for me, I'm just like, I'm not going to ever have the same platform that someone who looks and sounds like me but is white has. That's just not like across the board. Like, it's not going to be the same thing. I do the same exact kind of content as a million other streamers I've seen out there. And I regularly hit the reality of, like, I'm doing my best, and I hope that I'm relatable, and I hope I'm fun, and I hope that my ethnicity doesn't have to come into things. Sometimes I intentionally bring it up. But overall, some people are just going to, like, look at me and just go, hey, not for me. Sorry, I don't really get you, kind of thing. So, yeah, I don't know. That's just like where I'm at. Doofenshmirtz's voice, it's okay, Brian. It's okay, Brian. We will just put you through the whitenator. Say goodbye to spices, yeah. Yeah, unbuttered toast for me. Thanks. We have garlic sometimes, occasionally with salt. Garlic is one of those spices, seasonings that unites everybody, truly. But it is one of those things, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing to be a marginalized person online. To watch every single person I know who has a bit more white privilege than me, like, rocket past me. And that's not to say they haven't worked hard. They've worked their asses off. They deserve those things that they have. But I would also like to deserve them doing the same exact stuff, right? That's kind of like where I sit with a lot of it. So that's my little talk on that. So get the bag, Uncle Roger. Get the bag. Joji, get the bag, dude. Do your thing. Fuck, man. That's the dream. That's the dream. I don't want to work twice as hard to get half as far. If there's a gimmick that doesn't hurt anybody that I'm willing to do for myself, I'll fucking do it, man. As long as it's not an actual, like, harmful grift or anything, I'll do it. So I don't know. Jarred garlic and ginger in the fridge are lifesavers. Dude, jarred garlic and ginger, when you don't want to, like, mince, like, some cloves, slap. It's good to have it on hand. How do we not have a Gardetto's quote? Because Lav, if there was any, probably, like, went through and nuked them all. Lav was known as the Gardetto's is spicy person in our community, and she definitely would have erased the evidence of it. Well, let me tell you about being straight white, dude. I'll say this much. I will say this much. Austin, you are our token cis white male mod who just, man, you kick ass, man. We appreciate having you around. Me looking at my kimchi, knowing I'm very literally allergic to all chilies and allergic to all chilies and peppers, and oh man, oh god, you must really love kimchi. I mean, to be fair, I eat dairy all the time, and it kills me, so. Oh, that's too funny. That's really funny. That one is it, even though it doesn't directly mention Gardetto's. Oh, okay, got it. Quote 175, because they're not fucking spicy, you loaf of soggy white bread. Yeah, Shira was on our side about trying to convince Lav that Gardetto's is not. It's not spicy, dude. It's not. It really isn't. So, gotta love jarred minced garlic when you don't feel like dealing with the tiny clove. Yeah, you don't want to deal with the cloves. You don't want to deal with mashing up garlic. Minced garlic goes hard. Did eventually find out she thought they were spicy because she had an onion allergy. Yeah, she had like an onion or garlic allergy, so at least the truth come out. I'm a straight white dude when I try really hard and concentrate. No, you are. You're valid in that. I'm just saying on our mod team, we have a bit of a disproportionate setup going on. What is an allergy if not a barrier to be crossed? A challenge to be overcome. I even tried to agree that they were flavor spicy, but Lav doubled down that they were capsaicin spicy. Yeah, which is not true. My problem is more that I'm bad at meal planning, and so my garlic will usually be sprouted by the time I use it. Therefore I get the jarred garlic. That's fair. It's hard also if you're only cooking, like Morgan and I struggle because we're cooking for 2 people, and like we shop at Costco. So it's like, oh cool, we have a bag of 500 onions. Sure, if we eat onions every day, we can get through like 20 of these before they start going bad. It's hard. Sometimes it's like, so we're just like, no, just buy the big jar of kimchi or whatever. I have to work very hard to be straight. Oh, no, that's fair. There's too many temptations around. Like, now I'm considering buying a bag of Gardettos and dumping some ground Szechuan pepper in there. That would actually probably go hard. I won't even lie. Even like the red pepper flakes that you get at like the old school Pizza Hut tables. I'll like shake some of those into Gardettos. Those would probably go hard. Cis straight white woman mod reporting for duty. Don't eat too much garlic at once. You will literally sweat it out. Yeah, which is kind of funny when it happens, honestly. People are allowed to eat whatever amount of garlic they want. If they want to be the stinky person, they're allowed to be. I love garlic, personally. Fully no offense. Are straight people real? 100% straight? Is that real? Jen, but also lighthearted? It is a good question. I mean, it has been debated for like a really long time. Austin, I just saw your meme you sent me, by the way. Dude, I am suffering emotional and mental damage on day one of fundraising this year. Oh, man. Y'all better show up. That's all I got to say. Here's the thing is, I mean, I think, and y'all know me, this is going to open up a whole can of worms, so just get ready for nuance. Nuance. I personally think sexuality and identity and all the things that kind of go into that milkshake are too nuanced for us to even have the label of straight, in the sense of like, there are dudes who are so uncomfortable and fragile that they reject anything that challenges like modern day alpha masculinity. But that's not being straight. That's just them being like really fucking afraid of their feelings because they're little babies. But like, yeah, that's the thing though, Ephraim, is like, fellas, is it gay to like women? We're at a point where like, quote, straight men just hate women. Like, like they hate women. They talk about women in a way where I'm like, bro, you are not even attracted to women. Like, you hate women. What are you talking about, man? You're too, like, incompetent to, like, be a part of this conversation about, like, what woman is ideal, because you just hate women. You're just describing all women when you say things you don't like, man. Like, the freaking patriarchy has eaten your brain. The misogyny has, like, replaced all critical thinking skills because you want to impress Joe Rogan daddy. I don't know. I don't feel real. How does everyone know I'm not an AI voice that just hopped onto repo? Where the investigation's ongoing. You can like women if you're gay. It's called bisexuality. God. Ace, did you see that? Both Ashley and I retweeted that. Or reposted that on Blue Sky. The Final Fantasy X edit. That was so good. Whoever did the James Arnold Taylor voice also nailed it. Like the cadence. You can like women if you're gay. It's called bisexuality. I had forgotten about bisexuality. What? It was so good. It was like the jank like 2010s or 2000s voice acting shit. It was so perfect. Spot on. But God, I love that meme. As a gender fluid person who's gay in all directions, I feel like it's all a wibbly wobbly mess we try to fit into boxes. I think and that's the thing too, Maddie, is I talk about labels all the time. I don't have a good relationship with labels because I hate being put in a box. But if someone who, especially if you grew up in an environment where you were not educated about this stuff, it's nice to have a starting point. It's nice to be like, oh, all these thousands of people say that they are this thing. That's how I feel. That's how I see myself. Cool starting point for, like, baby's first, like, not... baby's first marginalization, right? That is something that, like, I really respect about labels, and I'm glad that they exist for that reason. I'm never gonna, like, poo-poo on labels because some of y'all got a running jump from those. That said, I don't know. Things like the longer I live, the more I'm like, all this shit's made up, man. If you can't, you are so insecure. If your bro is like, bro, how do I look? And you can't be like, dude, you look sick. You look so good right now. Like, you're weird for that. Like, bro is asking you straight up, like, hey, man. He's not like, yo, bro, if you say I look good, I'm going to suck your penis right now. Like, that's not what's happening, man. You're insecure for not being able to be like, I can acknowledge when a man looks handsome. You don't have to be like, I want to marry that guy. Like, you're just going, yo, yeah, that is a handsome dude. Idris Elba, to me, is one of the most handsome dudes I've ever seen in my life. Like, goddamn. Whew. All the time. Do I want a man near me romantically? No. No, thank you. Not really. Maybe Idris Elba. But... But that's the thing, is like, I can be like, damn, I recognize this on like a sliding scale of stuff. Yeah, Nye, that too. Yeah, it's just so like wild. It's like, and that's the other thing, is like seeing each other in these labels and these boxes, and then we separate ourselves from each other instead of just being like, yeah, that's my dude. It moves us so much farther away from being able to like get to that world where like coming out is not a big deal. We're just being gay or being trans or being whatever is just an accepted part of society in life, where we are kind and supportive, and we judge people based on their actions and their mindsets, not on their identities. That's the future I want to move towards. I want to be like, I'm judging you on your merit, not what the hell's in your pants or who you want to make out with, dude. Like, that's fucking weird. Where I live, everyone thinks I'm gay because I don't fit the alpha dude stereotype. Yeah, dude, I mean, it's a really rough thing, especially going on right now. It's just, like, so strange to see that rejection of, like, things are allowed to exist on a sliding scale, right? This is what Neapolitan means, if you even care, Chet, if you even care. Ephraim's got a point. At the same time, I consider myself sapphic. I mean, that's cool. That's great. Wonderful for your labels. I don't really care what other people's labels are. Not to dismiss you. That's not why. Or invalidate you or anything. It's more of like, you are you. I know you as that aspect of you, whether you are gay or bisexual or trans or non-binary or whatever. Homophobic streamer. It's like, I don't care, because at the end of the day, like, I recognize that's an aspect of you, but it's an aspect of you that I don't add value to. It just, you are who you are. And that's the cool thing about not giving a shit about labels. You can give a shit about them for yourself, expecting everyone to treat you a certain way because you are a certain identity. Treat you positively a certain way because you are a certain identity. It's just, that's a bizarre thought concept to me. That's like so strange to me. Negatively, unfortunately, that's the shit we're working on. That's bigotry. That's the stuff we're fighting against. If someone has a preconceived conception of who you are because of, in a negative way, that's just bigotry. That's the shit we don't want. So I want to dismantle, hopefully within my lifetime, what it means to just be like a person, and like why attraction doesn't have to equal sexuality, why interaction with each other doesn't always have to be guarded behind these like very stiff boundaries. Look at her go. She said no value for being gay. It's not. But I said big picture over details. Yeah. Live with merit. Live with integrity. I don't know. It's like I've been listening to like a lot of Kendrick Lamar recently. And it's like the very first album, or the very first song on his GNX album, Whacked Out Murals, is probably my favorite song on the album. Where he's like, keep your head down and work like I did, but, know that not everyone's going to like you kind of stuff. Like that, I live by that. It's like, and then once people find out more about like my gender expression and whatever, I hope it doesn't change their opinion of me. I just am who I am still. We said no labels allowed even if you want them. Yeah, guys, I've actually stolen all of yours and we're blending it into a smoothie as we speak. And then we're going to throw it into the trash without even taking a sip of it. Take that, gender fluid. By the way, if you're on PC, because you won't see this on mobile because mobile sucks for it, there is a new label on the stream. Getting ready for Pride Month. Y'all, someone somewhere in my neighborhood just did a loud-ass supervillain wicked witch cackle, and 1, it's 11 p.m., and 2, why? Have you ever considered that in your neighborhood exists a supervillain or wicked witch? Okay, Les Mis is my favorite musical. We know why. You're like, being gay is a meritocracy. It's so funny. Jordan already stole my pronoun. Well, then why do I see him next to your name? Can't overcome the power of Alejo. I'll say it. The pronouns extension reigns supreme. Always. Yeah, gender fluid tag. Yeah, it's there. Whatever. It's official now. It's official. I like hearing your take on this. My take with naming things is slightly different. Our perception of the world is greatly influenced by language, but I for sure appreciate your desire for us to move toward a more equitable society where labels don't matter. Yeah, I think here's my big thing. I think I'm just sick of people debating theory instead of actually making things happen. I see people write these fucking like 97 post think pieces on like Twitter. And I go, cool, you made a really awesome point. I'm so glad you have 2,000 likes on this. This is going to mean something to someone who stumbled across it, and this is something they needed to hear today, or they relate to it, or they discovered something about themselves by reading through what you wrote. But also, like, holy shit, we gotta have real action too. We gotta have like real like implementation of like a lot of stuff out there. So, gonna get your HRT consultation next week. Ephraim, let's go! Let's freaking go. I love that. Congratulations. Envious of your hair? I'm not. I have to cut this. Actually, doing the clip video, working on the YouTube clip video, I had my hair up to like where I want to cut it around like exactly a year ago. So I guess this is just going to become a tradition. But I need a trim. This is like, it takes 8 years to dry. Sucks. Arizona Planned Parenthood really said, ooh, the backlash is hurting our funding more than Orange Man. Yeah, I was actually just looking up Planned Parenthood clinics in Rochester the other day. So, but yeah, I'm at the point where, I don't know, language is an important part. Just going back to my point. Just so I can continue with Rat. Sorry. Where language is an important part of the process of awareness and finding community and education, and how we speak about things and how we assign terminology and how we break down concepts into today's vernacular and different colloquialisms and stuff. All of that is important. I'm not going to dismiss that. But also, it's just like, man, yeah, I mean, part of it is generationally. Like, I was shoved into so many different labels growing up that I was like, that's not who I am. That's not what? What? No, why are you saying that's who I am? I just want people to be people. I see people as people whenever I can. Except if you're Mr. Beast. Jimmy is, I think he's like an AI algorithm. Here's the thing. I think Jimmy Beast, Mr. Beast, is possibly the world's first working hologram with AI, like supported by Gen AI. Another reason to get rid of him, obviously. Can we get one beautiful stream of hairstyles first? Most likely. I will be, well, here's the other thing, though. Like, so there's a couple, like, longer hair, like, cosplay ideas that I want to do before I cut my hair. But then when I have short hair, and only a very, like, 1% of my audience is going to know this reference. If you have played Claire Obscure Expedition 33, one of the main characters, her name is, Lune? Or Lune? Lune. She is an Asian woman who has, like, hair this long, like where I want to cut it. It's, like, a little bit wavy. I want to do a cosplay of her because I'm in love with the game and I love her character and I think she's cool. And I've added all of my like attribute points, all my like bonus points, like to her weapon and her character because I want her to be the strongest. Because it's very rare I see a game with a strong Asian lead, and way less often do I see a strong female Asian lead. And I'm like, I'm so excited to play as her for the whole game. So if you don't know who she is, her name is spelled Lune, and you can look up the game Claire Obscure Expedition 33 and look at what she looks like, and you can tell me if that would be a cool cosplay. I used to get nowhere with medical things until I turned to Planned Parenthood as a last resort, and they got me what I needed within a week. They do so many things. Yeah, absolutely, Nye. No, 100%. I think that they are a wonderful organization to support and to back as much as possible. I want to see you in Finger Waves, but I don't think you'll go that short. Yeah, I probably won't go that short. I understand where you're coming from. I'm biracial, and for the first 6 to 7 years of my schooling, my mom was constantly fighting with the school district because they wouldn't let her check off all of my racial background. That's fair. No, understandable on that, too. That is a little bit more of a nuanced conversation, too, in the sense of, like, we should, A, accommodate for not putting biracial kids into one box or the other. And B, there should be more labels on things like intake forms, on official documents. There should be something that allows you to be proud of that mixed identity and that mixed background that accommodates for you, because you are obviously not an uncommon case. People are biracial all the time, especially in this country. I really, really wish that got changed. I'm talking from a more broader global sense, if that makes sense. Which we also need what you're talking about on that level as well, but slightly more niche than kind of what I'm touching on. I still haven't seen much on that game except that Jennifer English voices in it. Yep, Ben Starr also. A lot of really great voice actors are in it. But damn, it's good. For something that was indie, it's so good. Even if it wasn't indie, like, oh my god. I want to play that game so bad. It looks incredible. It's so good. I highly recommend it. It is essentially a JRPG made by an indie French dev studio who wanted sort of like a little bit more of like a Western graphical presentation while the gameplay remains strongly in like a JRPG classification. So if you've ever played like Persona, Final Fantasy, especially the Shadow Hearts series with the timings of some of the attacks and stuff, oh my god, it gives me flashbacks to the PlayStation 2 golden era of JRPGs. But it's got phenomenal voice acting. It's got really very good animation for the team that worked on it and the size of their budget. Like some good mocaps in it. A little bit of the lip syncing's off, but it's indie. There's a couple like gameplay things that I'm like, I wish this was a little bit better, but like it's such a cool game. It's so awesome. So if you grew up playing old school JRPGs, it is like one of those with a lot of modern upgrades and quality of life things going on with it. Oh my god, yes. Okay, yeah. Wait, did you see what Lune looks like on from Claire Obscure Expedition 33? Because I love her. I think her character design's great, honestly. Yeah, Rat, not trying to shut you down or anything with that conversation either. Just like slightly different wheelhouse with that stuff. I think especially when it comes to racial stuff, again, not crossing over that conversation because that's a different level of nuance and particularities than things involving gender and sexuality and attraction and what we label, sexual attraction, romantic attraction, blah, 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 all that stuff. Again, important stuff to highlight, but not dealing with race with what I'm talking about. I think racial stuff we have to be a little bit firmer on. This isn't a I don't see colors thing, if that's what you were worrying about. Because that obviously that like all lives matter, I don't see color shit, like that doesn't fly here either. No. I think that people are allowed to be very proud and strong in their born identities. Not the born identity, not like the movie, but like the identity that you can't help due to ethnicity, if that makes sense. So yeah. I have two friends who have abandoned temporarily our RP group to play Expedition 33. It's a dark poison that will infect you and will make you drop all other responsibilities. It's a good game, though. Oh my god, I'm sorry that they did that, but it's so good. I do not know Lune, but looking them up, I need you to cosplay them. She is awesome. She is like a queen. I would love to dress as her. if we're talking different things, I get it. I conflate things, and I appreciate you letting me know. Yeah, I just don't want you to walk away feeling like I dismissed you on that, because you brought up some great points as well, just with a parallel but separate conversation when it comes to this kind of thing. Obviously, I've thought, as someone who's both LGBTQ plus and a POC, I think of both of these things in tandem, but try my best not to conflate them, because while intersectionality is important, they are two totally separate conversations. This community is so cool. Can you all pause and take a moment and just realize how cool and chill we're all being? Even if the conversations are making you, whoever's reading, a little anxious, if the topics feel too much to weigh in on, like, look how cool and happy we are. Yeah, everyone's just kind of vibing. I think that, like, none of this is, like, meant to, like, make people feel out of sorts. It's more of, it's AAPI month, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I'm going to be using my platform to talk about this stuff every now and then, because I can't escape what I look like or where I'm from. So I'm going to do my best to educate people, make sure that we have a pretty even playing field when it comes to learning together, and maybe taking some of the things that you were not aware of and making them more prominent in how you think day to day about people who are from different backgrounds and stuff like that. So, yeah, Christy Ryder voices Lune in that game. God, where the hell is she from? I know where she's from. She's from, like, another really prominent series. But they have an all-star cast. They got some really good voice actors. Ben Starr alone, worth the price of admission. Jennifer English as well. But, like, Ben Starr is quickly rising up my rank of like, really good Western voice actors who are just really killing it and have a great inner circle of friends, and talk about some, like, really good things with their platforms. I remember having a talk a while back about a reconceptualizing sexuality and gender, because having names in a system does help with understanding it, but what we have now feels too derivative and definitive and static. Yeah. No, absolutely, Rat. That's my thing about it is, then we waste all this time. Not waste time. I don't want to say waste time, because, again, that's too dismissive. But we'll have, like, a little bit of, like, redundancy sometimes. We'll have a little bit of too much repetition where, oh, man, like, I'm all of these things except for this one small part of this thing. Now we have to come up with a completely other term that splinters me. And, like, cool, yeah, that's awesome that, like, you're splintered away and you're strongly within this, like, niche identity that you're proud of to represent that community. But now, like, we're adding all these barriers between each other, all this separation between each other, when in reality it's like, oh, cool, like, you agree with everything, like, you're attracted to the same type of people I am, except for this one little aspect. Oh, well, cool, that's awesome. Man, we can, like, get along. We're focusing more on what's different than what's the same. A lot of the time, I've noticed. And it's why we unfortunately have, rad femme lesbian TERFs. You have people who are part of the LGBTQ plus who are still anti-trans. You have people who are, lesbian exclusionists towards bi people. Stuff like that. It's really ugly. It's really bad. It's infighting that shouldn't be there. Because, again, at the end of the day, those people would have made themselves, regardless of their label, made themselves very clearly bigoted somehow by saying those types of things. And then we wouldn't have to have this debate of, like, oh my god, well, what are they versus, like, what are the people that they're criticizing? And we would have just been like, oh yeah, that's Susie, she sucks, she's always sucked, kind of thing. If that makes sense. Moving on to Claire Obscure. I really want to like it. I really do, because it's so pretty. It's gorgeous. It's not going to be a game for everybody. I understand the people who have qualms with it. I get it. For me personally, as someone who grew up in that era of games and thinks it's beautiful and loves the challenge of, like, timing-based mechanics, oh, I'm loving it. It's so good. The music, the music. I've cried a couple times now just from the soundtrack. Phoebe, please have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow for St. Jude's stuff. Take care of yourself. Happy weekend. I'm glad you're speaking about this. I hadn't heard of a AAPI month until the stream. It's something I'll definitely need to look into the history of. I'm glad to have learned something new today because of this cool community. Elijah, I'm so glad. Again, I know not everyone's from the same background. Also, media, out of any, like, it's not a competition. If anything, all marginalized groups deserve, like, a louder international day or week or month or whatever, you know? Like, I wish people were louder about Black History Month this year, but they weren't. A lot of people are... Hi. Are you trying to get up here? Sorry, I have a worm all of a sudden tapping. She literally stood on the side of the chair, like put her front paws on the side of the chair, and just tapped my hip twice. And then looked at me, and I went, hello, and then she walked away. So, she gave me a little bit of a little tap. Here's something, though, that I will talk about. Is all marginalized groups are underrepresented. People lack the awareness based on upbringing or by design in education or educational systems, especially now with all this anti-DEI crap that's happening, anti-woke crap, whatever these jerks are doing. People are not being educated enough about any marginalized group, whether you are gay or trans or black or, someone who practices an Islamic faith. Like, it's all... Sorry, I'm trying to read chat while talking, and my brain's already operating on low speed. Good night to pick for me to have, like, nuanced conversations about this shit. I will say this. Asians have a very small representation in this country. And as a result, we've had very... very small amounts of representation in everything. In media, all the way to civil rights advocacy. Something like AAPI month is newer. AAPI Heritage Month, again, for those who don't know, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. To celebrate the growth, the contributions, and the plight of Asian people and Pacific Islanders and Native Hawaiians as well were recently added to that. And people who look like us, people from, the Swana and Mina communities, like the Middle Eastern communities that considered themselves Asian. You'll see a lot of, like, people from, like, parts of India who identify that way. You name it. But it's for all of us because, unfortunately, there has not been a lot of education on AAPI month or the AAPI communities in general. So, yeah, I'll use my platform to talk about who I am and raise awareness about it. This country was built on the backs of a lot of different marginalized human beings, unfortunately. The reason we had coast-to-coast railroads back in the day is because Chinese immigrants were lured here and then treated like indentured servants and oftentimes put in horrible communities and situations and conditions to build the railroads. We had a lot of that go on. We had people who were obviously more recently, like I touched on earlier in the stream, used as just punchlines in a lot of media. People who remember, Mad TV, agree with the guy or not, but like Bobby Lee, he was put through hell in the 90s and the 2000s on Mad TV as the butt of every racist Asian joke that you can think of. The sentiment about Asian people during World War II, where they were put in internment camps, or even after Nam, or the Korean War. That shit that still echoes in a lot of people who still live in the U.S. And it's something that, and worldwide, and it's something that, I try to talk about. I try to raise awareness, but because we're not like very this is another part of the racism, is the model minority myth that's often told. Oh, Asian people work harder and they're smarter naturally, so that's why they work so hard and they like doing work, and that's why so many of them are doctors and so many of them do X, Y, and Z. It's a myth to pit Asian people against other POC, and it's a really crappy fucking thing that happens in this country, because it's only used when it's convenient. We need to pit Asian people. We got to find all the conservative Asians we can and call them model minorities so they feel good like they're blending in with white people. I'm sorry, there's no way this is blending in with white people. And make them feel good so they take our side when we're up against some other POC. And that's a shitty thing that happens to this day, of that kind of thing. So it really sucks, when in reality it's just like, we're not considered brand friendly. You know, you'll notice Target didn't change their logo for AAPI month. Twitch didn't. I mean, Twitch has done more than a lot of big corporations, actually, by just having the opportunity for me to show up maybe on the front page and also on the front page carousel, or on the together with AAPI Voices carousel. Like, that is like throwing a bone a little bit. It's kind of the bare minimum. I wish there was more, but that is sadly a bigger opportunity than most Asian people get in this country. Yeah, exactly, Ren. Yeah, it's like any type of person where you've heard like a very broad stroke example of what makes them good, but still others their marginalized identity. It's basically like the way that you point out, like old circus ringleaders would be like, step right up to the freak show. Step right up to this freak show that we got. So, it's really crappy. May I have permission to send a message that seems white tears, like, but we can all go in understanding that's not how I'm trying to speak? I mean, send it. I can't guarantee that I'll be, like, mentally prepared for a conversation about it, but I'll read it, you know? But yeah. Uber, I mean, you've told me before your background also, your sheltering was also abnormal even for sheltering. So I think any of the stuff that you're talking about here, like, you're going to spend years and years learning about it. And that's okay. You'll learn about it. You'll figure it out at your own pace kind of thing. Yeah, Rat, that's dog shit. That's awful to hear that happens. I hate hearing about that kind of crap. We're not doing ourselves any favors because it is the, like, all right, cool. So once they're done persecuting black people and brown people, guess who's up next, dude? Like, that. What a backwards way of living. And unfortunately, a lot of Asian communities do foster that, which sucks. It really sucks. And there's a number of different socioeconomic factors that play into that, historical factors, international factors. It blows, though. I fucking hate it. Awful. When I was in grad school, they had a guest speaker come in, and for some reason or another, they mentioned the Japanese internment camps that had been in Colorado. The entire room was like, wait, you mean internment camps? And I was like, oh, y'all really don't know. Yeah, like, people don't know. It sucks. It's not even taught in some history classes. It blows. But basically, for those who don't know, what happened during World War II is, like, a lot of Asian people, specifically Japanese Americans, were rounded up and put into essentially the equivalent of just, like, dehumanizing camps, like they're putting people like Mexican immigrants in and South American immigrants in right now. So it really fucked. So, but that happened, and there's people still alive who lived through that crap. I want to make sure that there's an understanding of my intention before sending. Fair. Let me read in my head just so it's not in the VOD in case it's something that we have to deviate from or move past quick. No, I get what you're saying. No, I get no, I get it. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you're not conflating marginalization at all with that, Ephraim. No, I understand 100% what you're saying. No, I get that. I think there's like a longing, a lot of people, especially people who are educated about this stuff that I talk to. I mean, Morgan regularly makes, like, jokes about, like, oh, God, white people, you know? She'll do that all the time. So I get it. Like, there's a yearning, there's a longing to not belong to the historical, I guess, shame. There's a certain level. I'll say this as a POC to you. There's a certain level of transcendence that you can experience as someone who is literally just a really good ally. doesn't put you above other people, but it's also one of those things where it's like your identity is so honed by the choices you make and the mentalities you take on that a lot of the times people who are just walking the walk, a lot of the times people who make the intentional choice to be better than those that they were around in the community that they were born into are going to have just like an inherent better time fitting in with other people, being accepted into other groups of people, being supported, being welcomed. I just think that that's like, again, that's like a human basic, like, I mean, that's just humanism right there, right? It's something that, like, no, I get what you're saying, though. That's all, yeah, I guess that's all I can really add to it. You said it very eloquently. Yeah, George Takei spent part of his childhood in an internment camp. He talks about it pretty regularly. It's why he's really freaked out about the stuff going on right now with ICE. It's really rough. It's scary. So, yeah. Yeah, Rat, exactly. It is one of those things where it's like we're too far to the right with our terminology to begin with. And what happened in Germany was death camps, and what happened here was concentration camps, but we've somehow shifted it. So yeah, it's rough, it's ugly, it's bad. But it's real, and it's a real thing that people had to deal with. But anyway, yeah, sorry to get so far off the topic. AAPI Heritage Month, all month long. If you see a Asian creator that's not me, you've already done so much, like, tonight by just being here and listening to me yap about this stuff. Go support the hell out of them, please. My friend Versachiko, for instance. Sachi is Japanese. Please go support the hell out of Sachi. I have a million Asian friends. You can go hang out in their streams, support them, listen to them if they talk about this stuff. Really, like, absorb it. Really, like, educate yourself. Learn about things. I mean, I shared, like, this isn't like the hashtag Stop Asian Hate campaign that happened back in 2021 was like a needed movement. As quickly as it went away, more of a testament to how little Asian community infrastructure is given as support in this country. Like, it went away so fast, but it was necessary because that was when all the misinformation was spreading, that every Asian person was like a carrier of COVID, and like we were trying to be psyops who were like poisoning the American people, like that kind of crap. I told you, in 2021, I was walking around Target, and I had a white dude and his wife, like this middle-aged guy, tried to just fucking start a fist fight with me, who like just sat there and harassed me because I was Asian. Like that kind of shit, like it's still happening today. So you hear about racism, you gotta remember that there's a lot of it going on for anyone who's marginalized, POC. Like it sucks. It hasn't gone away. It's gotten a little bit better, but it definitely hasn't gone away, as we've seen. So, if anyone's interested, there are models of racial identity development for white people in POC that are helpful for understanding community and allyship. Yeah! No, there's a lot of good stuff out there. But yeah, if you see Asian, singers, you see Asian, like musicians, I should say, artists, people who are authors, like I'm going to be reading like a shit ton of Asian authors this month as my own contribution to my community, my greater community. Gonna specifically try to find Korean American authors, but as a whole, a lot of the times, like we're still working on having other communities, and especially white people, accept that Asian American is an identity at all. That like it's gonna eventually come to a time where hopefully we can start being like, and this is how Chinese Americans are distinct from Japanese Americans and from Filipino Americans and Koreans and Indians, and like we'll get there someday, I hope. But as of right now, yeah, go out there, support an AAPI creator. Supporting and showing up and educating ourselves through groups different than ourselves is important. Take this month as inspiration to learn about AAPI creators you would enjoy. Yeah, got a few books to read on my list for this month. Let's go. The one I'm waiting for, I've been waiting for it for like literally 4 months on Libby because like the wait was so long. There is a book called Crying in H Mart that I've wanted to read for forever. And the one time that it came through the hold, I had too many books on my plate, and I said, like, send it to the next person. And so I deferred my hold on it. And and now I have to wait, like, another, like, 4 to 6 weeks or something crazy. So, man, I want to read it so bad, though. I've heard it's really good. I'm ignoring the Odyssey. She and I are taking a break. To be fair, Ephraim, the first time I read the Odyssey, I took several, like, probably 3 different breaks that were, like, a month long from it. It is a beefy Odyssey. It's a lot of work to get through. But I like it a lot. It's a really cool book. It's just, goddamn, bro could not stop yapping. Homer, what were you doing? I need to get around to finally reading Crying at 8. Yeah, I personally have only heard good things. So, I have it on my list too. Hell yeah. Very excited to read it eventually. I think it should be good. Holy crap. Wow, how did it, oh my god. I've been live for 4.5 hours? What are your opinions on Epic the Musical? I've never watched it. I don't even know what it is, really. I know that it's like a Greek musical that a bunch of people, like, made YouTube animatics to. So whenever it comes off waitlist again, Book Club, maybe. Hey, we have the library chat room on the Discord for people who want to talk about books. And now you're allowed to use the spoiler tag. So if you talk about a bunch of stuff, just make sure you have a unspoiled, non-spoiled message that's like hiding very major spoilers under the spoiler tag about stuff. And then obviously don't talk about anything triggering. And then be like, oh, it's fine because it's under the spoiler tag. Because we still don't want that. We just want it for people who actually want to talk about movies and TV shows with each other and books and stuff without ruining it for people who are casually scrolling. And you're not fucking children, so even though a lot of people didn't like the spoiler tags being there because it added anxiety, I think that we can all realize people are going to be responsible with them and use them for the right reasons. So yeah. It's a musical Cliff's Notes of the Odyssey. Okay, interesting. I won't be opposed to listening to it, you know? So while I'm your classic Southern Appalachian white, I'm excited to read Crying in H Mart as part of my grief work after losing my own parents. Maddie, completely understandable. Also, here's my thing. Appalachian people, just from, like, my friends who are from Appalachia and a lot of the people on, like, TikTok and stuff who talk about it, like, that is a very distinct identity in this country. I really have been very fascinated and very happy to learn a lot about, like, the Appalachian region and culture. It's the same way that I feel about, like, a lot of what happens down in, like, the New Orleans area. There's, like, a whole, like, you know, Bayou culture is, like, such a interesting thing that's, like, so unique geographically and geo-ethnically. So I like learning about that stuff a lot. I do. How much would you charge on Patreon for a monthly book club? Oh my god. You and trying to, like, make me have more subscription. I gotta start with just, like, the cosplay stuff on Ko-fi. I'm gonna be adding the tier to Ko-fi. Probably like $10 to $15 if people want to unlock, like, a monthly cosplay set. Will be multiple pictures of me in whatever get up. And then mainly stuff that's going to be, like, sent via Throne or stuff that I end up buying with the funds from the subscriptions on Ko-fi. But if someone's like, I really need you to dress as this character, you can send it to me on Throne or via the P.O. Box, and I'll do my best to get a photo set of it. And I'll probably post a bunch of my old cosplays on there as well under that tier. So when you log on and I haven't posted for the month yet, you'll be able to see stuff from the past, like, you know, however many years I've been doing cool stuffs. So, yeah. Here you go. Maddie and Vine could hit you up to listen to it for the first time like they did with Chris. They want to make it a series. I mean, I was a musical kid, so I don't think Chris was, so I might have a stronger reaction to it if they're down for that, right? But yeah. Yeah, Appalachian American. Ah, there we go. What can I say, Brian? I'm an entrepreneur. A white man runs in my veins. Self-starter. Eager go-getter. Alpha and Sigma. Maybe even Gamma and Omega. I wasn't ready for the last part. I hope. I hope because like the current climate that's, like, fostering these, like, insecure alpha dudes because they're so adverse to learning anything about like unorthodox like subcultures. I hope with their lack of furry culture, they start just saying, and like omega culture, I hope they just start calling each other omegas without knowing what it means, thinking it's like a good thing. I hope that starts happening. That would be so funny, dude. I'd laugh my ass off. I'm glad folks are learning more about our culture, but I'm worried about things getting commodified. Yeah, no, I feel you. Yeah, and grifters spreading misinformation. Yep. Always an issue, always like a cultural pitfall that like you have to be very aware of like collectively, and it's just not going to happen with how many different people are on the internet, right? I think like the only way you get to fight against that, just as someone again who is part of a number of marginalized communities, is you have to be as loud as you can be about the things you know are right. If you know people who have questions, be ready. Like if you have the spoons, obviously, be willing and excited to like answer that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, correcting like misinformation happens every now and then. I even do that here, especially about like voice acting stuff, right? Not that that's a marginalized community. I don't know why I use that as an example. Guys, please, I get paid like $500 a video game, please. I don't know if Chris was a musical kid, but he said that he's gotten really into musicals. You and your musical kid background could add to it, yeah. That'd be fun. Please let them accidentally label themselves with ABO culture. Yeah, I think that would be so funny, Liz. I would laugh so hard. Two of the kindest cis men I know who are my friends of several years and family men in their 40s are bald, and every time someone makes a mean-spirited bald joke, I get so defensive. Yeah, I mean, as long as people aren't calling them, like, skinheads, like, I have a lot of bald friends, and, like, I make bald jokes towards them because that's our established rapport. Morgan and I, like, we'll make the occasional joke of, like, oh, man, like, you can tell that dude... No wonder why that dude said that good thing. Like, he's still got all his hair, clearly. He's being rewarded for something. But at the end of the day, it's like a tongue-in-cheek kind of thing where it's like, damn, judging anyone for their appearance is fucking weird, right? It's like not a good thing. Chat, I gotta go. I did not realize how late it was. Holy shit, 4.5 hours is unreal on a random low spoons yapper night. I'm hoping to make it to a local talk about the Irish and Scottish influence on Appalachian culture later this month. Maddie, I love that. Like, honestly, that's so cool. It's really neat. Like I said, I don't take anything on social media at face value. I do my own research. I like cross-reference everything because I'm from the show your sources generation. So, again, everyone else out there who only educates themselves via a TikTok For You page, just be extra careful, like Maddie mentioned, about, like, grifters who are spreading misinformation. But, yeah. Yeah, exact. That too, Maddie. It sucks that it was co-opted, right? Dynamic Duo, thank you so much for raiding. Thank you. How was your stream? What were you up to? Jenny and Nomi, I apologize. I'm actually ending the stream here. I got to start doing what Carla does. What an ingenious thing where it's like 10 minutes before I raid, I turn off accepting raids so that people don't just stop by for 5 seconds and then have to leave. If you're new here, though, and you'd like to join, we're going to be starting fundraising for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital tomorrow. So if you're new here and you want to stick around for that, feel free to follow. And also check out the rules so you don't, get timed out if you want to stop by again in the future. My name is Brian, by the way, aka Girbeagly. I'm a Korean-American, full-time Twitch partner, YouTuber, and voice actor. I do a little bit of everything. I play AAA games. I play indies. I open up Pokemon cards. I do the works. We had some pretty intense and very serious talks here tonight, but I think that we navigated them pretty well, outside of me sputtering about money and not knowing if I'll be able to sustain this lifestyle as a full-time creator. I think things went pretty well overall. We played Mika and the Witch's Mountain and then some sticky business. It was a blast. That's so fun. I was sent a key for Mika and the Witch's Mountain a while ago. It looked cute, but I didn't have any sort of slot in my schedule to fit it in yet. They decided to raid literally as soon as you first said you were ending for the night, so I told them to hurry. Ah, okay. The opposite happened. Oh, man. The beacons were lit. How much do I need to pay you for 30 more minutes? I mean, I have a rule that I'll always keep streaming as long as there's a hype train, but also that takes like a little bit of commitment. Local Cute Grill, thank you for the follow, by the way. Sometimes hard talks are super important to have with broader audiences. Definitely hold some pride that you could do so. I appreciate that. It's something I'm working on in therapy a lot. I mean, I'm pretty transparent about my feelings these days with my community. I've been doing this thing for 12 years, and a lot of people have stuck around for even the past 8 that have been full-time. Have gotten to see me change a lot. What the heck?
I have to pee.
Maddie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. If you were one of those 5 gifted, please make sure you're saying thank you. Enjoy the emotes, enjoy the sub badge, enjoy the ad-free viewing. Y'all are wonderful for that. Like, truly, I don't mean to sound like I'm whining from a place of extreme privilege again. This is a truly, like, a way cooler job. I'm not going to say it's easier than other jobs I've had. It's easier than some of the jobs I've had. But like out of the like 13 or so jobs I've had in my lifetime, this is the coolest one. This is the most fun. This is the place where I actually feel like I get to make some sort of connection with other human beings in a really easy way. Thanks for letting me do it. I don't know. I just hope people didn't take my talk earlier tonight as, I need more. It's more of, I haven't had more for the past, like, 3 years. I've just been only losing money every year to try to put on as good of a show as I can while watching my viewer count drop as well, making me go, damn, am I past my prime? Am I boring? Am I bad at what I do? Am I less entertaining? Should I not have gone to therapy? Did that kill my sense of humor? I hope it doesn't come across like that. I really hope it didn't, like, I hope that people, like, understood what I was saying. So, 427 subs to Girl Week. Yeah, again, for those who don't know why Girl Week was set at 700 subs way back in the day, 700 subs is basically what I need to fund all my bills and rent for a month. And even then, with, like, raising prices of rent and bills and shit, it's kind of cutting it pretty close. But 700 subs is about where I need to be to do that. And I have not been at 700 subs for like 2.5, 3 years now. So, you know, everything helps. I'm grateful for every dollar that's come through. I'm grateful for every gifted sub and bit and everything. But I've been doing this at a loss to myself. Streaming's been, full-time has been kind of a passion project because I like doing it. It's kind of like what I want to do for as long as I can. But it's getting to the point where, like, things are, like, 200 something subs. That's a lot of people. That really is. I couldn't fit them into my house probably. And I'm really grateful for it, but it's also, like, I'm looking at it from a more realistic standpoint and being like, damn, what do I have to do to get better? Like, to get more people in here who like what I do and, you know, not that I compare myself to the big channels, but it's like I'll go to a channel where a person gets 2,000 subs a month, 5,000 subs a month, whatever, and I'll be like, damn, like, how do I get like 100 subs a month, man? Like 100 new subs a month. Like, how's that working for them, kind of thing. So, yeah. We were for the Overwatch incentive. We can do it again. Yeah, I think it's more of like I get scared of those big surges because then we have the big drops, like right now. I dropped 200 subs over the past month. It's the sustainability. I don't know how to keep people around. I don't know how to get people to feel incentivized to keep a gifted sub as a ongoing sub. I don't know how to provide the type of content that, like, people really want to watch. Because, like, I got people who get, like, bored and they just, like, leave within 5 minutes of these streams. They'll show up every stream. They'll say, hey, what's up? And then they'll immediately leave because they're like, bored of whatever I'm doing. And that's their prerogative. They're allowed to do that. I'm not saying that they need to stop doing that. I need to find the people who are interested in the shit that I do by becoming a more interesting person, I feel like. So, I don't know. I'm really trying to figure it out. But I gotta, it's another reason, actually, like Ephraim mentioned, like, subathons and stuff. it's like subathons are awesome. They're not sustainable. They're not something that, like, I'm gonna still be riding on the highs and lows of like the dips and the dips and the drops, or the dips and the climbs. And that's like not where I was a few years ago. So it's like, I always, again, I'm working on it in therapy where I'm like, oh yeah, it's not just me. It's like the world, it's the economy. It's like everyone's having a hard time right now kind of thing. But it's really, man, it's tough. The probably, like, you would accept the challenge to fit almost 300 people in your house. I mean, if Morgan was like, let's throw a big ass party, I could probably rally that many people. We'd figure it out. But yeah, I have Glucose Guardians here who know I can't afford to sub, so they gift me constantly. I mean, it's very nice that people do that, for sure. When you play Minecraft, I do be leaving. Yeah, but you show up. I feel like everything else, which is cool. I have some people who, like, literally just want to keep their streak alive for whatever vanity reason, but they, like, don't give a shit about, like, my content anymore. I got, like, I say it all the time, like, this is not an insult to those people, but, like, I have a bunch of people who found me years ago on YouTube, don't watch my YouTube videos, don't watch my Twitch streams, don't keep up with me on social media, but just, like, hang out in the Discord. And it's great that I've provided this really chill place where they can, like, feel like themselves and vibe. But I'm also like, what benefit are you getting from me, like, pinging this, like, 2 to 3 times a day with the things I'm up to? Like, I don't understand that aspect of it, I guess. Because it's like, man, you don't even care about the content. Like, why are you here? I'm a content creator, you know? Can we submit things for giveaways? I have cool stuff I'd be thrilled to offer for that. Again, I don't know. It'd be really tough to. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. That's the other thing too. It's like, I don't want it to have to be a gimmick. If that makes sense. I don't want it to have to be like, I have grifted, even in a way that's like acceptable by like Twitch standards. Like, people do giveaways all the time. I don't judge them for doing that. People do subathons all the time. I don't blame them for doing that. I don't question their motives. They're doing what they have to do to hopefully just keep a roof over their head and food on their plate, something everyone deserves. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm getting old. I'm turning 40 this year. I kind of want some level of sustainability, and it's hard in this field. Some years balance out other years, right? I've had like some really big good surge years. But like, I mean, even looking at like watch time year to year, like my shit has like plateaued fully or dropped even over the past 3 years. Like, people like are not interested in the Girbeagly wave of like viral content. That hasn't been a thing for like a long time. So it's like, again, not whining, not begging for more money. More of like, I need to find, like, I'm trying to like reformat how I look at this stuff and like how I want to fit into this, because I don't want to give this up. I would hate if this leads me to like a worse standard of life because like I gripped onto it so hard and then like just died with it. And I like doing it. I have a lot of fun doing it. And I know that like a lot of people have a lot of fun doing things that they don't get to do full time, but like, I don't know, I've been doing this for almost like a decade, and it's kind of sad to be like, man, I'm not appealing. Like, I don't know. I got to figure it out. I got to like reformat. I got to like figure out the angle that I want to have that's going to be mutually beneficial for me and viewers without it seeming like I'm twisting your arm to gift me 5 subs a stream. I don't want to do that. I want you to give when you have the means and when you really want to do it. That's kind of like, that's kind of where I'm at with everything. So what kind of audience do you want? Like, who do you want to attract? Well, that's the other thing. That's the other thing, Ephraim, is a lot of the times with like the giveaway communities, you're only going to get people who only show up for that gimmick. You're going to get people who only show up for the giveaways. I'm going to get like infantilized people, like infantilized adults who are like entitled. Not saying all giveaways go this way, by the way, but like in my history of doing giveaways and my history of doing like a lot of the shit that I've done for streams and for YouTube content and stuff over the years, over the past decade plus, I don't want people who only show up because I'm giving them something like a giveaway. I want to have like some level of like connection. I want to have some level of the people I want here are the people I have here. It's just like the people I have here, I don't want to burn out. I don't want to burn you out on like the same old conversations, the same old content, the same old, hey guys, we need a sub boost right now because like holy shit, can't even pay my electricity bill with this, like that kind of thing. It's like, and again, it's part of it really is like fully swallowing my pride and admitting this live. I spent years with like 150 to like 200 people in my chat every stream, and it was really cool and it was awesome. And that's not to say the people who show up now are of lesser value than a bigger number of people. It's more of like for me that reflect like you who show up now are more appreciated than any of the people who have left the community. Because you get what I'm doing. You understand me. You took the time to kind of like get to know what I'm doing and like the weird, unique perspective I have about life and content and how I want to infuse myself into that. The thing that hurts about those like, 130, 150 people who don't show up anymore to streams. And again, I know not all of it's personal. Some of them are just like, yeah, I moved on to a different chapter of my life. I've had people who are like, dude, I haven't watched you in like 4 years. I just got married, but I wanted to stop by and tell you I just got married because this was such an important part of my life when I was younger. That kind of shit is awesome. That's the kind of stuff, that's the lasting impact I like having on people. For me though, seeing that dip and being like, damn, I'm not getting invited to things as like a special featured guest as often. I'm not attracting the attention of my more well-off friends who like now just see me as like, oh man, if we invite Brian, that's gonna like pull down our numbers, which means they weren't my friends to begin with, but I've been burned by that in recent years. I have people who have like so many followers, so many subs who like used to like fuck with me, who are just like, I don't want anything to do with like a small streamer, which is again, man, I'm glad I know that about them now. Like screw them, go away. Thanks for social climbing me. But it's like, for me, I'm like, man, does my content not hit anymore? Is my content like, holy shit, is this the most boring shit on the internet now? It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing. So yeah, I'm not really here, and local cute girl, I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not really here for advice, because believe it or not, I have an awesome therapist that I've been seeing for 4 years now who is actually in a relationship with a full-time content creator. So we actually have these talks pretty regularly. This is me just pontificating out loud, not actually like asking for unsolicited advice or anything like that. So just a heads up on that. I appreciate the kind words a lot. Giveaways can be anything though, 1 week or a month or whatever. It can be a book you like. It can be a Dragon D&D. I get it, but again, it's more of the stigma of the idea of giveaways. And then the other side of it too is a lot of those giveaways are going to be catered towards the taste of the people who are already here. And that's something that like, and I don't want this like big eclectic mix of like, cool, I got 100 followers this month because everyone was interested in the D&D book that I was giving away. Now that I'm giving away a set of earrings, all those 100 people, they're never showing up to another stream again. That is exactly how it will go down, by the way. That is how that works, unfortunately. As someone who has done, oh God, an uncountable number of giveaways in my lifetime. I don't want that to be the gimmick. I don't like that as the gimmick. I want to give away stuff to you guys because you, yeah, here's another thing, Ephraim, if you've forgotten. I literally used to run a marketing firm. So I got the stats to back up all this stuff too. I got the experience, I got the stats, I got a lot of stuff. But I appreciate, again, the ideas, but it's like I have explored that angle before. My other thing is, if I do giveaways, I want it to be for the people who are loyal, who have stuck around. Like, part of the reason that I'm not going to be doing like this big like social media push of, hey guys, I got 3 codes to Cook Serve Forever from the devs because I'm a featured voice actor in it, and we're going to be starting the Let's Play of it on Twitch. I don't want to attract like a bunch of like randos. who don't get the vibe or are only here because they're going to get something. I want to attract the people. I want to give those 3 codes away to people who've been here, who are like, yo, we've watched you do the voice actor grind, and we are so proud of you, and it would be so cool to own something that, like, you're in. That's something, like, loyalty is, like, something, I don't want to call it loyalty, because that sounds like fucking parasocial as shit. Guys, punch your loyalty cards. If you do, like, 4 or more streams, by the way, you get a free 6-inch submarine sandwich. I don't want to sound like fucking Subway. It's like, people who I know are here for the right reasons, kind of thing. I want to, like, make sure you're prioritized. I want you to, like, there's a reason that, like, we have someone newer in chat, and I might not read all their messages, but, like I try to be welcoming and everything like that. But, like, at the end of the day, like, my regulars, like, those of you who show up all the time, like, there's a reason I shout out the streaks. There's a reason I'm like, yo, it's so good to see you again. Oh, my God, I remember you were saying, like, you were having trouble with interviews. It's so good that you just got that one. You know, like, I remember that stuff because, like, there is some form of, like, pre-existing knowledge. There's some form of, I don't know, like, I want to make sure that, like, y'all are taken care of too. I don't know. That's where I'm at. So, Gerbway Stream Fresh. Oh my God. I think it's more of like, y'all are tired. The world sucks right now. You're low spoons. You're very tired. My regulars are exhausted. Y'all are, like, pushed to the financial brink. I don't want to force you. One thing you'll see with St. Jude is we're going to get a lot of people who don't belong to the community coming through and just donating money because they believe in this cause so much. So the burden is going to be a little bit lessened for people in the community, and then a lot of you are just going to give when you want to give. If it's like a big funny moment, or you want to activate some incentive that makes me suffer or something, you're going to see that, like, the veterans of this community love that kind of timing. They love being like, I saved up all month to drop this $200 on this campaign. But in the meantime, we'll have someone who's like, hey, new to the community here, here's $1,000 for St. Jude. They saved my little brother. Like, that kind of thing rocks. It's really cool. But it is like, I don't know. Anyway, I know you guys are tired. I don't want to wear you out. I don't want to make you feel like you're my meal ticket. Like, I don't want you to feel that way. You are here because I want to give you something. I want to give you something interesting to engage in and engage with. And it's just like, man, I don't know how to make it interesting. I want the content to be interesting, not the gimmicks around it. And that's the longevity plan. It's like, this is why I recently swapped over to the Discord voting for the games that I play on stream too. It's like, oh damn, you guys really want to see this game? Let's play this game this month. So, yeah, exactly, Ephraim. Yeah, the duality of wanting connection. But that was the thing, is like, if we got back up to like 150, 200 viewers on average a stream like it used to be, that was a good number. I was still able to, like, recognize regulars. I was still able to talk to certain people. And then, like, the ad revenue alone meant that, like, I didn't have to push and lean on, like, sub goals and tip goals and, like, I don't know. It's just like a mess, dude. It's like such a mess. It's such a weird razor's edge to try to surfboard down. In these last few years, you've grown and changed so much, and in an ever-evolving creator space, figuring out the content that best serves you and not limiting yourself or your potential like other companies, sponsors, and creators have in the past, it's difficult. But with all the growth you've had, it's something I believe you'll find for yourself. I appreciate that, Brookie. I'm trying to. I'm trying to find more of me. I think this is the most honest and transparent version of me that's ever been online. And I think that, again, anyone who's been around for a while, like especially my personal friends, have seen that and can tell you that. But it is like one of those things where it's like, y'all are burnt out. I've offered you a million free ways to support the stream, but I don't want to, like, force you to do that. I don't want to be like, guys, do your mobile gacha game dailies, or you're not going to keep up with the power level you need to beat next event's boss. I don't want to do that to everybody. That sucks, dude. I don't want to fucking do that. Yeah, you said you wanted to not baby glove the community anymore. We're all adults with autonomy, and whether a good or bad financial decision is made, that's our own issue to navigate. I guess you're kind of true on that one, Austin. But like also like it goes beyond the money. It's like sometimes people are like too tired to even participate in the content. It's like, you know, sometimes the VOD channel does really well. Sometimes I get 3 to 5 views on a VOD. And it's like, but that's asking so much of you. Oh, hey, by the way, just watch a fucking 5-hour VOD in the small sliver of free time you have between your like crappy job and like you trying to balance your own bills and rent. Like, I don't want to do that to people. Like, that's like fucked up too. That's still asking for a resource of yours, which is your time. And I'm glad I have those options that are free that you have the choice to engage with when you want to. But it's like, holy crap, man. Y'all got limited spoons. You have limited energy. You have lives of your own you have to live. I don't want you to be addicted, like, parasocially to my stuff. But also, I want to make sure that when I do it, it makes sense. So, like, I don't know. I wish there was a fun gimmick that wouldn't get exhausted. Constantly acting like a hyperinflated version of oneself is so exhausting. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was me on YouTube. You've heard the horror stories about when Disney was scouting a bunch of YouTubers and for, like, Disney XP. And for like, they owned all the maker shit, all the maker networks, and having to work within some of the parameters of that, where I'd have my contact there just be like, hey, ever thought about doing this way a little bit more? I'd be like, thank you. I appreciate you for giving me the guidance, but also, like, that's only one aspect of me and it became very marketable to be the, hey guys, today we're doing a let's play of part 27 of Borderlands 2. Like, I don't know. Like, I hated doing that shit. Like, it's part of who I was, but it's not who I am all the time kind of thing. So, yeah. We'll always be here on our own accord because you are one of the most real people on the internet. I don't know if I'm one of the most real people. I think I'm just, like, as real as other people who have, like, gotten sick of the whole, I have to be a cartoon character online all the time. I get cartoony enough as it is. You all watch me play horror games and I go, and make, like, weird noises just naturally. Or say, like, some unhinged joke because I'm nervous. But, like, it's like, I don't want to be like, guys, we're playing Wander Staff today. Oh my god, did you see the size of Boro's eyes when we showed him the wrong tea recipe? Oh, I hope the next time we make the right one. I fucking hate that. I don't want to do that. I did that for fucking like 10 years of YouTube, like 9 years of YouTube or whatever the hell. I don't want to do that shit anymore, man. Like, that was again, I could do that because it was fun at the time. But, man, I don't know. It's just, like, not a comprehensive look of who I am. And granted, that's a little bit different because YouTube's, like, curated content. Like, there's a certain level. If you're going to waste 15 minutes of someone's time on YouTube, you got to make that shit punchy and pretty fun and stuff like that. Whereas Twitch, it's like, I am meandering from conversation to conversation in real time. And also, I have the added extra hard difficulty level of reacting to what you guys say in real time. So, raises Spork, I'm tired. I'm here, a little quiet because I'm untangling yarn. Maddie, you're great. No, I appreciate you. But yeah, I don't know. It's just where I'm at with a lot of stuff. You're honest, though, and incredibly thankful and humble. You don't get to see that everywhere. It's true, but I fear that some of you do not watch enough Ashley Roboto. Probably my number one example of someone who does the same exact thing. I freaking love Ashley so much. Yeah, not the 2016 YouTube era. Yeah. So wait, I said like 3 years ago. God, my brain's still stuck in like 2020. Yeah, it's like more like 9 years ago. Like doing that shit, man. I did do that for like 7-8 years of YouTube though. Like, holy shit. It's exhausting, man. Dynamic Duo, take care. Thank you so much again for the raid. I hope the both of you get some wonderful rest. Thank you for that great raid. Really cool of you. You got to start a podcast. Well, so that's the thing. That is the thing, though, Ephraim. If I want to start a podcast because all I know how to do is have, like, a stream. This stream that we did, that's a podcast right there, dude. Right? I could do that easy. I could just freaking throw up a mic and be like, all right, today I'm like Wikipediaing like why this happened in American history, celebrity culture. And just like read shit. And then be like, oh my God, that's so weird. And just like add my commentary. Like a lot of people do that. And I know I could do it, but also it's like I'm juggling 97 different things right now. And there's no guarantee that I get paid for podcasts, right? But it would be like a cool thing. It's something I want to try. It's just not like super high on the priority list at the moment. You're the only streamer I watch more than actually. I second what Hannah's saying. What the hell? Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. Time hasn't worked the same since the start of the pandemic. Oh, yeah. Not at all. Especially with ADHD. What is up, gamers? In an American accent for the memories. What is up, gamers? You have to do it like really fast where what is up is one word and then gamers is the second word in the sentence. What is up, gamers? It's your boy, Skull Nuggets here with another crazy Roblox Let's Play. Remember to slap that like button, and then you get the graphic with a bing, like the picture, like you don't know how to hit the like button. And subscribe for more wacky gameplays. And like, no shade to those people, because it's like they found their niche, and like 12-year-olds do watch a lot of YouTube, so you do get a lot of ad rev from that. But also, like, I don't know, I just can't do that all the time anymore. Like, it's really hard. It's so hard. I love that my demographic has aged with me as I've aged. I don't want to stream or make YouTube videos for fucking like 17-year-olds anymore. That was a really brutal era where just social context, social awareness is not there yet for that age demographic at all. And it just made it a lot harder. And it was great, you know, like to be able to meet young fans and inspire them, and you know, they'd be like, oh man, it's so cool. Like, you're such an accepting YouTuber, and like I feel like great being a fan of yours and stuff. And some of you were those 17-year-olds, and you're here now as like 20-somethings or whatever. But like, I don't know. I like that my current demographic is like 78%, 78% like femmes, age 25 to 34. That's a cool demographic to have. I feel like just young enough to still be like interesting and entertaining, and then at the same time, like in the mature enough demographic that I can have talks like this, and not everyone's like turning into a raging child. So I don't know. You could try to build a podcast light into your stream schedule once a month or something. You mean like podcast on stream? I mean, I guess I could. Jarvis Johnson does that. Who the fuck is Jarvis Jones? Jarvis Johnson. I was like, my friend Jarvis Johnson earlier. I called him the wrong name now. Jarvis Johnson does that with a lot of the gold episodes. He goes live, and then he like doesn't talk to his chat. He turns off all interactions, but he just records whatever he's doing, like in front of his audience. From like clips that he looks up online and stuff like that. I don't know. I feel like it would still require like a lot of organization and coordination on my side. My main focus is like, I don't want to put all eggs in one basket, but I also want to make sure like my YouTube content and my stream content is not boring as fuck. And is getting the momentum and the continuous support that like I'm looking for. And then branching out and using whatever like negative spoons I have these days for side projects like making music again, doing a podcast, that kind of thing. I don't know. It's hard. Apparently I'm too young to be cool here. You might be too young. Sorry. I thought you were going to just stop at 70, and I'm like, damn, I aged decades. Yeah, Brookie, you've been here for 9 years. That is wild. Just yap at us for an hour? I just did for 5, actually. Holy shit, it's 2:30 in the morning. I gotta go. I gotta go to, like, bed now. Oh, God. Thank you for being here tonight, though. I'm not femme, but I love it. Well, you're one of the 22% that watches me then. That's dope. That's cool. I feel the need to justify myself, even if I know I don't need to, but I want to say it when I leave because of Minecraft. Why did you bring this back? No, I get it. The rejection sensitivity that we're all working on, the RSD that's so prevalent in this community. It's because Minecraft is my cocoa melon. No, that's fine. That is understandable. Minecraft is not for everybody. Everyone's going to have a game that I play or a thing that I do on stream where they're like, dude, I love your stuff, but I got to take a step back. I can't. This is so not for me. It's okay. It's all right. It's why I try to advertise those streams too, is like, this is less about Minecraft. This is more about watching an adult child, me, play Minecraft, while I still have these types of conversations with people. But I get it. Can I be cool if I graduate in 12 hours? Man, Hannah, you are cool. When the sleepover vibes hit a little too long. Yeah, a little too hard, yeah. I was there for all of Inscription. You were! You were. I love Inscription. It was a great game. I'm gonna go. This was a real, shit. I'm, like, genuinely gonna message my therapist about this tomorrow. This was a really cool, very real talk. I think this... We have real talks a lot, but, like, damn, even the, like, breadth of real talk conversations we had. We talked about racism. We talked about AAPI Heritage Month. We talked about St. Jude. We talked about my own doubts as a content creator, my own fears about surviving this industry. We talked about, like, a lot of really important shit tonight, I feel like. Like, more so than a lot of conversations recently. Like, we always find a way to, like, ground things in some, like, really important ways here. But also, like, I don't know, things felt nice and casual and humorous and fun, while people still remained, like, pretty normal compared to how unhinged we get. I don't know. It was very cathartic. I really want to share this with my therapist. I'm going to probably bring a lot of this to her and just, like, see what she has to say. So thank you. Like, this was such a chill stream. We kept it real. We really did. Local Cute Grill. Thank you so much for sticking around. I'm glad that you enjoyed the vibes here. This has been so amazing. This community is so awesome, and we're all here because Brian Girbeagly Long brought us together. Viscerally defends this space with the help of carefully chosen and wonderful mods. I love it here, parasocially maybe. And that's A-okay, because at the end of the day, I can't control however your perception is of this community. I can just do my best to remind people that I am aware of the pitfalls of the internet. But outside of that, like, damn, I love having y'all around. I do. I love being able to talk about stuff. Also, with that, Hannah, thank you for the gifted sub to Local Cute Grill. Local Cute Grill. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the sub badge. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. For anyone sticking around from the raids that happened earlier, we'll be raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital tomorrow, which is another reason I have to go to bed, because I need a voice for that. I've been losing my voice because of allergies. So I want to make sure. I got to go take another hit of my Nijam Pepak Ho throat remedy. And then make sure that I wake up bright and early to actually set up the campaign on Tiltify, so you can send your money to a great cause and we can support this really cool thing. Finding the split between, you know, when to send me subs and when to send stuff to charity, I hope you determine that on your own terms, and neither choice is wrong, but at the same time, I really look forward to promoting this cause. I really look forward to promoting this charity. Really look forward to continuing to make a difference. Again, y'all, $104,000 raised for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital over the years. We're going to kick butt. We're going to keep saving lives. We're going to have a good time while we do it. My suffering that I go through, will hopefully be entertaining. It will be very fun. And yeah, even though I just said, like, I don't like a gimmick bringing people in as the only thing, a lot of the times we do get, like, big number swells during St. Jude Play Live. We get a lot of new people who drop by and then become actual regular members of the community. So let's annihilate childhood cancer this month. We really can. We can. I've seen the technology they have. We got to give them like unfettered access to the things that they want to do. I fully believe whenever we have a cure for cancer, St. Jude will be a part of them leading the cause. I would not have dedicated this. This would be a weird grift if I was like, oh yeah, and they also pay me a ton of money behind the scenes, something like that. If I had as many moments as I've had for this cause over the years, like this is like a really very important cause to me, and I hope the video I showed earlier helps kind of cement that in place. That is the most distilled form of energy that I can present. But thank you, all of you, thank you. Whether you were here to listen about AAPI, education, about the Asian American community, help pay your reparations towards the $1,000 amount. Thank you for getting us to 300. Or you're someone who originally showed up for Dredge and then said, hey, I just want to stick around for conversations. The sleepover vibes are good. Thank you. Like, truly, this was great. I really appreciate you listening to me and not calling me a big whiny bitch for... I mean, you were allowed to. That's the kind of banter we have here. But thank you for listening to, like, a very real bearing of the soul. I'm not perfect. I'm not the best at this. I'm not the funniest or greatest streamer that's ever lived or content creator that's ever made a video. But goddamn, this is important to me. And I am really happy that I can do something that some of you enjoy supporting. Like, it just means the world. Thank you for giving me this wild, weird life I've gotten to live. It's been really cool. Brought for the St. Jude, stayed for the vibes, and the vibes are even better now that they were all those years ago. Oh, I love that. I arrived in stream because of St. Jude, seeing a community unite for this cause and have so much fun with it. It's one of those chats that I felt instantly comfortable talking in despite my anxiety. And look at you now, sword next to your name and everything. So, yeah. No, weird grift. Yeah, not weird drift. But it would be a weird thing for me to drift into, you know. Yeah, Dredge again soon. Well, I'll make it. I'll make a deal with chat that that we'll play a little bit. Like maybe Sunday. If we can go big Friday, Saturday for St. Jude, I can use Selfish Sunday to play a little bit of Dredge and we can vibe, and then like people who want to casually donate to St. Jude during that can. But it will be more like business as usual kind of energy. Hey, you're a big whiny bitch. I can't even finish it. I hope you have good sleeps. Happy AAPI month. Can't wait to help kids this month. Thank you so much, Becca. Like, truly. I don't know. Like, thank you. Y'all are great. This meant a lot to me. It really did. I'm going to get going. Morgan is not home, so I'm not going to go to bed right away. She's doing laundry at her parents' and visiting them, so I'm going to be up worried about her till she gets home. My voice just croaking as I do that. But I really appreciated this a lot. Y'all are just awesome. We're not all just usernames behind screens. We're people. And it's awesome to connect as people. And I hope that I'm not just the weird person on your screen. I hope that what I say matters sometimes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ephraim, we could make it a thing. We could do just chatting. I could add it to like the Discord vote. We could. I'll do it for some future ones. Thank you, everybody. I hope that you all had a great time here tonight. Thank you for the follows, bits, subs, resubs, gifted subs, tips, anything that came through. This is, I mean it. The whole reason I even set the daily 25 subs is like, that is like, hey, that's how I stay in business, essentially. It doesn't happen often that we even hit double digits, so thank you for that honor. Thank you. Hope you had a great time chatting, lurking, no matter what you did. You're all incredible, incredible people. Gonna knock it out of the park. Follow me on social media, VOD channel on YouTube, my main YouTube channel, you name it. We're gonna do great tomorrow, though. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening, night. Finger hearts as usual. I'm getting out of here. Music's ending at just the perfect time, so goodbye, everyone. Take care. See you tomorrow.